Chapter 1. Good morning. Night cities. A familiar voice came from the radio, and Yi Fei, who was sleeping soundly in the car, frowned and opened his eyes slightly and glanced at the radio impatiently. Damn, I can't sleep well. Then Yi Fei seemed to feel something was wrong and sat up all of a sudden. This is... where? Yi Fei remembered that he fell asleep comfortably after killing Adam's heavy hammer dozens of times. Why did he wake up in a car? Yi Fei opened the car door and saw a completely impossible scene where the two were discussing. The electrical coupling module of your car is broken and needs to be replaced. The repairman fiddled with it for a while, then stood up and glanced at the woman with long silver hair who was standing beside him as a homeless person. Of course, the eyes are not honest. In fact, women are considered a rare species in this small town. After all, beautiful women live in Night City. Looking at the familiar homeless clothes on his body and the silver-haired woman who was arguing with the repairman in front of him, all this tells Yi Fei one thing. He crossed. Human life is still worthless. Oh no. It is the world of Cyberpunk 2077 where the life of the poor is worthless and the life of the rich is like a treasure. No way, big brother. Even if I play a little more Cyberpunk games, I can still time travel? Yi Fei admits that although he likes to play this game, and after watching the latest anime Edge Runner, he logged into the game overnight and killed Adam Heavy Hammer more than a dozen times. But this does not mean that he will do well in this world. You must know that in this world, there is no money and no background. You are just a small guy, and it is normal to be famous today and die tomorrow. You can't be mistaken, are you? Feeling the reckless gaze of the repairman, there was a trace of disgust in V's eyes, but now he could only suppress the disgust and asked in disbelief. Hee, I don't care if you can find another repairman. It's just that there are two homeless wandering around the border. I don't think anyone will be willing to help you. The repairman said slowly, implying that the money given by Yi Fei and V was not enough. Stop talking too much. Just give me the tools and I'll fix it myself. Advertisement. Yi Fei stood in front of V at this time, blocking the repairman's impolite sight, and said, Yi Fei, who has played this plot countless times, knows how to temporarily fix this Viper, as long as it lasts until it reaches Night City. This mission was enough for him and V to rent an apartment in the city first. Then you can try it. Of course, if it breaks down, it will cost you a lot to repair. The repairman didn't say anything in half of what he said, implying that Yi Fei couldn't do it. Stop talking nonsense. Get out of the way. Yi Fei pushed the repairman away. Yi Fei pulled out a line next to the engine and said while operating, bypass the coupling, and then pull out a line to start the ignition. Boy, you do have a few tricks, but if you repair it like this, the compressor will keep running, and it's uncertain how long it will last. The repairman rubbed his chin with one hand and said in surprise, that's none of your business. Seeing that Yi Fei repaired the Viper, V said a little unhappy when he heard the repairman's words. I'll find out when I start the engine first. As V spoke, he walked to the driver's seat and started the car. Hey. After making a few noises, the car didn't lose face like in the game, but started directly. Hey, it's really good, but I still can't hold on to that sentence for long. The repairman said sourly. He doesn't need to last long as he can last until Night City. V didn't want to talk too much with the mechanic, so he got into the car and picked up the radio to start a connection. As in the game, the radio has no signal at all here. V, maybe we can go to the signal tower and try it. It should work. Yi Fei said to V. Okay. V responded to Yi Fei and was ready to start the car. Swish. Advertisement. At this time, the shutter door was opened by a man who looked like a policeman. Seeing this person, Yi Fei has black lines all over his face. The sheriff at the beginning of The Homeless, especially narcissistic, has been bragging about himself. Hey, Mike, you have two guests here. Why didn't I know? The sheriff asked the repairman with an arrogant face, and then walked to the front of the car and put one foot on the front of the car. Sheriff, I thought the two of them had already greeted you, and besides, they haven't been here for long. The repairman laughed and said he originally wanted to repair the car casually and earn some extra money. There is no need to report to the sheriff, otherwise he would take away the commission that should not exist. The sheriff didn't care about the repairman's reason. He turned his head and saw V sitting in the driver's seat. His eyes lit up immediately, and then he returned to normal. Ahem, don't worry about Mike. I just want to see what's going on here. It's just a matter. There is something else we will discuss later. After speaking, he walked to the side of the car door and began to look at V sitting in the driver's seat. To be honest, he has long been tired of seeing the women in this small town, and he would have left long ago if he hadn't had no way to transfer to Night City. Now that such a beautiful woman came to the town, he didn't know it? Miss, don't you know you have to say hello to the sheriff when you're in town? Tell the sheriff what you're here for, even if it's just for a cup of coffee. V doesn't want to talk nonsense with this sulky sheriff now, but she knows that if she doesn't deal with it, both she and Yi Fei will be in trouble, even if it's not a big trouble for the two of them. Sorry, we didn't know about it, and our car broke down, and we just wanted to get it fixed and leave. Ah, yes, you homeless come to town with either this problem or that problem, but you just don't want to come and say hello to the sheriff. So have you heard of Andrew Jones? I think you should have. The sheriff said to V and Yi Fei with a see-through expression. Sorry, I didn't. The Andrew Jones nicknamed Silver Shotgun, who participated in the Special Forces in the last corporate war? Yi Fei wanted to smile, but he knew that it would be obviously unwise to offend the sheriff now, so he interrupted V's words aloud. Hearing Yi Fei's words, the expression on the sheriff's face was obviously much more comfortable. Unexpectedly, there was someone among the homeless who had heard of his name, and the police chief looked at Yi Fei with softer eyes for a while. That's right. Boy, you understand well, but I still don't like two homeless wandering around my town. Where is your family's camp? Which family is it? Although the sheriff was flattered by Yi Fei, he continued to speak. There are no clansmen, no camp, just the two of us. V said in a cold voice with no expression on his face. Advertisement. Chapter 2. I wouldn't believe it. You homeless people just hug each other. The sheriff shook his head. He wouldn't believe V's words. If what V just said was about a family he didn't know, then he would detain V. As for Yi Fei, wasn't that the lone homeless who attacked the town killed by him? It's just that now V didn't say which family he belonged to. He wasn't sure if he could provoke it or not. Our family has been disbanded, and now we are planning to go to Night City. V shook his head without too much explanation. Oh, to Night City? Just you two hardworking couples? The policeman sneered. This matter has nothing to do with you. V no longer wants to chat with the sheriff anymore, glanced at the time, remembered his commission, and asked the sheriff. The antenna on our car is broken. I saw a signal tower on the road. I want to use that signal tower to contact others. The sheriff withdrew his hand, raised the belt around his waist, and threatened. You can use it if you want. I just need you two to get out of the town quickly. Don't talk nonsense with me, and don't stay in the town shaking around. Now, do you understand? V also didn't want to talk nonsense with him, and after closing the car door, he said to Yi Fei, I don't want to cause trouble, and you don't need to. Yi Fei, get in the car, let's go. After Yi Fei got into the car, V started the car and drove the car out of the town. After reaching the signal tower and getting in touch with Jack, he drove towards where he was. Looking at the familiar scenes around and the heat wave that is too real to be real, my mind is absorbing the memory of this body. The body's name is also Yi Fei, and the parents are homeless living in this area, and V's parents are from the same family. A few days ago, the head of the family disbanded because of the failure of the mission, and Yi Fei's parents and V's parents had passed away before. In the cyberpunk world, this is normal, and the average life expectancy is not more than 30 years old. After probably digesting the body's information, Yi Fei looked at V, who was driving in the driver's seat again. She has long silver hair, blue eyes, and although her skin is not so fair, it is obviously because she is a homeless person who does not have good living conditions, but she still looks beautiful. Advertisement. Well, it was the face he pinched out. Yi Fei, why did you say you knew the sheriff just now? We obviously don't know him. V, if I didn't give that sheriff some face just now, we might not be able to get out of that town. It's okay to pander to that idiot's vanity a little bit. Listening to Yi Fei's words, V also sighed. To be honest, if the family hadn't disbanded, she wouldn't have contacted the middleman she knew to take Yi Fei to Night City. After all, in the desert, a homeless person without a family is really worse than a pig or a dog. You're right. We won't have a family after Yi Fei. We can only rely on the two of us. Of course, Yi Fei knew that if the family hadn't been disbanded and annexed, V would not have left the family's own files. But when I think of the time I traveled through, I can't help but feel a little pity. Alas, my wife Lucy and Erica, I'm late. To be honest, if he hadn't watched that anime and played games like crazy, he might not have been able to travel to the world of Cyberpunk. It's just that when thinking about these things, Yi Fei felt something was wrong again. Company V probably didn't develop a prosthetic body that can be strengthened by exposure to the sun, right? Yi Fei stretched out his hand and put it outside the car window, and he could obviously feel a stream of warmth flowing into his body. Yi Fei, you didn't watch Haikaiming being invaded by a virus 2 days ago, did you? How could there be a prosthetic body that can be strengthened by exposure to the sun? When V heard Yi Fei's words, he stretched out his small hand and put it on Yi Fei's head, as if he wanted to see if Yi Fei had the virus. Ahem, just treat me as if I was invaded by a virus. Yi Fei blushed when he felt the temperature of that little hand. He was a solo mother in his previous life and never even touched a girl's hand. Ha ha ha, why? Are you shy? Are you still shy after we know each other so well? Seeing Yi Fei's reaction, V showed a hint of surprise on her pretty face, and then said jokingly, "What's the point of being shy? It's just being invaded by the virus of Haikaiming." Advertisement, Yi Fei said with some embarrassment, and then stretched out his hand out of the car window, and his heart was full of turmoil. The two arrived at Jack's location after arguing. "Well, here are the coordinates McCoy gave us." V confirmed the coordinates again, nodded to Yi Fei, and said. When Yi Fei walked into the room, he saw the familiar man sitting on the sofa, a man with a fleshy face and a grumpy look. "If you don't come again, I will be so poor that I will have to farm." "The two of you should be V and Yi Fei, right?" Jack said, looking at V and Yi Fei with his love gone. Looking at Jack's familiar and funny bald head, Yi Fei suppressed a smile and replied, "Yes, V and I are your contacts this time. You should be Jack Wilson, right?" Diosmio. God. The middleman didn't tell me that V is such a beautiful lady. Jack glanced at V and said something different from the game. "After all, this is not a game. This has nothing to do with you. I heard that you have some goods that you need help to take away for you." V didn't give a good look when he heard Jack's words. She had seen a lot of attractive men who were looking for V, and as time went by, V became a little annoying except for the men that Yi Fei thought. "Chaka, sister, is in our Valentino gang. Before we talk about business, we have to have a heart-to-heart talk and get to know each other. This can be regarded as tradition to tradition." Jack saw V's expression and knew that he seemed to be the partner who offended this time, scratched his head, and explained. He doesn't want to wait for the next person who is willing to take the order here in this desert, otherwise he can only farm here. "Okay, then you'd better talk about some rules later." V said a little speechlessly. "Hey, people always have the courage to break the rules, hermano, brother. Don't you think so?" Jack said with a silly smile. "Ah, yes, yes. Anyway, we are partnering with you on this mission." Yi Fei replied with a smile. In the game, he felt that the role of Jack was very full. With his optimism, humor, intelligence, and wit, he seemed very happy to work with him. "Ha ha. I like your words, hermano, brother. I must have a drink with you after this mission is over." Advertisement. Chapter 3. "Okay, you should show us the goods you are going to deliver this time, right?" Seeing the seemingly harmonious chat between the two of them, V felt a little speechless. She felt that her younger brother, who had lived together for more than 10 years, felt a little strange to him. Jack patted the box in his hand when he heard V's words. "Here, this is what we are going to deliver this time." "What's in it?" V asked curiously. "If we don't know, maybe we can sleep well. Anyway, our task is to deliver this thing to the customer. I don't care about the rest. I advise you to stop asking." Jack shrugged to express his disinterest. "You don't even know what it is, dare to give it away?" These things were stolen from the company. V glanced at the logo on the box and said with some dissatisfaction, "Steal? Don't say it so badly. It's just that a fool accidentally threw it here and was picked up by another fool. I don't know how many people got here." Jack didn't care. Anyway, he was only in charge of delivering the goods. "Is there really no one looking for this thing?" V asked in disbelief. "Come on, we'll all be enjoying life in Night City by the time they find this place, won't we?" After listening to Jack's words, V lowered his head, then gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, load the things into the car and let's go. Support the bold and starve the timid to death. If you are timid about doing everything in this world, it means that you are not suitable to survive in this world." Isn't that right? I thought you were going to let me go. Jack said and moved the box to the trunk of the car. Zenema, expletive, is quite heavy. Jack put the box away and patted the dust on his clothes cursingly. Something happened on the way here. Yifei explained to Jack what just happened. Well, I have to say that V looks really good, but that sheriff is obviously bragging. I've never heard of any silver shotgun. Jack agreed with the sheriff's vision. If he hadn't been on a mission and he met a pretty girl like V in Night City, he would definitely have struck up a conversation. Don't talk so much. I feel like I'm done when I'm done. After V finished speaking, he sat in the driver's seat. Just as Jack was about to sit in the co-pilot, V gave Jack a hard look. Jack smiled shyly and sat in the back seat knowingly. Seeing this scene, Yifei felt a little happy. What's the relationship between you two? Advertisement. Feeling bored on the road, Jack asked Yifei, who was sitting in the passenger seat. It's siblings, V said without turning her head, but looking at her rosy cheeks, she knew it was not as simple as she said. Yifei didn't reply to Jack's words, and still stretched out his hands outside to bask in the sun. The feeling of energy entering his body made Yifei feel very comfortable. He was basically sure now, although he didn't have the standard system for a traverser, but it seemed that God had given him something even scarier. Superman's Man of Steel. Why do you think so? Because Yifei felt that his strength was constantly increasing from the moment he first came into contact with the sun. He can also clearly feel more things. For example, although the skin on his body has not been verified, he can feel that his skin seems to be getting harder and harder, and his senses are constantly receiving more information. Could it be that the old man wanted him to become a legend without a prosthetic body? Yifei couldn't figure it out, but he didn't want to think about it anymore. After all, if his golden finger is really a Superman's steel body, then he can only be said to be a real god in this world. What about Audiobook Group, military technology, and biomanufacturing? They're all just ants. My friends, listen, you are all professionals, right? You should have run through this kind of smuggling line, right? Jack asked a little awkwardly. Obviously, it was the first time he ran this kind of order. Haven't you ever done this job? V was still very cold. Me? Who does Chica look down on? I've done everything. Well, this is my first time doing smuggling. Jack swallowed when he saw Yifei's half-smile expression halfway through his speech. The truth came out. V didn't say anything when she heard this. She was already on her way to work, and she didn't care that Jack hadn't done it anyway. Already able to see the checkpoint getting closer and closer on the horizon, I remembered what to do next. The sun went down, and only a little residual light shone on the desert. V was still driving the car expressionlessly. Although she turned on the radio, she still had no mood to listen to music. Jack, the middleman should have a cargo list for this mission, right? Yifei asked Jack. Of course, I'll give it to you now. Jack took out the bill of lading and handed it to Yifei. Great, it's not easy this time. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this cargo list? Jack became a little nervous when he heard Yifei's words. Advertisement. Look here, it says LOA, which means that our goods will be lost as long as they cross the border. Then what? Isn't that telling them we're smuggling? There's nothing to do. Just give the guards money. Speaking of which, Jack, the middleman should have given you enough money, right? Yifei imitated V and looked at Jack with a blank expression on his face. Aha, of course I did. I forgot to tell you before. Jack resentfully took out the card that the middleman gave him. Yes, you forgot. X2. Both V and Yifei rolled their eyes, knowing that it was the first time their partners could cheat as much as possible. Anyway, Jack took over the job himself. It's just that some things are rules for them wanderers, which is very important. Yifei, you can talk about it when you get to the checkpoint later. Row. The car opened the mirror to the checkpoint, and several guards at the checkpoint also surrounded them, and the roadblocks were also put down. Please drive your vehicle to the inspection area. The unquestionable voice of the guard sounded. V also drove into the checkpoint honestly. Why do I feel a little ominous? Jack said, fidgeting. Stay calm. They will see something wrong with this. V gave Jack a hard look. Okay, no hay problema. No problem, no hay problema. Jack responded, but it didn't look okay from the way he looked. Jack was still praying that the guards finished scanning the vehicle. Everyone on the vehicle in the inspection area is required to make further inquiries. What should we do now? Jack panicked when he heard what the guard said. Don't worry, it's all normal, just leave it to me. Seeing Jack's nervous expression, Yi Fei couldn't help laughing. Fortunately, I found you to work together. Yi Fei's words immediately let Jack breathe a sigh of relief. Advertisement. Chapter 4. With the manifest and chips, Yi Fei walked into the building next to the checkpoint. Looking at the guards with live ammunition, Yi Fei shook his head. Although he has a superhuman body of steel, he doesn't want to bet that he can't hold up to the bullets now. After all, there will definitely be guys at the checkpoint who are not much weaker than the terrorist mobile team. But for that guy who wants to cheat after taking money, Yi Fei will never let him have such a non-existence. The door in front of it opened automatically when Yi Fei came to him. Yi Fei looked at the layout inside, and it looked pretty much the same as in the game. The difference was that there were a few more interrogation rooms. Please hand in your weapons here. The guard standing at the door said to Yi Fei in a cold tone, pointing to the window next to him. Hearing this, Yi Fei took out the pistol from his waist and handed it in. The guard standing aside saw the posture of holding the rifle in Yi Fei's hand when he took out the gun, and they all felt ready to go. It's not the guard's fault. After all, he just saw a homeless man break into the cart a few days ago and gave his senior a brain hole. He breathed a sigh of relief after seeing his colleagues put away Yi Fei's gun. Please go to interrogation room number 2 for questioning. Yi Fei took a look and found interrogation room number 2, opened the door, and walked in. The guy Yi Fei was very familiar with sat in his seat and glanced at Yi Fei. Your documents. The guard glanced at Yi Fei and found that he didn't wear any signs about the homeless family, and he felt a little thoughtful. Should it be just a normal inspection? Resisting the mood of punching this guy, Yi Fei handed him the cargo list. Maybe, but we still have to see what you sent. The guard couldn't deny it and glanced at the words on the cargo list. When he saw the LOA, he knew that he had earned something again. What are you transporting? I don't know. The goods are all written on it. Yi Fei said hypocritically. Seeing that Yi Fei was a bit out of touch, the guard was not in a hurry to take out a cigarette and light it. If you have any questions, you can ask them, and I will help you solve them. Advertisement. Hearing Yi Fei's words, the guard only took a look at him, with a look on his face that you understand. Oh, I forgot. There is an additional item to be added to the cargo list. Yi Fei took out the chip and put it on the table. The guard glanced at it, and then put the cargo list on top of the chip. Which homeless family do you belong to? Saul or Viper? The guard asked in a somewhat arrogant tone. Yi Fei knew that he was looking into their details, and if he said directly like V that there was no family, they would be hunted down in a short while. Well, we are Soul's people, Yi Fei said with a normal face. Damn it, it's a hard stubble, forget it. The guard didn't doubt it when he heard Yi Fei say that he was from the Saul family. After all, it was normal for him to be smuggled without a family symbol. Okay, let's go. The roadblocks outside have been lowered. Looking at the smiling face of the guard, it seemed that he had never shown that arrogant look just now. Yi Fei didn't care so much and walked out of the room, took his gun back from the counter, and returned to the car. Hee, these little bastards still think that Night City is paradise? What do you care about these scumbags? The guys from outside are just naive. Didn't you see how good-looking that girl in the car is? The guard's whispered words entered Yi Fei's ears verbatim. Yi Fei didn't care anyway. Anyone who entered Night City could become a legend. It's just that what he didn't notice was that a guard seemed to be sending some message with glowing eyes. How is it? Are you okay? V asked with some concern after Yi Fei got into the car. Well, everything has been taken care of. There shouldn't be any major problems this time. Yi Fei felt that the guard should not dare to cheat. After all, Soul's family is relatively united among the homeless. Why? I always have an ominous premonition. Jack said something that surprised Yi Fei. Oh, you don't always have this hunch, do you? After passing the inspection, V's mood naturally improved, and his emotions were not so tense. What are you talking about, V? How could I often feel this way? Don't worry about so many verses, we just keep driving. Yi Fei doesn't care so much. Anyway, if there is an accident at that time, he will just solve the accident. Advertisement. V and Yi Fei were talking about each other, but the cheerful Jack found about 10 cars coming from another road. I'm going. It's a member of the Tiger Claw gang. Jack's face suddenly became a little surprised when he saw the logo on the opponent's car. Yi Fei's face was full of black lines. He had already warned the guard, but he didn't expect him to dare to do such black and white things. Immediately, Yi Fei's eyes showed a trace of killing intent, and the veins in his clenched fist bulged, and he had to admit that he was a little angry. Don't think too much. Maybe they are just passing by. Just as V wanted to comfort Yi Fei, members of the Tiger Claw gang who were only tens of meters away from them had already started shooting at them. Leave the stuff. You bastards. The members of the Tiger Claw gang shouted loudly and started shooting wildly at Yi Fei's car. F***KU. Yi Fei cursed and took out his pistol, stretched half of his body out of the window, and started shooting at the Tiger Claw gang members. Not to be outdone, Jack took out his favorite gun and started shooting at the Tiger Claws. Compared with Jack's method of suppressing firepower, Yi Fei's burst shots can often be shot one at a time. After all, this is not a game. I'll go. Yi Fei, your shots are really accurate. Seeing that a member of the Tiger Claw gang died with one shot from Yi Fei, Jack shouted in admiration. Yi Fei felt that as long as he focused on the Tiger Claw gang members opposite him, it would be like being slowed down. For him, it was as easy as hitting an immovable target. Not long after Yi Fei shot and killed a driver again, the remaining cars of the Tiger Claw gang began to flee in panic. They swear they've never seen a shooter so accurate in their lives. Hermano, brother, your marksmanship is so good. Are you interested in working with me as a partner? After V stopped at the gate of a motel, Jack got out of the car and stopped Yi Fei's shoulder with one hand and said, V is also very curious. He clearly remembers that Yi Fei's marksmanship is at most similar to hers. He was able to shoot every member of the Tiger Claw gang just now, which made V feel that Yi Fei, whom he had known for more than 10 years, was a little strange. Advertisement. Chapter 5. So you plan to go to town tomorrow, and let us make do with this motel today? Yi Fei twitched his mouth as he looked at the dilapidated motel in front of him. Look, the middleman is not ready when we bring the goods to the city at this point. It's better to go in when the city guards close tomorrow morning. This place where I live, Hermano, brother, I'm a little cash-strapped. That's the only way to go. Yi Fei said helplessly. Jack finally opened 2 rooms, and Yi Fei originally planned to sleep in the same room with Jack, but V dragged Yi Fei into the room when Jack opened the room. Sister and brother? Jack watched Yi Fei being dragged into the room by V, with an understanding expression on his face. The motel room was messy and even dirty, with darkened blood on the floor and walls, some used tissues and empty drinks on the floor. The relief was at least the bed was clean. Okay, at least it looks a lot cleaner. While Yi Fei was still looking at the room, V's pretty face appeared in front of him, and it was very close. What's wrong? What's the matter with V? Yi Fei blushed involuntarily and turned away. Yi Fei, are you hiding something from me? A look of worry appeared on V's face. After all, after his parents passed away, V and Yi Fei had to do some small jobs in the family to get by. After all, the purpose of the homeless family is to get as much as you can. The two of them used to do a little bit of mess cleaning in the family, and V knew a little about guns. Yi Fei had only touched a gun before, but when he fought the Tiger Claw gang tonight, Yi Fei's marksmanship, which can be called a sharpshooter, was not something that a person who only touched a gun could do. V, do you still remember that I asked you about that prosthetic body today? Yi Fei doesn't intend to hide from V that he can become stronger by exposure to the sun, although it sounds nonsense. But his subconscious tells him that V will believe in him no matter what. You mean on the way to find Jack today, you asked me if I have a prosthetic body that can be strengthened by exposure to the sun? Don't talk nonsense. Even if there is such a prosthetic body, it is not for ordinary people like us to use. V listened. Yi Fei immediately thought of what happened today, and then asked in a surprised tone, could it be that you? Yi Fei nodded, and then he disappeared in front of V in an instant. When V reacted, Yi Fei was already behind V. Advertisement, you. How did you do it? V looked around and saw Yi Fei behind him and said in surprise. Yi Fei didn't speak, but walked to the bed and lifted the whole bed with one hand. Seeing this scene, V completely believed what Yi Fei said, that he could become stronger by exposing himself to the sun. She grew up with Yi Fei, who only carried out the most basic chip socket installation and system implantation since childhood. The hands and feet are so original that they can no longer be original, and Yi Fei can now lift the bed that looks at least 400 kilograms with one hand. I only found out about V today. Yi Fei put the bed on the floor as he spoke. V was happy at first and then a little anxious and said, Yi Fei, you are wearing original clothes, but you have such terrifying power. You must not reveal it in front of the company dogs, or you may be arrested and studied. V's idea is very simple. If the company finds out that Yi Fei has the ability to become stronger by absorbing the sun, why not slice him into slices of Lanzhou beef for research? Therefore, Yi Fei must not show his superhuman strength in front of others at will. This Superman is not that Superman. Don't worry, V. I have a sense of proportion. Yi Fei nodded to show that he understood. Knock, knock, knock. Who? V looked at the knocked door with some vigilance. It's me. Jack. I have something I want to discuss with you. Jack shouted outside the door. Come in. After Yi Fei finished speaking, Jack carried the box into the room. Seeing Yi Fei and V put the box on the ground without changing their clothes. Damn, this box is still so heavy. Jack cursed, then stood up and said, Didn't bother you? No. What are you looking for us to discuss? V shook his head and said with some doubts. Hey, I originally thought that I would dump you two as soon as I crossed the border, but today Yi Fei's marksmanship and ability to handle affairs gave me some new ideas. Are you interested? Jack didn't hide either. He believed that neither Yi Fei nor V was the kind of person who would suggest such a thing. You are honest. Tell me what you think. Hey, what I mean is, why don't we see what's in this box? Let's hack this thing. Jack said with a sly smile on his honest face. Advertisement, Black? Are you afraid that your middleman will trouble you? V asked in surprise when he heard Jack's words. You must know that every middleman in Night City has a large network of connections. If the mercenaries want to make a living in Night City, they must not offend these middlemen. It is one thing if they can't find a job. If the middleman gets angry and offers them a reward, it will be a big deal. Don't worry. I have just contacted the middleman priest of our Valentino gang, and he is very interested in this item in my hand. Jack said confidently, he is not a brainless person. I have no objection at all. Open the box if that's what you're going to do. Yi Fei shrugged. To be honest, when he was sure that he had superhuman strength, he didn't care who offended anyone. Even if his body does not have the terrifying power of DC Comics Superman, as long as he is as fierce as in the movie, he will be fearless in this world. DC Superman is afraid that kryptonite has nothing to do with his cyberpunk Superman. Even Yi Fei is afraid of kryptonite, but where do these people in Cyberpunk go to find kryptonite? Okay, I agree. Open the box and see what's inside. Seeing that Yi Fei agrees, V naturally has no opinion. Bark. The moment the box was opened, the low temperature inside reacted with the outside temperature to release some gas, and then Jack and V saw a creature they only saw in magazines or TV shows. Dios God. Iguana. Still red. Jack held the sleeping lizard in both hands, his eyes full of surprise. Yi Fei was also surprised when he saw this scene. After all, the American green iguana in the game was an ordinary green iguana, but here it turned into a rare red iguana. Is this thing worth money? V asked, rubbing his chin. Nonsense. This thing is worth at least this amount in Night City. Jack stretched out 2 fingers and said mysteriously, 20,000? 20,000 is not bad. Seeing Jack's appearance, V said what she thought was a sky-high price. In fact, this is not to blame for V. After all, the highest reward they get for working together with the homeless family is 50,000 euros. The family leader has to share 20,000 euros, and the remaining 30,000 euros can be obtained by other members of their family. Of 20,000? To be honest, this little thing like V is worth at least 200,000. Advertisement. Chapter 6. 200,000? Just this thing. V was shocked and frightened by the number Jack said. Of course, the big shots in Night City like to keep these pets, and this mutated and rare species is even more rare. Jack looked at the big guy in his hands with surprises in his eyes. He also raised a small shark before, but later he couldn't afford it because the cost was too high. This kind of green iguana is basically extinct in the cyberpunk world, and it is not easy to find a living one. And the red mutant in their hands is like winning the lottery. However, we only have 100,000 euros at most in our hands. After all, the priest has to deal with our middleman and find a buyer. Jack was excited for a while, and then said a little depressed. Come on, how many commissions do we have to accept for 100,000 euros to earn? Please be satisfied, Jack. V saw that Jack said that although the middleman would take away 100,000, she still felt that it was not a loss. After all, if they finished the order honestly, they would get at most 20,000 euros. In Night City, Rent a house at most and buy a second-hand car that is a bit broken, and it will be gone. As for the Red Viper driven by V, under the attack of the Tiger Claw gang, they were almost smashed into a sieve. That's right. How about it? V. Yifei tomorrow. I'll take you two together to find the priest, then we'll share the money there. After finishing speaking, Jack left the room. When the door was closed, Jack looked at Yifei with a smirk and raised his eyebrows. Seeing Jack's lifelike appearance, Yifei knew that Jack really regarded himself as his own, and when Jack was unfamiliar with people, he was full of arrogance. Oh, I've been running around all day. Yifei, I'm going to take a shower first. Advertisement. After V finished speaking, he walked into the bathroom. After Yifei waited for V to walk into the bathroom, he collapsed on the bed, feeling the first bed he lay on after coming to this world. Yifei still felt unbelievable. Clenching his fists, Yifei could feel the terrifying power inside. For some reason, it was as if he was born with it. Yifei knows how to control his power precisely without getting used to it. V, I will definitely let us have a good life in Night City. Thinking of this, Yifei began to close his eyes slowly. To be honest, although he was not physically tired at all, everything he experienced today made his mind reach its limit. Yifei, it's up to you. V blushed and came out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel and was about to see Yifei's reaction, but saw Yifei lying on the bed already snoring lightly. Brat, you don't know how to cover yourself with a quilt when you sleep. V cursed and walked to the side of the bed, quietly pinching the other side of the quilt that was not pressed down by Yifei to cover him. Then he looked at Yifei softly, as if he was remembering something. Then V didn't know when she fell asleep, but only remembered that she was leaning on Yifei's back. Early in the morning, huh? I fell asleep. Yifei opened his eyes in a daze, staring blankly at the ceiling of the motel. Suddenly he felt that his arm seemed to be clamped by something, and when he turned his head, it turned out that V was sleeping soundly holding his arm. Yifei didn't dare to pull it out. After all, V only had a bath towel on his body. If he pulled out his hand, he might lose it all, and if V knew about it, he might beat him up. Advertisement. It took about another hour before Yifei felt the unavoidable trembling of the person next to him, and he closed his eyes wisely and pretended to fall asleep. He didn't open his eyes until the feeling of reluctance disappeared, and the sound of the bathroom door closing sounded again. Yifei felt the lingering warmth on his arm, smiled, and his desire to protect V became stronger. Click! The door of the bathroom opened, and after changing his clothes, V walked out from the inside and said to Yifei nonchalantly, Yifei, you fell asleep without taking a shower last night, and you have to go to see that priest in a while. Why don't you go wash first? Wash? Huh? Oh good, I'm going to take a shower now soon. Yifei breathed a sigh of relief when he heard V's words, then grabbed his backpack and rushed into the bathroom. Crash, clatter. Yifei, who was taking a shower in the bathroom, looked at the mirror. The man in the mirror was full of tendons, but it didn't look so ugly, but very well proportioned. Yifei nodded. This is the figure he likes. Although he did exercise a lot in his previous life, he was just a guy with plenty of physical strength. When Yifei came out of the shower, Jack was already sitting on the sofa in their room. Yo, Hermano, brother, you're finally out? I've been waiting for you for a few minutes. Well, I was so tired yesterday that I fell asleep and didn't take a bath at all. After Yifei finished speaking, he didn't know why Jack looked at him more. So to speak? I understand everything. Yes, you should have been very busy yesterday. It's okay, now we can go to see the priest. After Jack finished speaking, V didn't notice anything wrong with what he said, but Yifei, an old driver, understood it in seconds. But looking at V's appearance, Yifei didn't bother to expose him, so he gave him a supercilious look and the group went downstairs. Advertisement. Chapter 7 Order? Rich man's toy. Will this car last as far as Night City? I don't know. Anyway, I think it should be fine. Ahem. Damn. This broken car was scrapped just after it arrived here. What AF asterisk 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 G waste. Jack coughed and got out of the car that was emitting black smoke. Yifei and V also had black lines on their faces. They thought that driving slower would make the car last longer, but it was scrapped as soon as they reached the edge of the city. Seeing that there were not many cars passing by Jack, he was a little furious. Stop talking, let's find a car to use now. Yifei knew that it was useless to get angry here. It would only waste their time. After listening to Yifei's words, Jack glanced at him and found that Yifei was very calm and immediately felt that he had found the right partner. His temper is quite explosive, and he lacks someone who can calm down and persuade him at critical moments. It is not easy for Night City to find a reliable and smart partner. Maybe this person who calls you brothers and sisters today will sell you tomorrow. Which area are we in? Hearing Yifei's question, Jack quickly called up the map, glanced at it, and gave an answer. Desafortunado, bad luck. We are in Santo Domingo. This is not good news. This is a gang formed by a group of veterans. The reason they formed it at the beginning was to ensure the safety of people in the scenic area. Hee, but this group guys are just gangsters like those Tiger Claw guys. Jack sneered and said that he was obviously very disdainful of the 6th Street Gang, which is obviously an ordinary gang, but the reason for its formation is very good. Advertisement. Yifei thought about it for a while and soon found information about the 6th Street Gang in his mind. This may be because as a Superman, his super brain has also started to function and recall the past. The 6th Street Gang is a gang with about 2,300 members. This group of veterans has a strong desire for protection in their territory, but they will not easily cross the border to cause trouble in other gang areas. The threat level is rated as medium in the game, and the 6th Street Gang will often force small companies in their area to pay them protection fees in the name of respecting them. Yifei felt that if they walked through this area, it would be slower to reach Haywood, but it would be better than going to the territory of the Tiger Claws they beat off yesterday. Although those who came to rob them yesterday were all young men from the Tiger Claw Gang, he didn't think it was an accident that several of them were robbed. Ding, just when Yifei was still thinking about countermeasures, Jack's eyes turned red. What caught his eyes was the middleman he sent him this time for this task. TCH, is real Mentedifisal really difficult? Hello? Yes, I'm Jack. Jack. According to the agreement, you should have delivered to me an hour ago. Why haven't you come yet? Toby Jies is very upset now. He has been fidgeting since yesterday. After all, he knows how important the gadget that Jack Wells transported this time is. In order to get this product, he did not hesitate to spend 50,000 euros to let the company employee who leaked the secret to him intentionally lose this damned red lizard. And he also used the last 10,000 euros to help Jack Wells with the border police. He was just a small middleman. Don't want top middlemen like Tanaka, Priest, and Captain to sell tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, so they can only pick up some commissions that these big shots don't like. It's just that he was the one who initiated the commission this time. After all, the lizard worth 200,000 euros was a stepping stone that could take him to the next level. Advertisement. I'm sorry, Toby, we were robbed by the Tiger Claws when we crossed the border last night. Otherwise, you can go with them. I have to hang up here beforehand. After Jack finished speaking, he didn't care about Toby Jies' reaction and immediately hung up the phone. F***K. Jack Wells. You wait for me. Toby Jies is almost penniless now. He has only one loyal younger brother under his command, and the others are all mercenaries with an eye for money. And most of the people he knew were low-level mercenaries. Want to snatch them back? Totally impossible. Even the more loyal younger brother only became his younger brother because of his rich people. Otherwise, he would have run away long ago. No way, Night City is like this. You still want to threaten me? A guy who is strong on the outside and doing things on the inside. Jack sneered. He also probably knew a little bit about Toby Jies. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to take advantage of others casually. Big man, I didn't expect you to look very honest, but you would still cheat. V patted Jack on the shoulder and said in surprise, even if you are a beggar on the road in Night City, you can't take it lightly. Jack is not annoyed. After all, living in Night City and eating gangsters and other illegal and immoral things are his main theme. As for order, if the matter is not too big, or if it affects the rich, NCPD will not care too much. The data on the first day seems not so ideal, but it is still acceptable. I hope readers can send more flowers or something. Advertisement. Chapter 8. So Yifei, your plan is for us to take the public light rail to Haywood? Jack said a little speechlessly. To be honest, he thought Yifei would come up with some grandiose plan to pass through Santo Domingo, but it turned out to take the ubiquitous public light rail to Haywood. Have you watched Hey Chow too much? I think the most convenient thing is to take the public light rail. Why don't you spend some money and call a Delaman taxi to take us to Haywood? I think that's safer. Yifei gave Jack a blank look. Jack, this guy just doesn't like to use his brain, and he will fight the light rail of Night City at every turn, and there will be no security scanning system. It is the safest place to sit. Unless you encounter a cyber lunatic and then NCPD comes to solve it and is taken away for inspection. Otherwise, it is so easy to encounter NCPD. Oh, okay. Jack, you should also learn from Yifei to use your brain. Otherwise, won't it hold us back when we go on missions together? V said jokingly. I just don't like to use my brain. So I asked you to be my partner, didn't I? Jack smiled silly. The few people just chatted one after another, completely oblivious to the whispering of the guy standing in the corner with his back to everyone in their carriage. Destroy, kill, destroy, kill. Yifei looked around for a while. At this moment, he saw a person he never dreamed he would see. With short white hair and a hot figure, it looked so suitable with that outfit. Lucy? Advertisement, Yifei muttered to himself. He was completely dumbfounded now. Why? Shouldn't Lucy be in a retired state now? How could he be so familiar with stealing the company dog's chip on the light rail? Kill. While Yifei was still processing the information in his brain, the man in their compartment, who was muttering in the corner, suddenly yelled. The prosthetic body in his hand seemed to be out of control, and a machine gun barrel suddenly protruded from his hand and began to shoot. Danger! Yifei, V, and the nervous Jack immediately dodged the bullets, but Lucy, who was stealing chips just now, didn't react for a while. Yifei rushed to Lucy at a speed invisible to the naked eye and threw her down. As soon as Lucy heard the warning, she had already seen the muzzle of the cyber lunatic sweeping towards her. She thought she couldn't escape this time and could only see where the gun would knock down. You can wait for an opportunity to escape if you don't hit the vital point, but if you hit the vital point, you can only be appointed. Just when Lucy was accepting her fate, she suddenly felt a flash of sight and found that a man dressed as a homeless man threw herself to the ground in front of her. What? No, don't. I don't want to die. The cyber lunatic looked crazy and was still not satisfied after shooting for a week, so he started shooting at the passenger closest to him. G stupid cyber lunatic. Yifei is a crow mouth. I would rather grab a car on the road and drive to Haywood. Jack scolded fiercely, but the hand holding the box in his hand became tighter. He didn't expect that the first time he encountered a cyber madman in his life was on the light rail that he had never sat on a few times. Cyber lunatic? Don't complain so much now. Let's solve the matter in front of you first. V said with an ugly face, but it didn't seem to be because of the cyber madman in front of him, but because of the beautiful woman who fell on Yifei. Damn it. Yifei hasn't forgotten to pick up girls at this time. Advertisement Jack scolded with a smile, because he followed V's line of sight and found Yifei and Lucy not far in front of them. Thank you. Lucy was very grateful to the man in front of her. If it wasn't for him, she might just lie on the ground and bleed to death like those who were hit by cyber lunatics. Don't thank me in a hurry. Our crisis has not been resolved yet. Although Yifei really wanted to chat with Lucy in front of him, the cyber madman in front of them was already killing the fifth passenger on the light rail. As soon as Yifei finished speaking, he rushed out and quickly reached the front of the cyber maniac. Hey, you idiot. Your grandpa is here. Yifei's speed was so fast that the cyber maniac only felt a figure passing by beside him, and then the voice sounded behind him. Kill. The cyber maniac seemed unable to say anything else now. After a low growl, he stretched out 10 slender needles and stabbed at Yifei. Taking a closer look at the 10 needles, it seems that there is still some liquid left, and it is not difficult to see that it should be something highly poisonous. Yifei. Seeing this scene, V couldn't help exclaiming, although she already knew that Yifei had become stronger last night. But as Yifei's family, she didn't want Yifei to go out to be a hero at this time. Be careful. Lucy was also surprised. Although she hadn't seen cyber lunatics many times, she still knew the danger of cyber lunatics. To be honest, their hackers are a little afraid of these cyber lunatics. Unlike in the game, the cyber lunatic hackers here can interfere with them at most. You must know that the systems of these cyber lunatics have long been in chaos. It is simply impossible to control the prosthetic bodies of cyber lunatics and burn themselves like in the game. Thank you guys for the flowers. The author has updated 8 chapters in a row today. This is the first day's update. If there are any brothers who like this book, please feel free to comment in the comment area. The author is Mingxin and hopes to get your opinions. Advertisement. Chapter 9. Although in the eyes of others, the speed of this cyber madman is already very fast, but in the eyes of Yi Fei, the speed of this guy is no different from that of a snail. The hand had just touched Yi Fei's face. Yi Fei's eyes were focused, and for a moment, he only felt the time and pause of this world. Then Yi Fei grabbed the cyber maniac's arm with one hand, and then Yi Fei pulled hard. Click, click, click. Ugh. Rao is a cyber lunatic who has lost his reason and was stunned for a moment. He clearly remembered that his hand was about to poke the prey in front of him. Why? Why did my arm disappear from my sight? He only started to react when he heard the sound of electric current rushing past his ears. Ugh. It turned out that his hand had been torn off by Yi Fei. Although it was a mechanical medical hand, the pain of being torn off would not be relieved at all. And because it is a cyber lunatic and the fusion of the prosthetic body is even more indispensable, the pain is even more obvious. Immediately afterwards, Yi Fei flashed behind him and kicked him to the ground. Yi Fei stepped on the cyber maniac's back with one foot. The huge force crushed this cyber lunatic whose whole body was covered with prosthetics, unable to move. Hey, Chica, sister. Yi Fei has always been so brave. Jack swallowed his saliva. When Yi Fei just ran to challenge the cyber maniac, Jack thought he was crazy. After all, every cyber maniac didn't know how many prosthetic bodies were hidden in his body. Maybe you just grabbed his hand 1 second, and a mantis knife that cuts iron like mud will pop out of it the next second and cut you in half. At this time, the floating car had found a relatively large open space to land, and the surrounding crowd had been dispersed by the NCPD. Those who usually like to watch the excitement did not dare to join in the excitement at this time. Just kidding. This is a cyber lunatic. This kind of guy is irrational and basically kills anyone he sees. People who like to watch the excitement no longer dare to approach. Advertisement. Seeing that the floating car had landed, the other people in the car couldn't wait to run out. I think we can withdraw first and wait for Yi Fei outside. Jack watched as the NCPD, surrounding their hovercar, clutched the cash cow box containing the three of them. F***K. If you want to go, you go. I won't leave. How could V have left while Yi Fei was still fighting the cyber maniac? It was just a foul curse. V, you guys get out of the car first. I'll be here right away, or I'll be in trouble if I get taken away by NCPD in the future. Yi Fei also said at this time. He knew that V was worried about him, but after the short fight just now, he had already discovered that his strength and speed had reached such a terrifying level. V was relieved when he heard Yi Fei's words, but for some reason, V's hanging heart was only relieved when Yi Fei said he could. Okay, then Jack and I will get out of the car first and wait for you nearby. Remember, don't be a hero. After gritting his teeth, V and Jack escorted the box in his hand out of the carriage. You have to be careful yourself. That guy's body is uncertain and he will hide some dangerous prosthetic bodies. Lucy had already stood up and walked out of the car at this time, but there was still a hint of anxiety on her face reminding her. At this time, the cybermaniac suddenly started to struggle violently, and his hands and feet began to show that weird twisted angle. Damn, can't you be honest? Just as Yi Fei was about to chat with Lucy, he felt the cyber madman under his feet start to struggle violently. You just shut up. As soon as Yi Fei finished speaking, the foot that stepped on the cyber lunatic lifted up, and before the cyber lunatic had time to react, Yi Fei's big 43-yard foot stepped on his head. Yi Fei stepped on his foot with 60% force. Advertisement puff. Immediately, the cyber lunatic under Yi Fei's feet was motionless, except for the occasional twitching of his hands and feet. Cyberpsychosis? That's it. Yi Fei thought how terrifying this thing was, but he didn't take it seriously. Follow-up. Where is that cyber madman? The violent and terrorist mobile team who had just rushed into the car were stunned when they saw this scene. Yi Fei, dressed as a homeless person, held an arm of a cyber lunatic in his hand, and there was a red and white liquid under his feet. Officer, are you referring to the cyber lunatic under my feet? Cybermaniac? You look like a cyber maniac now. You are not allowed to move. Stand where you are. Accept the scan. Several members of the violent mobile team were extremely nervous at this time. Although they knew which one was the cyber maniac through the monitoring in the car before getting into the car, the man in front of him who defeated the cyber maniac without any injuries was even more nervous. Make them nervous. Hey, you guys who don't know how to be grateful, I don't have time to spend here with you guys. Yifei said that the whole person disappeared in the eyes of this group of violent terrorist mobile team members. How is this possible? The members of the violent mobile team looked around the car, but they were shocked when they didn't find any trace of Yifei. Their equipment included prosthetic scanners for military-grade movement speed. How could Yifei be faster than these scanners? Forget it. Let's just clean up the mess in front of us first. The leader of the violent terrorist mobile team said, "Yeah, I found out that there was one more reward when I came together this morning. I was so excited that I coded this chapter on the spot. Thank you very much for the 588 VIP points rewarded by Feng Wan. And then I would like to thank the readers for the flowers rewarded. The remaining chapters will be posted in the afternoon. Advertisement. Chapter 10. V. Do you think Yifei can escape?" Jack frowned and said, "To be honest, he should be more guarded against Yifei than a cyber madman NCPD cop. After all, being able to easily defeat a cyber lunatic is something that even the elite police officers of the terrorist mobile squad can't do, usually relying on the advantage of numbers and the consumption of cyber lunatics. Yifei will be fine." Jack also saw that although V said he was fine, he was actually in a panic. V and Jack are already on their way to find the priest. After all, they have spent so much effort on this stupid lizard in their hands, and now they naturally need to get this matter done first. Jack also gave Yifei the priest's address long ago. As long as Yifei can escape, he will come to them. Lucy, who was hiding behind the crowd, was also a little worried. Although she didn't know Yifei, she somehow saved her life. Lucy had already left the car when the terrorist mobile team arrived. After all, there must be people from the company in the NCPD. If she hid her tracks for so long, she wouldn't be arrested here, so I didn't see Yifei either. Stomp on that cyber lunatic's head. Lucy now just wants to see Yifei get out of the car safely, and even be carried out by the terrorist mobile squad. I don't know why Lucy's heart, which was originally calm, had a ripple. "What are you looking at?" A familiar voice rang in Lucy's ear. "Oh." Lucy was taken aback, and then saw Yifei leaning against the pillar next to her. Yifei looked at Lucy with a smile on his face. "No, I didn't see anything. I'll go first." Lucy felt a little cramped for some reason, and planned to run away after speaking. "Wait." Hearing Yifei's words, Lucy stopped moving even though she didn't know what he was going to do. "I saved your life anyway. Miss, won't it be too rude to just go away?" Advertisement. Lucy took Yifei to a small ramen shop that she liked in the Haywood area, and Lucy felt a little speechless when she saw Yifei unceremoniously slamming ramen in front of her. "I didn't expect Haywood to have such a delicious ramen shop," Yifei said contentedly after taking a sip of the soup. Lucy was drinking her favorite carbonated drink, dragging her face with one hand, and said speechlessly, "How is it? Is this okay? Thank you very much for your hospitality. My name is Yifei. I used to be a homeless person, and now I come to Night City to beg for a meal." After Yifei finished speaking, he stretched out a hand. Yifei's enthusiastic attitude caught Lucy a little off guard. After all, she had experienced too much since she escaped from the institution, grabbing other people's leftovers from beggars in the garbage dump. "I have also met some perverts who coveted her body, but I have never met someone who wants to blow up her family background like Yifei. My name is Lucy. There is a saying in Night City that I have to tell you not to reveal your details to others easily." After speaking, Lucy shook Yifei's hand. "Hee. That's right. It's the first time for me to do this too. It's the first time I've told a person my details like this." Of course, Yifei knew that out of 10 sentences he said in Night City, there could only be at most 3 truthful sentences. Otherwise, he might be betrayed at any time. It's a good thing for Lucy to reveal her name. You must know that in the anime, even if she worked with Man and the others for a year, Lucy and them basically only interacted when performing missions. If it weren't for David, it would be impossible for Lucy to have so many interactions with them. It is estimated that they will wait until Man's death and change to another mercenary boss. "I just saw that you seem to be," Yifei said, imitating the action when Lucy stole a company dog chip in the car just now. "Hey, quiet me. Are you going to talk about this like this?" Lucy immediately grabbed Yi Fei's hand and pressed it down when she saw Yi Fei's movement. Advertisement. Oh, I've convinced you. Let me tell you the truth. I'm a hacker. I've only been in Night City for less than a month, but I only steal chips from company dogs. Lucy suddenly seemed to be discouraged and explained later. I don't suggest that. Anyway, everything can be tolerated in Night City. Yi Fei said carelessly. Anyway, in Night City, as long as you don't get caught by the police immediately or offend the rich. Even if the police scan you on the street and find that you are a bounty criminal, they don't bother to care about it. Usually it's, oh, leave it to outsourced personnel to solve it, and just put a reward on the prisoner if you catch the prisoner. How is it? I think you should be a good hacker. Are you interested in joining my team? Yi Fei offered an olive branch to Lucy. You? The team? Didn't you just enter the city? Lucy looked at Yi Fei suspiciously. Hey, you don't have to worry about that. You should be able to see my skills in the car just now, and the terrorist mobile squad couldn't catch me. Lucy couldn't help being a little stunned seeing Yi Fei's eloquent talk. After all, the people in Night City had always given him the impression of indifference. On the contrary, Yi Fei gave Lucy a different feeling. Perhaps, Yi Fei is someone who can be trusted. Okay, I promise you. I really? Great. Yi Fei originally wanted to say something more to impress Lucy, but Yi Fei was a little surprised to hear that Lucy agreed, just like that. Is it that simple? Thanks to Mr. Hain for the reward of 1,000 VIP points and a monthly ticket from a Mr. Meng. The new author is flattered, and other readers are also very grateful for the flowers and comment tickets. These are the motivations for the author's code words. Advertisement. Chapter 11. What? You invited me to join your team, and now you want to go back on it. Seeing Yi Fei's surprised look, Lucy felt a little bit of joy in her heart for some reason. To be honest, as a hacker who has been trained by the company since she was a child and has seen many lives and deaths, Lucy has never had so many mood swings in the past few years when she escaped from the research institute and then went to Night City. Unexpectedly, in the process of communicating with Yi Fei, she would feel so many emotions. Thinking of this, the corner of Lucy's mouth showed a sincere smile. Lucy, don't you look good when you smile? It's better for yourself to smile more in the future. Seeing Lucy smiling, Yi Fei was very happy even though she didn't know what she was thinking. Originally thought that this Lucy would be as hard to show herself as the Lucy in the anime, but what I didn't expect was that it was easier to get close to the cold beauty than the anime. Ding ring. Yi Fei received a call from V at this time, and after some time in his mind, it should be that V and Jack had already finished their deal with the priest. V, are you done with it? Yi Fei saw V's face when he got on the phone. Yi Fei, you should get rid of NCPD, right? V asked nervously. Aren't I going to call you again? By the way, V, I found a master hacker who can help us in the future. We are at the Dashin Ramen restaurant. If you are done, come and find me. Okay, I just happen to be hungry too, but where did you find the master hacker? Hey, let's keep it a secret for now, and I'll talk to you in detail when you guys come. Yi Fei sent her location and V hung up the phone. Yi Fei, actually, I don't want to know so many people. I can give you my contact information. Wouldn't it be great if I have work to do in the future? Advertisement. Lucy heard that Yi Fei wanted to introduce her to other people in the team. Years of lonely life and guarding against others made Lucy somewhat resistant. Don't worry, my team is all trustworthy people. Besides, we also need to get to know each other when we need to perform tasks in the future. It's better to know each other now than to rush ducks to the shelves in the future, right? Catch the ducks to the shelves? What does that mean? Well, there is an old saying in our Huxia hometown, which means that if you don't prepare properly, you can easily mess up. Yi Fei scratched his head and reluctantly explained. After listening to Yi Fei's words, Lucy lowered her head and thought for a few seconds. After thinking about it, she felt that what Yi Fei said was also reasonable. As a team member, you need to be familiar with each other, but at least you must know the specific responsibilities of the other party. It is of course best to get to know each other, but Lucy didn't notice that she had already begun to automatically accept Yi Fei's words subtly. Okay, let's get to know each other then. Yi Fei was also very happy to hear Lucy's words. To be honest, he wanted to change the idea of being lonely like Lucy in the anime and wanting to take care of everything by himself. After all, sometimes when you need to rely on others, don't support yourself. I just don't know if David is still studying at Arbon Academy in this timeline. After all, Lucy appeared at the same time as V just entered Night City. And it's 2 years later than the timeline in the anime? Maybe it's too early. After all, Yifei thinks that the Lucy in this world has just turned 20, not the 22 or 23 years old in the anime. Yifei. When Yifei had just finished his third bowl of noodles, he heard Jack's familiar voice. Here. V. Jack, come here. Yifei waved to V and Jack, who were standing in front of the small shop. You boy, you can actually escape from the hands of the violent mobile team. You have a few tricks. Advertisement. Jack patted Yifei on the shoulder with a smile and said, There are a lot of people here. You said that I seem to be a cyber psychopath. How can I escape from the hands of the violent terrorist mobile team? Yifei rolled his eyes and said angrily, Yifei, how do you know about this small shop? V is a bit puzzled. After all, this is Yifei's first time entering Night City. Although the location of this small shop is not remote, it is definitely not a place that Yifei randomly picked. Lucy brought me here. Lucy, it's the master hacker I found. Here, it's her. V looked at Lucy sitting next to Yifei, who was drinking a carbonated drink and raising her hand to signal to herself. She just felt confused now. Why would Yifei know that this beautiful girl is a master hacker? Wow, Yifei is really talented. I didn't expect you to find such a beautiful girl after V and I left for such a short time. On the contrary, when Jack saw Lucy's appearance, he was not much surprised. Jack had noticed Lucy just now on the public light rail. After all, he has such a good-looking face and a good figure. Even if Jack had Misty, he would care about it. After all, no matter whether a man is 8 or 80 years old, he always has to look twice more. F***ku. Jack hasn't seen you look serious all day. Yifei didn't know how many times he gave Jack the eyes today. He felt that if he turned over, he might have cramp. Yifei, I'll transfer the reward to you now. I'll give V's share from the priest. Seeing that the zero balance in the lower left corner of his line of sight had increased by more than 60,000 euros, Yifei felt a lot more at ease. Advertisement. Chapter 12. Hi, I'm V. Lucy, a hacker. Compared with Yifei and Jack's carefree communication, the communication between Lucy and V seems much more dull. But is it really what it looks like on the surface? V looked at Lucy in front of her. The short white hair just right, matched with that delicate face, and that outfit all gave V a sense of crisis that she didn't even know about. When V was looking at Lucy, Lucy was also looking at V. Although V's skin was not as delicate and fair as Lucy's, it didn't look dry, peeling, and black like those homeless people outside. The healthy wheat color looks just right with the curvy figure and the silver hair. Hey, what are you two beauties talking about? My name is Jack, Jack Wells, and you can call me Jack just like Yifei. Jack poked his head out to greet Lucy. Lucy. After saying her name Lucy, she didn't continue to say more. Seeing that Lucy didn't intend to chat with him, Jack didn't think too much, but ate the ramen that the boss had just served. Oh, the ramen here at Yifei is really good. I didn't expect you to find this kind of shop. Jack originally thought that Yifei was just looking for a ramen shop to fill his stomach when he was hungry, but he didn't expect the ramen here to be so delicious. Ahaha, is that right or not? Yifei didn't say that Lucy brought him here. After all, Lucy might not want others to know. Phew. Oh, then, where are you going to live? I transferred a huge sum of money just now. Jack asked with a muffled face, because he hadn't swallowed the noodles in his mouth, so it seemed that Jack's voice was a little unclear. Advertisement, please, can you swallow it and talk properly? Yifei was a little speechless. This kind of thing is not so urgent, right? After all, there is no rush now. Actually, I don't know which house to rent. After all, V and I just came to Night City. After Yifei finished speaking, he looked at V, who was chatting enthusiastically with Lucy, which made Yifei puzzled. Why? This cyberpunk world is not the world of his previous life, and women can still talk about cosmetics and luxury goods when they meet. Neither V nor Lucy are the kind of women who care about such things, are they? Yifei really can't figure out why V and Lucy have the same language. V, what kind of house do you want to live in? Hearing Yifei's words, V waved his hands without turning his head and said, You decide, don't disturb my chat with Lucy. Okay. Yifei, just let me chat with you. I just know a few better buyout apartments. One-time payment for 1 year and no additional utility bills and electrical usage fees. As Jack spoke, his eyes lit up, and then a contract plan for 4 houses appeared in front of Yifei's eyes. The rent of the apartment in Japan Street is 15,000 euros. It is located next to the Cherry Blossom Market. It has 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, and 1 kitchen, with independent bathroom. Unrestrained, standing by the window can enjoy the style of the neighborhood. Although the rent of this apartment was okay, Yifei felt that the layout was too small and not suitable for him. But thinking of this, Yifei suddenly felt that the things Jack sent looked familiar no matter how they looked. Damn it, Jack. You just sent me the ad. When Yifei saw the advertisement, he knew that it wasn't Jack's handwriting homework at all. He probably wrote down the better advertisements he saw and sent them to him. Hey, don't worry about so many details, buen amigo buddies. Just pick the one you like. Anyway, the money you and V made this time is enough for you to rent a good apartment. Jack smiled and didn't refute. Advertisement seeing Jack's appearance, Yifei didn't say too much. After all, Jack didn't have too many debts before doing this job. It's not bad. He probably wouldn't consider renting a better house until he had enough money. Thinking of this, Yifei began to look at the advertisement Jack sent him again. The Company Square apartment rents for 55,000 euros, located next to the Company Square in the city center. 1 bedroom and 1 living room have an independent cloakroom and an independent bathroom with dry and wet separation. There is also a home bar counter, which is developed by Audiobook Group and has quality assurance. Stylish and classic decoration, excellence, and complete security facilities is your ideal home. Standing in front of the apartment bed, you can enjoy the most beautiful scenery of Night City. Damn it, Yifei can't wait to kill Adam Heavy Hammer and live not far from Huangban Tower. And the price of 55,000 euros is entirely because the house is near the Arbon Tower, not because of how good the house is, and the space is about the same size as the previous Japan Street apartment. The apartment buyout system in the North District requires a one-time payment of 5,000 euros. It is located in the North District of the city, with 1 bedroom and 1 living room. It is reliable and practical, and the small space makes it comfortable to use. Yifei glanced at the preview of this apartment and shook his head. Although this house is very cheap and can be bought for only 5,000 euros, the space is really too small. It's fine for 1 person to live in, but I want to use it for him, and V living in it is pure nonsense. The one-time payment of 40,000 euros for the apartment buyout system in the Valley area is located in the Valley area. It is divided into upper and lower floors. The lower floor is the daily life area, and the upper floor is the rest area. The decoration atmosphere has a unique metal texture. This set of Yifei is quite satisfactory. Seeing the preview picture, all kinds of facilities are available. The space is still large, and the location is in the Haywood area. It's not the city center as advertised, but the location is not too far from anywhere. That's the Valley apartment, Jack. With a flash in front of Yifei's eyes, he signed the electronic contract that came with the advertisement, and the words -40,000 appeared in the lower left corner of his eyes in an instant. Although it hurts a bit, Yifei still thinks the money is worth it. These apartments are all 4 apartments updated after 1.5. As for the City King's set, the author didn't find specific data, so he didn't dare to scribble. I hope readers can understand. Thank you for the 1,000 VIP points rewarded by another big guy. If readers like this book, please send a little flower. Your support is the motivation of the author. Advertisement. Chapter 13 Toby at the end of the way. V. I just bought an apartment in Haywood. Should we go and have a look now? That apartment is not far from our side. Yifei said to V after finishing all this. Oh, did you choose the apartment? Although I think I can trust your vision, let's go and see how this apartment is. Lucy, how about you come to visit too? Huh? That's not appropriate, is it, V? What's inappropriate? Yifei, I want Lucy to visit the apartment you just bought. Do you agree or not? Agree. Agree. How could I disagree? Yifei felt happy when he heard what V said. How could he disagree? Lucy just lived in their house, and he didn't recommend it. Wow. Yifei, your vision is really good. The scenery and the decoration. Jack stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows and looked enviously at the scene below the high-rise apartment building. To be honest, if he hadn't owed money to others before, and he had a fancy motorcycle, he would have wished to buy such an apartment and live in it. Well, it's really good. Yifei replied a little speechlessly and at the same time was full of depression. He originally thought that he could visit this apartment alone with V and Lucy, but he didn't expect that Jack, who likes to join in the fun, also came. Your uncle. I will call your phone sooner or later when you and Misty are doing business. Lucy didn't act that exaggeratedly, but she couldn't hide the envy in her eyes. She had only been in Night City for less than a month. She hasn't found an apartment suitable for her yet, and the money she earns from stealing chips every day is enough for her to live in a better hotel and eat. After all, there is no stable and reliable middleman, and Lucy can only find some poorly skilled prosthetic doctors to sell those chips at a low price. Advertisement seeing that the first order Yifei completed on the first day in Night City was enough for him to afford the €40,000 apartment. The gap in his desire to live on the moon was even greater. What's the matter, Lucy? What's on your mind? What's your problem? Both Yifei and V noticed something strange about Lucy. It's nothing. I just think that you and Yifei are so good that you can afford this apartment just after entering the city and completing the first order. When Lucy heard Yifei and V's words, she didn't react for a while and expressed her inner thoughts. By the time she realized it, it was too late. I'll go to the bathroom first. After Lucy finished speaking, she ran into the bathroom. Lucy, what happened to you today? You didn't show that vigilance at all. Lucy washed her face and then looked up at herself in the mirror, showing a little tiredness. Yes, who can live alone for nearly 10 years without being tired? Perhaps Yifei and V, who are homeless today, treat Lucy with the same attitude as their family members. Let Lucy inadvertently remove her high-cold disguise. Night some outdoor bar in Night City. Oh, isn't this Toby? I heard that you were tricked by a third-rate mercenary and 2 homeless people. Why do you have time to come to my place for a drink today? Man looked mockingly at Toby Gies, who was sitting next to him, drinking one bottle after another. Advertisement. F***KU. I've never been so angry in my life. I'll use my last savings to give it to you. Go and kill that third-rate mercenary and those 2 damn homeless. Toby Gies's eyes were red, and his eyes had lost all reason. Tell me how much money you can pay. Man glanced mockingly at Toby Gies, who was full of madness. He had heard that the pocket of his trousers was cleaner than his face by that third-rate mercenary. Gritting his teeth, Toby Gies directly transferred his last 5,000 ohms to Man. Yo? Generous. What do you call that mercenary? Man didn't refuse. Anyway, it was quite easy for him to kill a third-rate mercenary. It just took a little time to find someone. Here's the information. One is Jack Wells. He's from Haywood. He used to be part of the Valentino gang. And the other 2 are V and Yifei, both homeless. After all this was done, Toby Gies raised his head and drank the beer in his hand. Jack, you made me do this. Toby Gies still remembers Jack's mocking tone in the morning. Although he is a small middleman, he shouldn't be a third-rate mercenary like Jack who can kill him. He is now almost the target of ridicule by everyone, whether it is the mercenaries he hired before or his former subordinates. Toby, you can actually let a third-rate mercenary screw you, huh? No money? You still want to be my boss if you don't have money? Get the hell out of here. Doesn't it make you more honorable to hang out with someone than with you? It is easier to become a mud in Night City than to become a legend. In other words, good things don't go out and bad things spread thousands of miles. In just half a day, the news that Toby was ripped off by Jack without a dime has already spread among the low-level mercenaries. Thanks to the 100 VIP points rewarded by the Little Prince of Prince Kung's mansion and all the readers' flower comment votes. Advertisement. Chapter 14 Moonwalk. Midnight Yifei stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows looking at the brightly lit Night City below, drinking the beer that came with the refrigerator at home. Well, it is brightly lit. After all, it is normal for Night City lights and fire to appear together. But he was very restless in his heart. After all, no one would be driven to sleep on the sofa in the living room on the first day they bought a new home. The reason is because V knew that Lucy didn't have a fixed residence yet, so he simply invited Lucy to live in their house, and there were only 2 beds upstairs. Naturally, Yifei was driven to sleep on the sofa in the living room. He didn't expect that V would become a best friend within half a day of getting along with Lucy, and he didn't know what the 2 of them had in common. Can't sleep? Yifei turned around and saw Lucy walking down the attic stairs. Well, you can't sleep either? Not much to say. Although Yi Fei now possesses superhuman abilities, it seems that this ability has not been fully activated. He calculated the power he had now. Super strength, super brain, super speed, man of steel. The rest of the Cyclops, flying, biological stance, and the like are not unlocked. Maybe because the sun hasn't been exposed enough. I'm not used to living with people. Although Lucy hesitated, she still expressed her true thoughts. Hee, you don't need to worry about anything. You can live here until you have the money to rent a house by yourself. I have already asked Jack to find a middleman to accept the commission. Yi Fei sat on the sofa and drank the beer in his hand. Is there any more? Lucy said with gleam in her eyes. Let me see. How many bottles do you want to drink, and I'll take them? Well, let me have a drink too. A man and a woman just sat on the sofa and drank beer. Why are you and V coming to Night City? Advertisement. Why did you come to Night City? The family broke up, and V and I came to Night City. You know that's not what I'm talking about. Hearing this, Yi Fei smiled heartily, glanced at Lucy and said, Okay, I want to be a living legend in Night City. What about you? What dream did you come to Night City to realize? Hearing Yi Fei's question, Lucy pondered for a while, then took out a device that can play Mutuo, and then took out a chip like a baby. You should also have Xiaoming equipment. Hearing what Lucy said, Yi Fei took out the somewhat old Xiaoming device that he brought out from the family in his backpack. Is this okay? All right, let me connect with you and share this super dream with you. Lucy nodded and said. Hearing this, Yi Fei revealed the connection port around his neck. After all the preparations were done, Lucy and Yi Fei lay on the spread-out sofa. After a flash of white light, Yi Fei found himself and Lucy standing on the surface of the moon. Yi Fei jumped 5 meters with a light jump. This is the data of a normal person with Xiaoming equipment. If Yi Fei's superhuman physical fitness is used, I am afraid that he will jump out of the moon. It's really a wonderful feeling. So is your dream to go to the moon? Yi Fei asked knowingly. No, I want to live on the moon. Lucy said calmly. It's really a good dream. Hearing Yi Fei's words, Lucy looked at him and asked, Don't you think it's a little childish? Childish? Maybe. But everyone has to have something to pursue, right? Let's enjoy our time on the moon for now. After Yi Fei finished speaking, he began to experience this feeling of weightlessness. To be honest, it would be great if the warm sun in Xiaoming could also absorb energy for him. The two walked on the moon, and before Yi Fei skipped across, he was just an 18-year-old college student who had just entered college. Although I have been maintaining my rationality after time travel, the lively and positive attitude in my heart cannot be changed. These are exactly the parts that Lucy lacks. She is always in fear all the way, for fear that one day she will be arrested by the company again. One day, I saw an advertisement that I could go to live on the moon, and only then did I have this dream of going to the moon. Advertisement. By the time Lucy realized it, Yi Fei was already sitting on a lunar exploration vehicle holding her hand. This can also be opened. Yi Fei had already started playing with this thing as he spoke. Like Lucy in the anime, holding the manual gear and moving the car a few times, there was a movement, and then Yi Fei stepped on the accelerator. Swish. All of a sudden the car rushed out. Woohoo! It's so cool. Ha! Yi Fei drove Lucy's emotions into agitation. Yi Fei is right here, stop here. Driving somewhere, Lucy patted Yi Fei on the shoulder. Okay. Yi Fei turned the steering wheel and slammed on the brakes. Click. Bark. Bark. The wheels of the lunar exploration vehicle made a harsh drifting sound. Here is the kind of helmet worn by astronauts. Do you want to try it? Lucy took out 2 helmets from the back of the car and put them on first. Yi Fei didn't refuse either, so he put on the helmet. Well, there is no other experience except that the vision becomes a little dim. Thinking of this, Yi Fei saw Lucy standing opposite him. Ha ha ha, this look is kind of fun. Lucy blushed when she heard Yi Fei's words. Before, she was in this super dream by herself, and this time she walked on the moon with Yi Fei for the first time. Now there is another person who went to the moon with me, only to find that his appearance looks a little silly. Oh, intersection. Oh haha. But Lucy didn't feel embarrassed and laughed heartily with Yi Fei. Thank you readers for your love. I updated 1 each this morning and noon, and I will probably continue to update 3 chapters today. Advertisement. Chapter 15, The Scared Abernathy. So that's all the footage you got from that car? A well-dressed woman sat at the main seat in the conference room and said while looking at the screen projected, "Yes, we found this man in the surveillance video of the public light rail where the cyber-psychotic incident happened this morning." The man in a black suit said respectfully, "But the man in this video doesn't seem to have anything special." Abernathy rewinds the video for a second with contemptuous eyes. The man in the screen is Yi Fei. In the video, Yi Fei appears behind the cyber maniac again in an instant, and then it is Yi Fei who single-handedly withdraws from the game. Crazy Beau's arm. Yi Fei stomped on Crazy Cyber's head and ran away after boarding the car with the terrorist mobile team. The great thing is that I installed the Fourth Order model Sean Weston and probably installed some military-grade prosthetic bodies on my hands. It's not a big deal. If you call me to the company's confidential studio just for this, I promise you're going to get out of the Baron Tower tomorrow." Abernathy was a little annoyed. Although she was a ruthless character who could use Tier 4 Sean Weston, this was at most something that her subordinates had the authority to decide. As one of the high-level executives of the Arbin Company, if she was troubled by this role every day, she might be too busy to die. Please use this chip to take a look. At the beginning, we also thought that this person had installed a military prosthetic body, but we discovered an even more astonishing fact. The man in black tremblingly handed a chip to Abernathy. "Hey, well, this is the last time. If I don't see anything of value, you'll be F**********. As he spoke, Abernathy took out his Mutuo device and then inserted the chip on it. A burst of white light flashed. Abernathy's perspective is obviously that of a cyber madman. The video started when Yi Fei appeared in the sight of the cyber maniac. As soon as the shooting started, people in the carriage turned upside down, and everyone fell to the ground, except for the white-haired woman who stood there dumbfounded. Advertisement. "Humph, stupid, you deserve to die," Abernathy said softly. After all, cyber maniacs who have already pulled out their guns and shot them and are still standing there dumbfounded are not suitable for living in Night City, where shootings happen every day. But just when the bullet was about to hit the white-haired woman, she disappeared from the cyber maniac's sight. "What's going on? Is there something wrong with Chow Ming?" Abernathy frowned and asked. "Director, you rewind the video half a second ago and slow it down 100 times. Hearing what the man in black said, Abernathy did the same. And then he saw Yi Fei appearing next to the white-haired woman for an instant and then disappearing from sight. Although it was slowed down 100 times, she could only see the afterimage of Yi Fei. Then came the various actions of Yi Fei appearing in the sight of the cybermaniac. This person can actually use 4 or 5 fourth-order Cian Weistons in a few minutes. Abernathy was a little surprised. One must know that even the second-order Cian Weiston can only be controlled by veterans who have experienced many battles. The 4th-level Cian Weiston is afraid that if he uses it once, he will become a lunatic, but the man in this video can use it 4 or 5 times in a row, and from the perspective of a cyber lunatic, there is no burden at all. Well, he can indeed be a level figure that you can report to me for processing. Send me his information. Just after Abernathy finished speaking, the man in black said again, "Director, you can use the scan to see. That's why I reported him to you." Abernathy frowned, although she hadn't scanned it, but based on her own judgment and Yi Fei's performance in the video, she could basically judge that this is a wanderer who obtained the 4th-order Cian Vestian by some method. As for the 5th-order Cian Weiston, even the Atom Heavy Hammer didn't dare to install that thing. It was too much of a burden. Advertisement. It is possible that the prosthetic hand is also a military 4th-order prosthetic body. I didn't think too much about it, since my confidant asked her to scan it. Then just do it. Yi Fei, who previously belonged to the Buckle family, entered Night City this morning. The information presented in front of him is also basically in line with Abernathy's conjecture. Maybe it's just a wanderer who broke away from his family. Maybe it's the 4th-order Cian Weiston obtained by robbing a military company's transport convoy. However, the following information completely shocked Abernathy. Scan results. None of the prosthetic bodies are normal human organs. None. Prosthetics. These big characters are displayed in Abernathy's eyes. This is impossible. His speed cannot be achieved by the human body. This has been tested in the company long ago. Abernathy was shocked. As the director of the company's intelligence department, he had seen all kinds of super-modified people equipped with advanced prosthetic bodies. She has even met the legendary Adam Hammer in Night City Mercenaries, and she even has the authority to instruct Adam Hammer. As long as she makes a phone call, Adam Heavy Hammer will come to do things for him immediately, even if he is installing the prosthetic body now. But she swears that she has never seen anyone in her life who can fight someone with a prosthetic body with unmodified hands and feet, and it's not just hard work or exercise that can make up for it. In the video, Yifei is not just a lunatic who easily abuses cyber. Cyber lunatics are generally people who have transformed themselves into insanity. Almost all the prosthetic bodies on their body are more than 60% perverted. Even people with similar levels of modification can't fight these cyber lunatics. After all, how can you fight with reason while desperate? Thank you for the flowers sent by the readers, and the monthly ticket will continue to update 2 chapters today. Advertisement. Chapter 16. Director Abernathy, our technicians have scanned everything, and all faults have been eliminated. Hurry up. This homeless man named Yifei doesn't have any prosthetic body except for the simplest chip slot and operating system. The man in black knows the importance of this matter, and it is very likely that it will become a step for him to reach the sky, so he is also very concerned. Use the company's lower-level personnel to find this homeless person. Remember, I want to live. Abernathy pondered for a while, then said, "It's very simple, since the company's technicians have scanned it, and it shows that Yifei doesn't have any prosthetic body. All of them are original. So unless the scanning systems of her and these technicians are all broken, although Abernathy believes in the second possibility compared to the first one. But that's simply not possible. The most urgent task now is to catch Yifei to the wasteboard and take him to their Space Research Institute urgently before other companies can react. To be honest, it was lucky that human beings like Yifei, whose physical stats far surpassed others, appeared first in Night City, where their Huangbin company had control. Otherwise, if they appear in the territory of Kongtao or military technology, and let them take the lead in researching the reason for the birth of a superhuman like Yifei, Arigata may even have a slim chance of breaking his arms. It's just that Abernathy doesn't know that Yifei's ability is completely out of their control. That is the power of the gods on Earth. Inside the luxury apartment in Night City. Are you saying this guy in the video is a homeless guy who just came into town? Jefferson fell into deep thought while watching the video sent by his confidant in NCPD. Yes, Jefferson, I think you can recruit this man and make him work for you. Wayne's eyes are burning. Although he doesn't know what kind of prosthetic body the person in this video is, but the ability to easily kill cyber lunatics in seconds, as long as he can enter the violent terrorist mobile team and execute a few times to kill cyber psychopaths. Then Jefferson can use his contacts in the media to promote a hero, so that Jefferson's mayoral campaign may be even simpler. Advertisement. Okay, I'll get someone to investigate this homeless man. After weighing the pros and cons, Jefferson also felt that recruiting Yifei would help him compete for the position of mayor. It's just that if Yifei knew Jefferson's thoughts, he would only pity him. After all, although Jefferson was young and promising, he could compete for the mayor of Night City in his 30s. But he is a poor man controlled by a mysterious organization. Even one's own memory, thoughts, and even personality are controlled, and life is monitored. Yifei has guessed more than once who is behind the scenes controlling Jefferson. It may be the company, or it may be the Mr. Blue Eyes who entrusted V to rob the Crystal Palace in the King of the City finale. Thank you for listening to me about this seemingly ridiculous dream, and for doing those things with me in Xiaoming. Lucy looked at Yifei, who was sitting beside her calmly. At this time, her heart was full of peace, without the uneasy emotions before. Everyone has their own dreams. I think your dream is cool too, don't you? And you even went to the moon for free. I thank you before it's too late. Hearing Yifei's words, Lucy also showed a heartfelt smile, drank the remaining beer in one gulp, stood up, and walked up to the attic. Yifei knew that since Lucy was willing to tell him her dream of going to the moon, her heart had opened to him. Then he lay down on the sofa and fell asleep. After all, he had an appointment with Jack tomorrow to buy some equipment. Early in the morning, Yifei woke up after feeling the sunlight. The first thing Yifei did when he got up in the morning was to use his own operating system to place an order online to buy some eggs, bread, and milk. Well, they are all made of healthy ingredients, and this meal cost 500 euros. You must know that a good meal at those street stalls is estimated to be less than 10 euros. Yifei just bought some pollution-free eggs and already bought 400 euros, and the remaining 100 euros are the quality of the purchase. Nice bread and milk. Advertisement: the robot delivered it very quickly, and it was delivered to Yifei's balcony in less than 20 minutes. After spending a little time making 3 breakfasts, Yifei sat directly in the place with the best lighting in the entire apartment. Yifei's whole body has been bathed in the sun, fully absorbing the energy that the sun brings to him. Yifei, are you basking in the sun again? V is not surprised to see this scene. After all, V knows that Yifei has become stronger in the sun. Well, V, why don't you have some breakfast first? I made it fresh. There is still in the refrigerator. Do you still make breakfast? I want to taste it. V was also a little surprised. After all, she had lived with Yifei for more than 10 years, and this was the first time Yifei cooked her breakfast. However, in the homeless camp, they usually eat those high-tech synthetic meatloaf and bread, which tastes justified. There is nothing more to say about the taste. First, he took a bite of the steaming bread, and then looked at the fried eggs that were golden in color and exuding aroma, and V picked them up with his chopsticks and ate them. Although it is not overly complicated, the natural aroma of non-polluted eggs and Yifei's proper seasoning make this simple scrambled eggs the best delicacy V has ever tasted. I didn't expect you to have such a hand. From now on, we will let you take care of our family's meals. Okay. After hearing what V said, Yifei didn't recommend it. All the cooking videos he watched in his previous life were all classic favorites, and then the videos were left in the favorites and never came out again. However, after Yifei activates his super brain, he can remember all kinds of things clearly, whether it is this life or the previous life, and those cooking videos are like replaying them in front of his eyes. He doesn't want to eat those unsafe food stalls outside. His previous life was full of technology. In this cyberpunk world, maybe the meat sausage is full of starch. Today's 4th chapter, there will be another chapter later. Advertisement. Chapter 17, The Good Guy Victor. Lucy also came down from upstairs at this time and saw V wolfing down at the dining table. Lucy, are you awake? Come, try Yifei's breakfast. I can guarantee that this is the best thing you have ever eaten. V saw Lucy beckoning Lucy to sit down in front of the dining table. This. Stop doing this and that, and eat. Seeing Lucy's hesitation, V picked up some eggs with Lucy's chopsticks and stuffed them into Lucy's mouth. Okay, it's delicious. Is this a pollution-free egg? Lucy was a little surprised as she chewed the eggs that were soft and tasted just right. At the same time, I feel a little embarrassed. After all, she has occasionally browsed the non-polluting vegetables and ingredients on the internet, and each of these things, even if it costs a little to make a meal, is already worth what she has spent in a day or two. Meal bill. It's okay. As long as you like it, we can make more money in the future. Yifei believes that money is not saved, but earned. After the breakfast episode, Yifei and V took Lucy and went out. About half an hour later, the 3 of Yifei appeared in Misty's shop. Jack was sitting on the full-body chair in Misty's shop enjoying Misty's massage. Jack, you seem to be in a good mood. Did you complete the commission last time? Hey, Misty, I made a lot of money on that order last time. Come closer, and I'll tell you how much I made. Although Jack said that he wanted to tell Misty how much he earned, the smirk on his face had already revealed his thoughts. Hey, Jack, what are you doing? When Misty was about to kiss Jack, Yifei shouted loudly on purpose. I'll go. Yifei, don't bring such grudges. Jack was taken aback at first and was about to get angry and teach this ignorant guy a lesson when he looked up and saw Yifei. Advertisement, forget it. You can't afford to mess with the big guy who tore apart the cyber mental illness. What's the grudge? Didn't you let us come here to install the prosthetic body? Yifei, pretending to be confused, made Jack's teeth itch with hatred, but Yifei didn't know Misty either, so Jack had nothing to say. Okay, I'm afraid of you. There is a step down by the back door. You can go directly to Dr. Victor inside. Jack now only hopes that Yifei will leave quickly so as not to disturb himself and Misty making out. Without saying anything, Yifei walked to the place that he was very familiar with. Huh? You were the ones introduced by Jack, right? Come and sit down, and tell me what kind of prosthetic body you want to install. A familiar voice sounded, and Yifei remembered how much Victor took care of V in the game. First, he installed a military-grade first-order cross-leg prosthetic eye for V for free, and then Victor also selflessly helped V in the subsequent plots. It can be said that Victor simply treats V as his own child, which is not to mention how rare it is in this cyberpunk world. Victor was not surprised to see the three of Yifei. Jack had already greeted him yesterday. I don't need a prosthesis, V, Lucy, you two, let's see what you want to install. Are you kidding? Yifei himself is the scariest weapon, installing a prosthetic body? What do you want Yifei to install? It's not that Yifei looks down on these prosthetic bodies. Even with his current strength, the 5th-tier military-grade prosthetic body with the most terrifying increase should not even try to compete with him. Yifei could feel this very clearly. Victor, I want to know what kind of prosthetic body you have here. Hearing V's question like this, Victor took out his good stuff. The second-level Crossroads prosthetic eye is 3,000 ohms, and the third-level subcutaneous armor is 6,000 ohms. I think if you just installed the prosthetic body, you only need to install these two things. Wait until you get used to it later. There is still time to install these prosthetic bodies. After hearing what Victor said, Yifei also nodded slightly. Victor said the truth. Although V's prosthetic body installation almost reached the point of mechanical ascension in the game, Yifei knew very well that it was all because of the relic chip. The current V is just an ordinary person, and it is not suitable to install too many prosthetic bodies at once. V, I also think it's fine for you to install these prosthetic bodies for the time being, and it's just right for the commissions we can receive now. Advertisement. Okay, then I'll install these 2 prosthetic bodies first. Although V doesn't really understand the details of installing a prosthetic body, she knows that there are some things that she understands and she doesn't understand, especially when it comes to these things. Don't think that you know more than professionals. So, what would you like to add, lady? Seeing that V agreed, Victor turned to look at Lucy, who was standing aside. Huh? Me? Sorry, I don't think I have enough money to install a prosthetic body. Lucy immediately waved her hands when she heard Victor's inquiry. Although she has a little savings now, she can't afford the cost of adding prostheses at all. V just installed 2 prostheses, and it cost 9,000 euros. She doesn't know how many chips she will steal for this money to arrive. Don't worry, your consumption today is regarded as the reward I paid you in advance, and I will deduct it directly after you finish the task. Yifei patted his chest and said, although he only has 20,000 yuan left now, he can still install a better prosthetic body for Lucy. Yeah, it's okay for Lucy. If Yifei doesn't have enough money, I'll help you. Seeing that Lucy was still hesitant, V also persuaded her. Then I want a chip that can speed up the cracking. After much hesitation, Lucy still felt that it was necessary to install a prosthetic body. After all, it has been nearly 10 years since she escaped from the institution, and the chips and nervous system on her body have been out of date. Most of the time before, she relied on her computing power to figure out the weaknesses of other people's programs. Okay, how about you look at this? Parallel line of military technology. Although it is not the best network access chip on the market, it also has multitasking capabilities. As long as you have a basic hacking foundation, you can quickly adapt to use. Then this chip. By the way, Dr. Victor, please give me one too. Although I don't have a prosthetic body, I can still click on the chip. Okay. Here are 2 parallel wires. You just need to insert them into your own card slots to use them. After finishing speaking, Victor put the 2 chips on the table. This is the first time we have cooperated. I will charge you 19,000 euros. As for the cost of installing the prosthetic body, you don't need it. Today's 5th and last update. I hope readers will like it. If possible, please vote for the author of Zypuji for flowers, monthly tickets, and comment tickets. Your support is the motivation for the author to update. Advertisement. Chapter 18. Because Lucy and Yifei only needed a chip, they didn't need Victor to modify them, so they went to Misty's shop and waited for Victor to modify V's prosthetic body. Oh, Yifei, you two don't need Victor to modify the prosthetic body. Seeing Yifei and Lucy walking out of Victor's clinic so quickly, Jack said with some doubts. Yifei replied, Lucy is a hacker and I just need to replace a better operating system. I don't need to modify the prosthetic body. V chose a subcutaneous armor and a second-order Crossroads prosthetic eye. It is estimated that it will be installed soon. All right, that's it, whatever you want. Have you received any commission? No, but the priest has issued a big order. Are you interested? Jack glanced at his message panel, but he didn't see any other intermediaries entrusting him, but he saw entrustment sent by the priest. Oh, tell me about it. A man named Sally Will's son was kidnapped by the Maelstrom gang half an hour ago. He asked all the middlemen to tell us these mercenaries that he would pay 40,000 for the order to rescue his son. Yifei also nodded when he heard the reward of 40,000 euros. Don't look at them earning 200,000 after a wave of cheating, but it is basically impossible to copy it. After all, no matter how lucky they are, it is impossible to find the first one. 2 red lizards. Okay, we'll take this order, and we'll go after V is refitted. Yifei, where are we going to find this son? He was just kidnapped. Jack scratched his head and said, after all, the Maelstrom gang must have kidnapped the rich man's son to extort a sum of money. How could it be so easy to find someone? Say you're stupid. Let me ask you. The whirlpool helped those people catch a cash cow. Should we protect it? Jack nodded in agreement. Then shouldn't they be placed where they are best defended? Advertisement. Yeah. How do I know where their best defense is? Isn't their old den, the Whole Foods factory, the best place to defend? Yifei is really speechless. Jack really doesn't like to use his brain, even if V disagrees with him in the game. Jack can immediately accept it and follow suit. It can be seen that Jack really likes to fight. You put this point on other characters. As long as V makes a move or is discovered, they will curse before going into battle. It's also hi Yifei. Hearing Jack's words, Yifei also knew that Jack probably understood what he meant, so he simply ignored Jack. He started to tinker with the military parallel cable that had just been put into his chip slot. Looking at the operation panel with a lot of data jumping, Yifei felt a little dazzled, but he could still see it. Lucy, who was sitting on a chair beside her, was replacing her own system and hadn't adjusted it yet. In less than 2 minutes, Yifei had thoroughly eaten the operating system. Turning on the scanning mode and looking at the street, Yifei found that Victor seemed to have sent them an NCPD backdoor system to see some tasks issued by NCPD. Glancing at the vending machine at the entrance of Misty's shop, the data in Yifei's eyes jumped quickly, and a bottle of carbonated drink popped out of the vending machine. Is this so convenient to operate? Yifei just felt that with a little manipulation, the vending machine was breached by himself, and then he chose a bottle of lemon-flavored drink at random and returned it. Lucy, on the other hand, has just debugged her own system. Lucy, is your system debugged? As Yifei said, he handed a small bottle of Coca-Cola to Lucy. Advertisement. Well, it took some time to replace and debug the data, but I'm almost used to it. Lucy turned out to be the Coke in Yifei's hand. She quite liked drinking these carbonated drinks. What about you? Yifei, can you operate the system well? Lucy asked after taking a sip of her drink. Me? I feel that I have adapted to this program without much debugging the system. You are too reckless. Let me check it for you. Lucy frowned when she heard Yifei's words. Even a senior hacker like her had to debug it for about 10 minutes. How could Yifei, who has never installed a hacking system, be able to debug it so quickly? Pull out a connecting cable from the palm of your hand and plug it into the excuse of Yifei's neck. Yifei didn't resist and just stood there for Lucy to check. Huh? Is it really all debugged? Let's check it again. Lucy was a little surprised when she saw the data in front of her that couldn't find any loopholes. To be honest, she checked Yifei's hacking system and found no data loopholes, but she looked at it again with some worries. It didn't take a minute for Lucy to disconnect herself from Yifei. Yifei, the system you debugged doesn't even have any bugs? Lucy looked at Yifei very puzzled and said, to be honest, even the systems debugged by the real master hackers in network monitoring cannot have any loopholes, and half of the network monitoring will install many traps for the loopholes in their data systems to prevent other hackers from catching them. Burn the brain clean. But Yifei just let her check the system at will without reservation. Lucy brushed these systems very quickly without any obstruction. As a result, instead of having any loopholes in Yifei's system, she was prevented from checking Yifei's system. I noticed some deficiencies and loopholes in my system. Thanks to Pi Daxing and 15899 for the VIP points rewarded by the 2 big brothers, as well as the flowers and comment tickets sent by the readers. Today's first update is presented. Advertisement. Chapter 19. Lucy lives in Bungbu. It's nothing, I just debugged it casually, and there are some loopholes in their chip written from the data panel, which I directly optimized. Yifei said somewhat pretendingly, although he didn't mean that, but just expounded the facts. Lucy, would you like me to show you your system? Hearing Yifei's words, although Lucy's face was a bit uneasy, she couldn't refuse a hacking system without loopholes. After all, no hacker wants to be counterattacked and burn his brain when he hacks into the system. Okay, then help me take a look. As Lucy spoke, she revealed the small hole next to her neck. Lucy, I don't have a connection cable, so why don't you use your connection cable to connect with me? Hearing Yifei's words, Lucy also unambiguously pulled out the cable from her palm and connected it with Yifei. It's just that before Lucy changed the forward input to reverse, Yifei was already checking her system. Well, here and here, huh? This place is amazing, and there is actually a small back door left by network surveillance. In Yifei's eyes, the data flowed rapidly, and within a few minutes, Yifei refreshed Lucy's system and modified the data by the way. Okay, Lucy, you check your data. After Yifei patched up all the system loopholes for Lucy, she disconnected. And Lucy has begun to doubt her life now. Because of the connection, in Lucy's eyes, Yifei entering her system is just like entering her own home, and is looking for loopholes while modifying loopholes during the modification process. She even found a back door left by network surveillance that she didn't notice at all. It's good that this thing is not connected. If it is discovered during the hacking stage and then anti-hacking, the other party can directly overload her brain. Advertisement, no need, Yifei. Lucy's failure to check does not mean that she fully trusts Yifei, but because of the connection. Yifei's operation. She knows that except for pulling out the back door of network monitoring, Yifei has been working outside her system from beginning to end. There is no chance to insert loopholes. Yifei connects her to write the program as if she is writing it herself. Naturally, I know that the system Yifei writes is completely different from his own system. Yifei even designed a system that fits her usage habits according to Lucy's previous habit of debugging the system. Yifei, you really haven't done any hacking-related work before? To be honest, Lucy really couldn't hold back anymore. If Yifei simply copied her own system to Lucy, Lucy wouldn't be so shocked. After all, it is acceptable to set up a system according to her own habits. What makes Lucy unacceptable is that Yifei fills in the loopholes while customizing a system that meets her operating habits according to her previous system habits. Not to mention the top mercenary hackers in Night City. Even supervisor-level tasks in network surveillance are impossible. No, today was the first time I went to write and modify the system. Yifei's tone was casual and ordinary, as simple as going to buy a bottle of drink and opening the bottle cap. Yifei, what kind of hacking system are you two tinkering with over there? What's the use of it? Jack looked at Yifei and Lucy from the side, spoke a few words in succession, and then started to connect again, which was also a bit confused. Hey, damn, why can't I keep using my hands? Immediately, Jack felt that his palm was raised uncontrollably and pinched his nose. That's how it's done. Advertisement after Jack's hand returned to normal, Yifei said. I'll go. Yifei never tried his own brother for the first time. Jack said with lingering fear, the feeling that his limbs don't listen to him is really terrible. Come on, I'm just giving a brief demonstration. If I think about it, your brain is already a mess. Yifei said jokingly. Lucy has nothing else to say now. Anyway, she really has never seen such a hacker. Half of the time, their hackers can at most short-circuit other people's prosthetic bodies. The operation of directly manipulating other people's prosthetic bodies like Yifei is simply a fantasy. Yifei, how did you manage to manipulate someone else's prosthetic body? I don't know how to tell. Anyway, I can control his operating system all the way. Yifei really couldn't explain that feeling. Anyway, he just used his thinking to break through all the way, and then he was able to control the prosthetic body. However, this kind of operation Yifei can't be operated by multiple people. After all, the amount of calculation is still very large. It is still very difficult to rely on his undeveloped superbrain at this stage. If we let him bask in the sun for one more month, maybe Yifei can realize multi-line operation and multi-person prosthesis. At this stage, all the energy of the sun that Yifei absorbs is given priority to Yifei's body, and the brain can only divide it to a fraction. Although the hacker flow in the game is very cool, with a large number of small soldiers in black and black, Yifei prefers the feeling of punching to the flesh. After all, Superman's battles are won by crushing, and the installation of this hacking system is just Yifei's whim, and it doesn't have much meaning. After all, even if the network is infected, it will take time to crack the program of the prosthetic body. It is estimated that even Yifei's speed in solving those people may not be comparable. Chapter 2 is presented here. The author deliberately chooses to post it during the break time. I hope readers can see it sooner. And then, please ask for flowers, monthly tickets, and comment tickets. There will be an update today. Advertisement. Chapter 20. Yifei and the others continued to wait for more than 10 minutes, and then received a message from Victor. V, how are you feeling now? Is there anything uncomfortable? Although Victor tried his best to use painless anesthesia to replace the prosthetic body, he did not rule out some cases of rejection of the prosthetic body. Well, I don't feel anything unusual. Okay, then you can try to scan it with the prosthetic eye of Calusi I installed. After Victor finished speaking, V began to scan the surroundings. Contao Computer, General Electronic Products. Victor, the prosthetic doctor. As long as the object scanned by V will basically display basic information. I'll go. Victor, you are really amazing. It was the first time to use this convenient prosthetic body, V, and couldn't help but praise Victor. Hee, it's good that you can get used to it. Victor's voice still makes people feel very comfortable, unhurried. Dr. Victor, your technique is so good. I can't even see any traces after installing the subcutaneous armor. V raised his arm and turned around to look at himself, but there was not even a trace of transformation. Hee, if I don't reform you well, wouldn't I be sorry for Jack's trust in bringing you here? That's what I said. But to be honest, there are basically no prosthetic doctors who have painless transformation techniques and hide the appearance of the transformation. If these other prosthetic doctors don't charge a few €1,000 more, it is impossible, and there are not many doctors in Night City who have this kind of technology. If you meet a guy like Brother Finger, it will be good if you don't get dizzy and sell your valuables. For example, the anime David that Yifei had watched before was completely reinvented. V, have you remodeled? You don't have any marks on your body. Yifei walked up to V's side and looked up and down, basically no difference from before. Poor favor, please. Victor is one of the best prosthetic doctors in Night City, and there are probably few in the Arasaka Tower who can compare to him. Advertisement, Jack said confidently. Don't flatter me, Jack. I won't charge you less if you want to modify the prosthetic body later. Victor sat on the chair and said modestly, wiping his sweat. V, now that you're ready, let's go to Whole Foods and talk to the boss of the Maelstrom gang. Yifei and the others chose to take the public light rail, while Jack chose to ride his little arch motorcycle worth €25 million. Hey, Yifei, V and Lucy. Oh, yes, Lucy, how do we get in now? After Jack finished speaking, Yifei disappeared in the same place and reappeared in less than 20 seconds. After seeing it, we should only be able to break through from the front. When Yifei said that, he had already sent the terrain around the factory to Jack and the others. In addition to the main entrance is the underground passage. Yifei didn't want to be in the backstage of those machines. Who knew if these remodelers from the Whirlpool gang had cleaned those places? Jack, V, you enter through the warehouse door below. Lucy, you support Jack and V remotely outside. I will go to their main entrance and have fun with them. Yifei briefly talked about his plan, and they started to act without any objection. Hey, who are you? Don't you know the territory of our Maelstrom gang here? When Yifei walked to the door, he ran into a guy with prosthetic eyes all over his head, who looked very disgusting. Who am I? I'm Yi. After Yifei finished speaking, he raised the guy with one hand and smashed it towards the rolling door of the Whirlpool gang. Boom. All of a sudden, a big hole was smashed into the door of the Whirlpool gang. Who? Advertisement. Who doesn't have a good eye and dares to make trouble in the territory of our Whirlpool gang? Let me see which smoothie dares to act wild here. The little brother of the Whirlpool gang, who was playing cards in the factory, immediately went into a state of alert when he saw a big hole in his door was smashed. Yifei walked into the processing factory and saw the younger brothers of the Whirlpool gang inside, and immediately felt a little nauseous. There are those who transform the legs, those who transform the whole head, and those who make a big hole in the chest and transform them into machines. I really don't know what taste these guys have. Where is your boss? Let him hand him over. Yi Fei's arrogant appearance immediately enraged the younger brothers of the Whirlpool gang who were present. How old are you? How dare an unreformed little b asterisk 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 d be so arrogant? In an instant, all the younger brothers of the Whirlpool gang raised their guns and started shooting wildly. For a while, the bullets kept flying in the factory, and the bullets hit the ground and walls, and a large cloud of dust was stirred up. Stop! One of the guys with the mohawk hair that looked like the boss ordered. Humph, this is the fate of offending our Whirlpool gang. Haha, I don't believe anyone can survive with this kind of firepower. And Yi Fei was standing on the ceiling beam and sneered. Then a large data panel appeared in front of him. Well, it's all the prosthetic body control data of these prosthetic body transformation maniacs of the Uzumaki gang. Then, I'll have fun with you. Yi Fei showed a little evil, evil smile. The third chapter today. I have something to do tonight. There will be another chapter later. Thank you for the VIP points rewarded by the boss. Advertisement at Chapter 21. After Yi Fei glanced around, he saw a person standing at the end of the Whirlpool gang, holding a small pistol. An operation panel appeared in front of him and directly hacked into the person's prosthetic body. Originally, the little brother of the Maelstrom gang was celebrating with other people for killing a guy who didn't know how to live or die, but he didn't notice that his hand was pointing a gun at a person beside him. Boom. After a gunshot, a member of the Maelstrom gang fell to the ground. What are you doing, Colin? Seeing the brother lying motionless on the ground, the other members of the Maelstrom gang were stunned and then cursed at Colin, who shot. You've taken too much F*** G medicine, haven't you? Ricky. But while these Whirlpool boys were still cursing, Colin raised his pistols and fired wildly. Boom, boom, boom. Several consecutive gunshots were fired at another boy from the Whirlpool gang who was not far from Colin. F***K. Kill this guy? I guess he's already suffering from cyberpsychosis. The little leader of the Maelstrom gang raised his gun and shot at Colin, who was still in a daze. The members of the Whirlpool gang are also unequivocal. Although they are all keen to transform themselves, they also know that the reformers have experienced cyber mental illness. So they now treat Colin as a cyber lunatic who has already suffered from cyberpsychosis. When Colin was still in a daze, countless bullets had passed through his body, and he was shot dead without even having enough time to explain. F***K. What AF******** G bad luck. Clyde, the little boss, looked at the four people who had lost their vitality on the ground and spat and cursed. Advertisement, Butcher, move Colin's corpses outside. Casually commanding a little brother beside him, Clyde walked towards the place where Yi Fei was just standing and being shot by them. He had an ominous premonition. But Booker arm next to him suddenly ejected a team of rusty mantis knives, slashing towards Clyde. Clyde, behind you. A younger brother of the Maelstrom gang reminded that Clyde himself was in a state of mental tension, and upon hearing this warning, he immediately threw himself to the ground. After rolling twice, Clyde raised his head with an ugly face and looked at Butcher, who had been hacked into the ground with a mantis knife. You're also suffering from cyberpsychosis, aren't you? No. Clyde, my hands don't work now. As soon as Butcher finished speaking, the mantis knife in his arm swung at Clyde again. Seeing the messy Whirlpool gang below, Yi Fei was delighted. He didn't expect the hacking system installed on a whim today to be so interesting. After a while of fighting, Clyde finally felt something was wrong. He has killed 9 of his subordinates so far, all because their boss kidnapped a rich son and transferred elites from various Whirlpool gang factories. Although it can't be said to be a high-level combat power, it can be regarded as relatively capable of fighting among the minions. As a result, all of a sudden, the prosthetic bodies went crazy and attacked, as if they had collectively suffered from cyberpsychosis. Clyde looked around, and finally found Yi Fei smiling happily on the beams of their factory. Got you. Clyde picked up his kinetic revolver and aimed it at Yi Fei. Then Clyde was about to pull the trigger. Yi Fei turned to look at him as if sensing something. Then he opened his mouth to say something, and the pistol in Clyde's hand turned around, aiming at his own head. Advertisement, no. Clyde gritted his teeth, but he had already pulled the trigger. Snapped. In an instant, The red liquid mixed with some black and white mixture flowed on the ground. Seeing this scene, the chaotic little brothers of the Whirlpool gang went into a complete riot, and they all wanted to escape from this space one after another. It seems that there are ghosts who can control them in this small factory, making their people kill each other. Now even their little leader has committed suicide, and these little brothers of the Maelstrom gang have never blamed this chaos on cyberpsychosis. Yi Fei, who was just discovered, hid in a more hidden corner to manipulate all this. After a while, a wall of the factory suddenly exploded. A guy wearing a half-baked exoskeleton armor rushed into the factory building. "Boys, kill these two guys who dare to invade our Swirl gang territory." Because of the dust scattered in the small space after smashing through the wall before his eyes, Lake didn't see the little brother who had all fallen to the ground for the first time, so he still gave orders. "Today is the end of your 2 days." Lake raised his head and was about to speak harshly when he saw a group of Uzumaki gang boys who all fell to the ground. "It's impossible. Who did it?" Lake, who was forced back to this factory by V and Jack, suddenly fell from heaven to hell. This is his last straw, and now he is being taken over by someone. V and Jack, who were chasing and killing Lake, also came from the wall that Lake crashed through and saw the scene in front of them. "I'll go. Yi Fei, is this guy so fierce?" Today's 4th chapter, the update is a bit slow. I'm very sorry. I still thank the readers for the Flower monthly tickets and comment tickets. Advertisement. Chapter 22. The perspective returns to V and Jack. "V, do you think Yi Fei can handle so many reformers from the Maelstrom gang?" Jack asked hesitantly. Although he believes in Yi Fei's strength, what Yi Fei has to face is not a single cyber lunatic, but the Vortex gang who has an absolute superiority in numbers. Each of these guys is a perverted transformation fanatic, and most of them want the prosthetic doctor to modify their appearance as much as possible. These perverts of the Maelstrom gang are different. They just like prosthetic bodies with exaggerated appearance. The more they look like normal people, the happier they are. This also brings about the powerful combat ability of those prosthetic bodies, and the firepower of the guns in their hands is not comparable to those street gangsters who are doing small things. After all, Yi Fei is still a body of flesh and blood. If he is hit by a bullet, he will probably be seriously injured. Malice word, damn. We shouldn't let Yi Fei face so many Maelstrom boys alone. Jack, what Yi Fei asked us to do is to find that damn son. Let's complete the mission first, and then help him. The faster we complete the task, the faster we can go to support Yi Fei. Although V is also worried about Yi Fei, but now Yi Fei is the leader of the team, and V, who was a homeless person before, knows that no matter what he does, he can't hinder the leader's arrangement. Since Yi Fei arranged for her and Jack to find someone, it must be someone who has his own grasp to drag the people of the Whirlpool gang. "Lucy, there are 3 Maelstrom guards in front of us. See if there is any ambush." V hides around the corner and secretly observes a small room ahead of them. Besides the 3 men, there are 3 mines and an automatic machine gun. At this time, Lucy has already hacked into the monitoring and security system of the Whole Foods factory through a computer connected to the mainframe in the Maelstrom gang before V. "I'll go. Put an automatic machine gun in this inconspicuous place. The rich man must be here." Jack complained when he heard the information given by Lucy. "Don't worry. I've already hacked into 3 landmines, and now they are our helpers." Although the machine gun didn't hack into the core system, it's no problem for him to be scrapped. Advertisement hacking these gadgets is now much easier for Lucy because of the new hacking system that Yi Fei has commissioned. "Good job, Lucy." V didn't hesitate when he heard the news. He picked up the pistol in his hand and shot a boy of the Uzumaki gang who was standing guard. F***K. This place is invaded. Go tell Boss Lake. One of the younger brothers saw that the person next to him had been headshot and immediately fell behind the bunker and shouted to the Whirlpool near the door to help the younger brother. The little boy ran to the door when he heard the order. Unexpectedly, an accident happened when passing by the mines I installed. Boom. After the loud noise, only one arm remained in place. F***K. Isn't this the mine we planted? How could it blow up our people? What happened? Lake yelled as he heard the explosion outside the room and opened the door. "Boss, our side has been invaded. I don't know how many people there are. The mines seem to be controlled by them. Damn it, These bastards. Bo Lake cursed. Brat, your dad is not honest. How dare you find someone to mess with me? Bo Lake scolded the rich man who was tied to a chair and stripped naked. Boom. Boom. Just as Lake was about to run away with the cash cow, 2 gunshots came from outside the door. Then the door behind him that had already been locked by his information suddenly opened. It was Lucy who hacked into the security system and gave V and Jack permission to open the door. Advertisement: oncoming bullets from V and Jack. Put that guy down. Jack saw the stripped naked people around Bo Lake and knew that this was their goal this time. V and Jack stopped shooting at the same time. After all, their mission this time was to save people. Get out of here. Bo Lake cursed angrily, then picked up a remote control and pressed it fiercely, and then dragged Sally Saxon, the mission objective, to escape to the door behind him. Run. There is a communication bomb in this room. I can't control it. Lucy's warning voice came, and V and Jack chased in the direction of Bo Lake. The moment they ran out of the room, Lucy quickly closed the door remotely. Boom. A huge explosion blasted the door open at once. It is conceivable that if Lucy did not close the door control in time, even if V and Jack were not killed on the spot, they would probably lose half of their skin. Thanks, Lucy. Chica, sister, you are amazing. The voices of V and Jack sounded at the same time, which made Lucy, who was not far from the Whole Foods processing plant, smile slightly. It's a small matter. You feel like chasing Lake. I saw from the surveillance that he seems to have entered a warehouse curry. I will send you the map right now. As soon as Lucy finished speaking, a general route appeared in front of V and Jack. V and Jack also went straight to the room not far from them without any hesitation. Baby, now I can use you. Blake looked excitedly at the guy he paid a lot of money for and said, it was a battle-scarred exoskeleton. Advertisement. Chapter 23. After speaking, Blake quickly put on the exoskeleton armor he bought from a military company. Maybe it was used in a certain battle, but the appearance of this exoskeleton armor is all traces left by the battle. Some places that should have weapons are also missing, and there should be some weapons that have not been released on the market. It's just that even so, Lake spent 50,000 euros to buy this armor, which is almost a month's food expenses for hundreds of Vortex gangs. In the cyberpunk world, those high-tech synthetic foods are very cheap, and you have to buy other weapons by yourself. As soon as Bo Lake puts on the armor, he sees V and Jack rushing to the warehouse. Haha, you bastards, I'll let you taste the power of my big baby. After speaking, the heavy machine gun in Bo Lake's hand began to shoot wildly. F***K, malice word, F***K. Where did this guy get this thing? Hurry up and hide. Jack also occasionally saw the combat robot of the NCPD when the terrorist mobile team on the street was performing official duties, but it was just a robot, and it was completely different from the armor on Bo Lake. V, don't worry. I'm hacking into his system right now. Under Lake's ferocious firepower, V and Jack were relieved to hear Lucy's words. Come on, come on, come on. Let you taste my strength. If you dare to mess with our whirlpool to help you, you will be beaten into a sieve. Bo Lake saw that Shindu was a little crazy at this time, and the side effects of the exoskeleton armor were greater than those of the uprising body, although the side effects of this set of exoskeleton armor were not as strong as those of the prosthetic King Kong used by David in the anime. But that's not something Bo Lake, a guy who doesn't have time for inhibitors, can handle. As Bo Lake was getting close to Jack's position, a burst of electricity started to run through his armor. Click, click, F***K. No matter how stupid Bo Lake is at this time, he knows that V and the others must have a hacker helping them. He looked up and knocked down the surveillance cameras in the warehouse. Advertisement. If you want to say why the armor of military technology is so easy to hack, it is because the anti-hacking chip in their armor has been removed by them. V. He knocked out the monitor, but I've downloaded a virus into his armor, so it will be more difficult for him to behave. Thanks, Lucy. Bo Lake felt as if his limbs had been poured with cement. After V and Jack received Lucy's news at this time, they also began to fight guerrilla warfare, relying on the bunker in the warehouse, and began to shoot at Lake continuously. Bo Lake can only barely hold off the attacks of V and Jack now. Lake looked at the wall, and he forced the exoskeleton into the wall. Boom. I'll go. Yifei, is this guy so fierce? Jack looked at the whirlpools all over the floor and shouted in surprise to help the younger brother. ****. Boo Lake's only life-saving straw was broken at this time, and the whole person fell into madness, and the younger brothers who fell here were all elite thugs in their various fields. Without these Maelstrom Gang's territory, at least half of it would be lost. Boo Lake just raised the machine gun in his hand to shoot, and suddenly the feeling of being hacked and inconvenient to move came again. You treat me like a dead person? Yifei broke into the exoskeleton armor program the moment he saw Boo Lake. Now, the exoskeleton armor on Lake can do nothing but serve as a shackle. What did you do? Why can't I move now? Now Lake is completely restrained in place. Except for his head, which can move, other hands and feet are firmly fixed by the exoskeleton armor. If it wasn't for the hydraulic system of the exoskeleton armor to support him with this kind of weight, he wouldn't be able to move this thing at all. Jack, go and bring out the person our client wants. Advertisement. Yifei jumped off the beam and stepped on the body of a boy from the Whirlpool Gang. Looking at the guy in front of him whose face had been changed to only have a big mechanical eye, Yifei felt sick. Jack ran back to the warehouse, and Curry moved out the son who had passed out. Young master is different. Jack scanned the bodies of some of their goods with his cross-optics prosthetic eye and found that he was covered with some high-end goods. It's a pity that they are all everyday versions, not suitable for fighters like him. But Jack immediately scanned the bodies of these Vortex Gang boys who fell on the ground. I'll go. These guys' weapons are all good stuff. The weapons and equipment of military technology all over the floor and the prosthetic bodies of these Vortex Gang boys. Although these are not worth a lot of money in the game, but in reality, collecting all the weapons can also be sold for a good price. Especially for the armor on Boo Lake, there are plenty of middlemen who can afford it. Search all these guys' weapons and equipment. Jack, you should know who you can sell them to, right? Hey, I don't know anything else, but I know a lot of people. Don't worry, everything here can be sold at a good price, especially that big guy. To be honest, although the appearance of the exoskeleton armor is full of bullet marks, it does not affect his secondary sales at all. To be honest, if it wasn't for Yifei and Lucy who just reinstalled the hacking system, this thing would definitely be a big killer in a frontal confrontation. Hearing Jack and Yifei talk about the things of their Maelstrom Gang as their own, Lake roared angrily. You guys, the Maelstrom Gang will not let you bastards go. Boom. Too much nonsense. When Yifei heard Boo Lake's words, he didn't bother to say anything to him, so he raised his hand and shot him to see God. Maybe to meet Satan? It doesn't matter anymore. Today's second chapter will be updated normally today. Please ask for monthly tickets, flowers, and comment tickets. Advertisement. Chapter 24. V. You should not be injured. Yifei walked to V's side and asked with concern. Although V had just installed Tier 3 subcutaneous armor on Victor's side, it didn't mean he wanted to see V get hurt. I'm not hurt. Lucy hacked into the Maelstrom Gang system and broke through all the traps. V shook his head to indicate that he was not injured. But they probably have other good stuff in Curry. V took Yifei into the warehouse of the Maelstrom Gang. After scanning around, V only saw a box containing some prosthetic plugins. However, since Yifei does not need prosthetics, these prosthetic plugins are a pile of scrap iron for him. I can only give V, Lucy, and Jack their favorite plugins and sell the rest for money. Well, apart from the employer's commission, the income from selling those weapons and equipment and these prosthetic body plugins is probably another terrible figure. Walking outside with the box, Lucy and Jack, who had packed the weapons and detachable prosthetic body, were already waiting there. What do you say? Has this exoskeleton armor been contacted to a buyer? I got in touch. They are members of the 6th Street Gang. They are on their way here. They have also packed all the weapons and equipment, and the price has been negotiated. Yifei nodded. Jack's work efficiency was still very good, and then he put the box full of prosthetic plugins on the table. There are prosthetic body plugins here, Lucy and Jack. You two can choose some that you can use. Lucy and Jack heard Yifei's words, walked to the box, and took a look. Damn it, we can make a lot of money this time. Looking at the box full of prosthetic body plugins, he picked out the prosthetic body plugins with metal plating, knuckle physical damage, and a fighting rage with 3 blue shells. Advertisement, I'll just take these. There is no prosthesis plugin suitable for me. Unlike Jack, who picked his favorite prosthetic body plugin, Lucy didn't see a prosthetic body plugin that was beneficial to her hacking activities. That's right. After all, out of 100 people from the Maelstrom gang, there can't be 2 hackers, and the prosthetic body plugins must be bought for prosthetic body plugins that are useful for combat. About an hour later, a man wearing a cowboy hat and dressed like a cowboy walked into the Whole Foods factory, saw the Maelstrom gang boys lying on the ground, and the lifeless cloth lake standing in the middle of the exoskeleton armor. He couldn't help swallowing. Even a veteran like him who had participated in the war couldn't help but be shocked by the scene in front of him. You belong to the 6th Street Gang, Stephen, right? Here, this is the exoskeleton armor you want to buy and these weapons, so let someone come in and take them away. Jack's words brought Stephen back from the shock to reality, and he went to the exoskeleton armor to check it. There was nothing wrong with it except for a little more bullet holes. As for those firearms, he only needs to scan them with his prosthetic eyes to know whether they are good or bad. Okay, I've checked all these. The price you negotiated with the boss is 40,000 euros for the exoskeleton armor. I'll give you 5,000 euros for these dozens of better quality rifles. After Stephen finished speaking, he was about to transfer money to Jack. No. Yifei is our boss. Just transfer it to him. Jack waved his finger and pointed to Yifei beside him and said. Stephen frowned. After all, Jack, a burly man with a thick face, was more like the guy who could solve the Whirlpool gang. Although Yifei is not the kind of thin and slender, but because of his handsome appearance, he looks a little harmless to humans and animals. But this has nothing to do with Stephen, and he doesn't care who the money is transferred to. Seeing the 45,000 euros already in the account, Yifei nodded. Then Stephen called the younger brother who came with him to throw down the cloth lake on the exoskeleton armor and remove the exoskeleton armor and weapons. Advertisement from the shocked eyes of these 6th Street Gang boys. It is not difficult to see that Yifei and the others will definitely become popular because of this battle of the Maelstrom gang, and they will become a hot mercenary team. It took less than half an hour for Yifei and the others to leave. A few figures parked the car outside the Whole Foods processing plant. Man, are you sure those perverts from the Maelstrom gang will bring that rich boy here? Dorio said with some doubts. If you don't come to their lair, is it going to a high-end apartment? Man said confidently. It doesn't matter what. Anyway, I just want to shoot now. Rebecca said, while sitting in the back seat of the car, stroking the rifle in her hand. Rebecca is waiting for you to have a chance to shoot. Chiwei, let's go in and negotiate with the Maelstrom gang, and you will hack into their security system outside. Okay. When Man and the others entered the Whole Foods processing plant with their own weapons in their hands, they were immediately taken aback by the hellish scene inside. Damn it. Why are these guys all dead? And this? Bo Lake, the boss of the Maelstrom gang, is also dead? Man looked at the people of the Maelstrom gang on the ground who had already lost their vitality and knew that they were late this time. F***K. Damn, it's a waste of time. Man, the security system of the Whole Foods processing plant seems to have been destroyed in a mess. I haven't even cracked it and basically hacked in all the way. Chiwei, who was outside, didn't know what was going on in the Whole Foods processing factory, but just reported the abnormal situation she found. Everyone at Whole Foods is dead. We're late this time. Today's third update. There will be chapter updates later. Thanks to the brothers for sending Flower monthly ticket comment tickets. The author will continue to work hard to update. Advertisement at Chapter 25. Man said to Chiwei, who was waiting outside to hack into the system with an ugly expression. What? Someone is faster than us. Man asked Chiwei to check the monitoring of the Whole Foods factory. There should be a video left. Dorio suggested. No, there's no need. Even if we now know who made the first move, it's useless. I think they've already left with them. Man scanned the body of the little brother of the Vortex gang on the ground and found that he had been dead for nearly 3 hours, and he could walk back to Haywood for a job in 3 hours. Well, Jack, you did a good job this time. I have notified the employer, and I will pay you now. Beside a certain stadium of the Haywood Valentino gang, Father Sebastian looked at Yifei and the others with great satisfaction and said, Hey, Father, this time we were able to successfully rescue this kid only because of Yifei. He is the leader of our team. Jack scratched his head and said, He is not a person who likes to take credit for himself. After all, the biggest trouble for the Maelstrom gang must be the large number of thugs. Is that so? It seems that Jack has found a good enough leader. The priest knew that Jack was not a liar. Although he was a little glib, he could still be trusted in these matters. Hi, my name is Sebastian. You can call me Priest. Since Jack has joined your team, I will contact you in the future. This is my contact information. After the priest finished speaking, his eyes lit up, and then Yi Fei got the priest's contact information and the reward this time before his eyes. No problem. Just come to us if you have any entrustment in the future. Yi Fei nodded. The relationship between the priest and the street boy V in the game is not bad. It can be regarded as a year-end friendship, but it is a pity that V here is a homeless person. Otherwise, they should have had a better start. Coffee shop advertisement. This time we got paid a total of 85,000 euros, and each person was 21,250 euros. Yi Fei was about to transfer the money when he saw Lucy reach out her hand to signal him to stop. What's the matter? What's wrong with Lucy? No, I just want to say, Yi Fei, you deduct the money for buying the chip for me first and send it to me. Lucy shook her head and said, she is a person who distinguishes between public and private. Although she knows that Yi Fei may not pursue the money, she is not the kind of greedy person. Okay, then deduct the 5,000 euros for the chip and transfer 16,250 euros to you, Lucy. Yi Fei did not refuse Lucy's request. Although he didn't care about the 5,000 euros, he also understood Lucy's heart. I just don't want to owe too much to other people. Thank you, Yi Fei. Lucy's eyes were a little excited. After all, if she wanted to steal chips and sell them, she didn't know how long it would take to earn the 16,000 euros. Small, we are a team. Yi Fei waved his hand. He didn't really care about this little money, although he doesn't have much money now. But he is Superman. Will he be short of money in the future? In the worst case, go and have a friendly exchange with Saburo Arita and borrow him 100 million points to spend. Hey, the money is so cool. Yi Fei, should we go and have a little fun? Jack was full of excitement when he received the reward. In the past 2 days since he met Yi Fei, he has earned nearly 100,000 euros. This was something that Jack would never have imagined before. You must know that 100 euros in Night City is already a month or even 2 months of food expenses for many people. And now he has more than 60,000 euros left besides the 25,000 euros spent on buying his favorite motorcycle. This can be regarded as a relatively wealthy mercenary in Night City. Advertisement. The first step to getting money is of course to go chic. When Yi Fei heard that Jack said that he would take him to play, Yi Fei's eyes drifted a little, and then he glanced at V beside him. Yi Fei, just go and play with Jack. Lucy and I just went shopping in the mall. V naturally knew what Yi Fei was thinking. He gave him a blank look, but still agreed with Yi Fei to go chic. Sure enough, women in any world will have the desire to shop. Even people in Cyberpunk carry. Thinking of this, Yi Fei followed Jack away. Ritz Bar. Hey, Jack, it's been a long time since you came to the Ritz Bar to drink with our sisters. Who is this original handsome guy next to you? Why haven't I seen him? At the door, a pink-haired lady holding a baseball bat and piercing 2 ball heads saw Jack, first glanced at Jack provocatively, and then saw Yi Fei beside him. Chica, sister, don't I want to make some money to come drink with you? This is my partner Yi Fei. He is very skilled. Jack smiled and put his hand on the girl's shoulder and said, F****KU. Go inside and drink, little handsome guy. Next time you come here by yourself, sister will treat you well. The pink-haired lady hit Jack's chest with a baseball bat, and then looked up and down Yi Fei with somewhat ambiguous eyes, and said, You must know that in this world where it is normal for everyone to install prostheses, there are very few men like Yi Fei who look like original products and look handsome. Yi Fei also took a look at this young lady who was often seen in the game. Well, unlike the image in the game where the skin is rough and has a lot of freckles, the young lady here has no freckles on her face, but is very fair and smooth. Except for the heavy makeup on her face, Yi Fei doesn't like it very much. She's already a beautiful woman. Today's 4th chapter, the humble author asks for a monthly ticket online and asks for flowers. Advertisement. Chapter 26. Okay, Yi Fei replied with a smile. Then it's settled. I wish you a happy time. The woman said with charming eyes. To be honest, although she has met a lot of men, it is really rare for a man like Yi Fei with a good face. The woman walked to the door and stepped out of the way. I will find you for a drink later. Jack turned around and said something, then took Yi Fei into the Ritz Bar, muttering while walking. Hi, Yifei. Look at what I said. A handsome man is just a fool. For example, me and you. Did you see that chick just now? Seeing you and me, I wish I could pull you into the private room and have a big fight. If you want to, you may call her to her. Maybe she will agree with my sister. Ahem. Jack, you seem to be talking too much. Let's go to the bar. Seeing Jack chattering endlessly, Yifei coughed twice and looked at Jack speechlessly and said, Hey, I know. So what's the matter? You are Hu Xiao, right? I understand that you Hu Xiao are a bit reserved and shy, but you can't find a few chicks in Night City. Jack had a look of seeing through everything. In his opinion, although Hu Xiao people are quite reserved, what do you want when you come to Night City? Yes, do as the Romans do. Yifei rested his forehead with his hands. He was not the type to meet and fall in love with each other. He preferred that kind of spiritual communication. Of course, he wouldn't refuse if he could come to the sports directly, but he is not blessed to accept those beauties who are too obviously modified. He prefers people like V, Lucy, Judy, Pannon. Ahem, that's a bit much. In short, he prefers beauties who look more natural. When Yifei entered the Ritz bar, he felt that it was obviously different from the outside, and the deafening music stimulated people's mood. Advertisement: the men and women in the bar were twisting their bodies wantonly, and even ordered a bottle of champagne on the spot, shaking it wildly and spraying it directly on the dance floor of the bar. The people who were splashed were not angry, but opened their mouths to catch the champagne that was being sprayed. In the bar, there are also some serious-looking security guards in formal attire watching the bar to prevent people from making trouble in the bar or conducting transactions that they do not allow. Jack took Yifei to a booth not far from the bar counter, where the view was good enough to see those hot, scantily clad girls twisting their bodies. The Ritz bar is also a place where many people who hang out in Night City like to hang out. There are delicious drinks that can make people forget their troubles, music that isolates all troubles from the outside world, and there are many programs that can mobilize human hormones. The main thing is that there are people in charge of security here. Many bars do not have formal security facilities, but the Ritz bar does, so it is also a very good place to relax. Cheers to our cooperation and brotherhood. Jack held 2 bottles of beer and handed them to Yifei, and held them up high after Yifei got the beer. Respect friendship. After Yifei finished speaking, he drank a bottle of beer in one gulp, and Jack also drank all the beer in his hand. Welcome, you have really begun to become a part of this Night City. Jack finished his beer and said loudly, Since I entered this Night City, I have been. Yifei responded with a smile. I feel that our team will be able to do some great things that will shock the whole world in the future, Jack said confidently. Yifei smiled when he heard Jack's words, and then raised his hand to signal the waiter to continue serving the wine. When the waiter put the wine on Yifei's table, Yifei handed a bottle of beer to Jack. Advertisement: it's better to continue drinking after talking so much. Hey, are you underestimating me? My nickname is Little Whirlwind Drinking. I'm afraid of drinking. When Jack heard Yifei's words, he immediately refused to accept it. Since he was 10 years old, he has been secretly drinking in his mother's bar, and Jack has never been afraid of drinking with anyone. So the two began to compete in drinking capacity. Half an hour later, Yifei stood at the toilet door and glanced at the time. Well, Jack's been in there throwing up for like 5 minutes. No, Yifei, you are really a monster. I can't even blush even after I shouted. Yifei had just checked the time when he saw Jack walking out tremblingly holding on to the doorknob of the toilet, still mumbling something. Yifei rolled his eyes at him. Nonsense, you can get drunk with Superman's body? That kind of metabolic system beer has been broken down by Yifei's body system as soon as it is drunk. Not awesome anymore. Little Whirlwind. Hearing Yifei's words, Jack waved his hands again and again. No, I'm not Little Xianfeng. You are my brother. You are my own brother, okay? Then what are you going to say now? Jack rubbed his eyes hard and washed his face with water after hearing Yifei's words. I'll take you to meet a friend. Maybe you'll be interested in what she has there. Okay, let me see what interests me. Hearing Jack's words, Yifei knew that Judy's wife, whom Yifei liked very much in the game, was about to appear, so she agreed immediately. Today's last update. Ask for monthly tickets, flowers, and comment tickets. Your encouragement is the motivation for the author's creation. Advertisement. Chapter 27. Then follow me. Hey, the things here are guaranteed to make you happy. Jack led Yi-Fei around and down the stairs, and after a while, he reached the basement floor. This is different from the bar above. There are only a few large servers in the entire basement and electronic equipment piled up all over the room. All the videos played on several computers. On the left-hand side of the door is a workbench full of Xiaoming equipment. Sitting on the workbench is a beautiful woman. Jack, didn't I already give you a few good quality mutual last time? Why did you get tired of it after a few days? A joking voice came. Ahem, I'm not here to ask for Xiaoming this time. I'll bring a friend to meet you. Jack heard Judy say that he asked about Xiaoming, coughed twice, pointed at Yi-Fei, and said, Jack, I should have said not to bring anyone here casually. Judy said with some dissatisfaction, then took off the Xiaoming device he was carrying and looked at Jack. Judy, don't say that. There are many ways to know more friends. You know me. Since I can bring him to you, I think he is a trustworthy person. Oh well, let's not take this as an example. Judy patted, and when he saw Yi-Fei beside Jack, he couldn't help but froze for a moment. Haven't your friend even installed a prosthesis? Judy looked up and down at Yi-Fei curiously. To be honest, she hadn't seen a person who had never installed a prosthetic body so handsome for a long time. Let me introduce you. He is Yi-Fei. We recently partnered to form a mercenary team. He is my captain. Yi-Fei, the person in front of you is Judy, the best super dream director in Night City. Jack introduced to Judy and Yi-Fei. Advertisement. Yi-Fei, currently partnering with Jack as a mercenary. Well, Judy Alvarez, you can call me Judy, but can you be a mercenary if you haven't modified a prosthetic body? Judy asked. Judy, you've got a good shot this time. Let me tell you, you'll hear Yi-Fei's name in other people's mouths tomorrow. He made me a big deal today. Judy raised his eyebrows when he heard Jack's words, and then jokingly said, Oh, the big one. Where did you go to smuggle it, or to steal the car of that unlucky rich man? Aren't you underestimating people? We want to take over the home of the Whirlpool Gang today. Jack said proudly. Oh, what's the matter? The Whirlpool Gang is not a small gang, and you can actually take over their lair. Judy has no doubts about Jack's words. After all, such words cannot be taken back, and there is no such thing as bragging. And as far as Judy knew Jack didn't have the guts to lie like that. But Jack, you came to me just to say this? If that's the case, I think you can leave first. I still have a few mutuo to edit. Judy obviously ordered the eviction. We are here just for your Xiaoming. Yi-Fei lived outside the border before and has never encountered any particularly good Xiaoming, so I brought him here to experience it. Okay, then what kind of mutuo do you want? Naturally, Judy would not refuse when a business came to her door. After all, who would have trouble with money? I heard that there is a game on your side that allows VR and mutuo to play together, so I want that kind of game. Jack said. Yi-Fei is actually no stranger to mutuo. Advertisement, however. Xiaoming is also a very important prop throughout the entire Cyberpunk 2077 plot. It is also the largest entertainment method in Night City. It can be said that even a beggar on the roadside who lives in Night City will have a super dream device. However, this is the first time Yi-Fei has heard of the VR technology that Jack talked about linking mutuo to play games. After all, Xiaoming in the game is generally a tool for people to recall and find clues. Maybe it is because the role of Xiaoming's diversity is not shown in the game. Yi-Fei, what kind of mutuo games do you like? I have all mutuo games on the market here. If you don't know what to play, I can recommend a few mutuo games for you. Judy looked at Yi-Fei and asked. Half of the Xiaoming games on the market are all kinds of shooting, or some Xiaoming games produced by some small black factories of knife fighting games. But the quality of those games is too poor, so Judy has never bought their products. Judy, don't underestimate Yi-Fei. He can kill everyone without any damage under the guns of more than a dozen people from the Maelstrom gang. Jack said this, but he was flipping through Judy's new mutuo to see if there was any type he liked. Well, I have a good semi-finished mutuo game here. The background is almost an organization. They have invited excellent mercenaries from various planets to fight on a planet. There is also a setting when fighting in the area. It is called a safe zone. If you stay outside the safe zone, you will be burned. 60 mercenaries will be released at once. But Judy took out a chip and said, This is a Xiaoming game sent by a person from a game company, saying that they want Judy to perfect this Xiaoming game for them, and they will give her dividends afterwards. Although Judy likes the story background of this game, she will not help a little-known small company improve the Mutewo game without seeing the benefits. She has more jobs than she can count. Time to help this small company make Mutewo games. But let me say it first, because it is a semi-finished product and there is no server, so the characters in it are robots except you. The robots inside are also divided into difficulties, ranging from beginners to terminators. I have played hunting difficulty, and you will fall down as soon as you meet each other. How about it? Is this exciting enough? Judy has played this game before, and the Terminator robot in it is really scary, so he also wants to see how capable Yi Fei is, which Jack said is good. Today's first change: ask for flowers, monthly tickets, and comment tickets. Advertisement. Chapter 28. Yi Fei was familiar with the gameplay of this game, and Yi Fei's DNA was activated when Judy mentioned the Defender. Isn't this his favorite FPS game Apex in his previous life? I didn't expect to see the shadow of this game in this cyberpunk world. Let me try it. As Yi Fei said that, she couldn't wait to lie down on the chair and get ready. Although he was not a hunter in his previous life, he was able to become a master at any rate. In this world, he has a superhuman body, and his nervous response and micromanipulation are many times stronger than his previous life. What kind of machine difficult Terminator? When he enters, he will incarnate as Brother Swazi and let the robot taste what is social evil. Seeing Yi Fei's confident look, Judy also inserted the game chip in his hand into the server in his studio. After all, the game can't even support the robot's operation without a server. After finishing all the preparations, Judy handed the Xiaoming device to Yi Fei. Let me tell you first, there are sensory settings here. The first thing you do when you go in, I advise you to turn off these things first. After all, they are only half developed, and there may be bugs in the sensory settings. I see, let's get started. Seeing that Yi Fei said no problem, Judy pressed the button to start the game. A white light flashed, and Yi Fei was already in a training ground. This is the training ground, a novice tutorial that everyone has to go through, and you can only start playing the game after following it. Yi Fei appeared in a shooting range and looked around, and then heard Judy's voice, and Yi Fei followed suit. Then Yi Fei followed the tutorial and passed. Of course, he also tried all the firearms provided in the shooting range. With his muscle memory and brain development, he can achieve perfect gun control with just one shot. Of course, maybe it's because it's not fully developed, so the characters here are all white bards. That is, they don't have any special skills, and they are exactly the same except for their appearance. Advertisement. After choosing the Terminator difficulty, Yi Fei entered the official game. Let's fight to our heart's content below. Mercenaries. There was a sound in the flight cabin, and then the cabin door was opened, and a strong airflow filled the flight cabin at once, and Yi Fei could also feel this airflow. Yi Fei was also unambiguous, and jumped down immediately. Judy, who was watching outside, couldn't help being surprised when she saw Yi Fei jumping out of the flight cabin without even thinking about it. After all, when playing this game for the first time, most people's first reaction should be to observe the map. But Yi Fei had a clear goal. He looked at the densely packed garbage town below and adjusted his flying angle so that he could land at a faster speed. After Yi Fei landed, he first picked up a shotgun and then, without hesitation, turned the muzzle to the direction where there were footsteps behind him. Boom! A gunshot directly sprayed a robot that fell around him into a box. I'll go full spray. Seeing this scene, Judy swears immediately, because there is no armor when he lands. So as long as he picks up a handful of spray guns and hits it twice, he can take one away, but Yi Fei's spray has at least 80% of the bullets. Hit the robot on the head. So the robot was sprayed out all at once. Without too much hesitation, Yi Fei opened the warehouse of the remaining 2 capsules and got a rifle shaped like a rattlesnake. In Yi Fei's words, the name of this rifle should be R301. And Yi Fei didn't search too much for supplies. After picking up a blue armor, some gun accessories and medical supplies, Yi Fei started his slaughter. While watching the picture sent back by Xiaoming outside, Judy and Jack were already stunned. A rifle and a shotgun, taking into account both medium and close range. Yi Fei basically sees a robot and takes it away with a shuttle, and then switches the shotgun to kill the robot that approaches him. Advertisement. In Judy's eyes, these robots, which are like plug-ins, are like toys in Yi Fei's hands. and the robot's counterattack can often only destroy 2 grids of Yifei's armor. After coming out of a small town, Yifei also changed his guns from shotguns. Not only did he change the armor on his body from the blue armor to the best gold armor now, but he also installed the best accessories on the 2 firearms he was carrying. Yifei only carried 180 rounds of ammunition for his rifle, and only 16 rounds for the single sprayer, and the rest were either medical supplies or grenades. Coming out of the garbage town, Yifei has killed 10 robots, and the damage has reached 2,600. Yifei sat on a skydiving tower not far from the garbage town and flew towards the center of the map. It is the most densely populated place of robots, and can be said to be the most dangerous place on the entire battlefield. The first moment Yifei landed was to persuade the robots in this housing area to stop fighting. Of course, the heads were all Yifei's subordinates. After cleaning up 3 robots in a small room, Yifei rushed to the next battlefield without stopping. In the end, under the numb eyes of Judy and Jack, Yifei ended the last robot with 1 punch. Yifei only played this game for less than 16 minutes, and the vicious circle has just reached the 3rd place. Then a white light flashed, and Yifei quit the game. Phew, what AF ******* G joy. The first thing Yifei did when he woke up was to say he was refreshed. After all, this was the most enjoyable time he had come to this world to play. Then he saw Judy's eyes as if looking at a monster again. This made Yifei, who had always prided himself on being thick-skinned, a little embarrassed. "What's the matter? Judy, do you have something to say? You really look like a monster." Judy couldn't help but put away her straight gaze and sighed. Today's second chapter. Thanks to the VIP points rewarded by the 3 big guys, asking for flowers, monthly tickets, and comment tickets. Advertisement. Chapter 29. After talking about this, Judy remembered a certain operation of Yifei in the game, which was quite dangerous, when Yifei was destroying a robot in front of him in the garbage town. Because the armor was consumed, but with the sound of hurried footsteps behind him, Yifei rushed directly to the wall. Just when Judy thought Yifei was going to give up, he made an operation that Judy couldn't even dream of. I saw that Yifei first used the wall-climbing mechanism to let himself stay on the wall for just half a second. When the robot saw him, he stepped on the wall and arrived at the back of the robot, and then a shuttle locked in the robot's body. Take it on your head. This kind of combat awareness and combat experience amazed Judy. If Yifei hadn't stood in front of her, he would not have believed that Yifei hadn't installed a combat prosthetic body. "Yifei, you are so awesome. I'll go. I want to play this game once after seeing it," Jack said with some excitement. "Really? I think it's not bad," Yifei said. "Thank you. I will pass on the cost of Judy's mutual experience to you now. You know, I'm more interested in you than this. Can you leave a contact information of yours?" Judy's words made Yifei a little confused. After all, he is a veteran Cyberpunk 2077 player, so he naturally knows that Judy is a L******************. Even in the game, he used a male V to pass the level, and then kept choosing the option that made Judy feel comfortable. It's just a friend, except for the matter of modifying the program. It is impossible to use a male character to attack Judy. So this time he had no other ideas other than meeting Judy. Ahem, don't think too much. It's just that I think you have the talent to be the anchor of Xiaoming game. So I want to tell you these details. Looking at Yifei's appearance, Judy knew that he must be thinking wrong. So he just coughed twice and explained. "Judy, I've come to you to spend so many times. Why haven't I seen you come to ask for my contact information?" Jack said. "You should come here less in the future. Jack, I just saw you flipping through my new Dream movie and said that you haven't used the last Dream movie?" Judy looked at Jack angrily and said. Jack knew that he came here for more exciting Super Dream movies, so it was normal for Judy not to contact him. Advertisement. I don't know why Judy feels a little disgusted with the men in Night City. So over time Judy began to hate dealing with men and turned to girls. But from Yifei, she felt something from Night City. Traits that cannot be felt. A little confused, but can't tell what's different. "Okay, I'll pass on my phone number to you now." The operation panel in front of Yifei's eyes flashed, and Yifei's head appeared in Judy's eyes, and then he received his request. "By the way, Judy, can you give me a copy of your game Xiaoming? I think I can perfect it for them." Yifei asked while playing with the chip that he had taken from the Xiaoming device. Of course, can you still program things in this area? Judy didn't refuse either. After all, Yifei was the first man she didn't feel disgusted with, and by the looks of him, he should also like this game. Judy, Yifei, the person I told you about defeating the Maelstrom gang, didn't rely on fists. He is also a rare hacker. At this time, Jack jumped out and said, "A dozen little brothers from the Whirlpool gang were all blacked out by Yifei at once." Hearing Jack speak as if he was there, Yifei was a little speechless. "I will be so billion points." In the end, Yifei said modestly, "Okay then, I'll make a copy for you now." After a while, Judy copied the semi-finished game Xiaoming in his hand onto a chip. Although you should know, but I still want to repeat to you. This game Xiaoming has not been released on the market, so I don't want him to appear on the market. Do you know what I mean? Judy said while handing the chip to Yifei. "Don't worry, I know all of this." Advertisement. Hearing Yifei's words, Judy let go of the chip. "Well, you guys should leave first. I still have some work to do, so I won't send it off." After Judy finished speaking, she started her mutuo editing work again. Outside the Ritz bar, "I'm stupid. Yifei, you are so awesome." "What's awesome? What's so awesome about just playing a game?" Hearing Yifei's words, Jack shook his head. "I'm not talking about the game. It's Judy." "Judy? What's wrong?" "I'll go. Forget it. It's normal if you don't know. Let me tell you the truth. Judy doesn't seem to be interested in men. So you are the first man who asked Judy to take the initiative to call." Yifei gave Jack a blank look. "What do you want to say?" Jack smiled and looked like I understood. "I mean, maybe you can have something to do with Judy?" "I'm bored. I'm going home first." Seeing that Jack was not serious, Yifei waved his hand and went to the light rail station not far from the Ritz bar to go home. On the light rail, Yifei was thinking. Originally, he thought that the technology of this world was far superior to that of his previous life. As a result, in terms of games, even FPS games with the gameplay of Apex did not appear. The chip in his hand is only a semi-finished product. After Yifei finished playing the game just now, he also thought about it. It will still be relatively lacking. Of course, this is not to say that Yifei will give up being a legend, but Yifei feels that being a legend alone is not enough for him. After all, so what if it looks like V at the end of the City King in the game? It's just a mercenary. If you want a real foothold, you still need a company with stable income and a certain position of power. Even if he has superhuman abilities, it's still inferior to relying on force to suppress people. He is not a tyrant who kills anyone who dislikes him. Of course, Yifei is not a saint. Facing opponents, Yifei has always followed through. It is crushed directly. Today's third update. Thank you readers for the flowers. It would be great if there were more comment votes. Advertisement. Chapter 30. After thinking about it carefully, Yifei decided to spend a little time perfecting the game in his hand, and then use this as a bargaining chip to invest in that game company, or even buy it directly if possible. After all, the money in his hands and the remuneration in V's hands are completely enough to buy some small companies. V will definitely support him with all his strength, but before that, all Yifei can do is to build up his reputation as much as possible, and only by saving enough money can he have the confidence to buy that company. Oh, I still need money. Valley Area Apartments inside Yifei's house. Yifei, are you back? Where did you fool around with Jack? When V saw Yifei, he leaned over immediately and smelled Yifei's body. There was no flavor other than some booze. What are you thinking, V? I just want to drink a little wine with Jack. Next time I can take you and Lucy to drink too. Yifei explained with some helplessness that he wanted to pick up girls. When he was drinking with Jack in the bar, there were some women who were interested in him, but he couldn't do it when he saw the obvious signs of transformation on the other party. Compared with those people, he prefers the two at home that don't seem to have been remodeled much. Maybe it's because Lucy just came to Night City and hasn't had time to install the spine prosthesis that is more obvious in anime. But now that Lucy knows Victor, a powerful prosthetic doctor, she will choose it in the future hidden prosthesis installation surgery. What about you? What did the two beauties go shopping for today? As soon as Yifei finished speaking, V took 2 big bags of clothes and put them in front of Yifei. Then Yifei saw V took out a pile of laundry in his restless eyes. It's not all for me to wear. The corners of Yifei's mouth twitched involuntarily, watching V take out a dazzling array of clothes, some in solid colors, some mixed colors, and more clothes with exaggerated patterns. Advertisement. You want me to try one by one? You won't refuse the one I picked with Lucy, will you? After V finished speaking, Yifei looked at Lucy in surprise. As soon as Lucy blushed, she turned around and said, "Don't think too much. I just want to thank you. That's all. There is no other meaning." Then Yifei became a natural model under V's fiddling. "Well, this one is not bad. It suits your temperament very well." Half an hour later, "V, I think this one is pretty good." "That's right. I think this one looks good too. Yifei, you can wear this one when you go out in the future." Halfway through V trying on clothes for Yifei, Lucy couldn't help but join in the action of using Yifei as a dress-up doll. After all, she is still a girl under 20 years old, and Lucy will not hesitate to show her lively side when she meets someone who can really show herself. All right, I'll listen to you." Yifei also said helplessly, although the clothes on his body did match him well, but he was really not used to these things. But Yifei didn't have so many opinions after seeing the two happy people in the family happy. "Let's not talk about it. I've already ordered some dishes online, and I'll cook some delicious food for you when it's delivered." Yifei is in a very good mood. He can already feel that the relationship between Lucy, V, and him is getting closer. Huagua Contao Company headquarters. "So, is this the dossier you found in the NCPD headquarters?" Advertisement. Su Shiming looked at the dossier in his hand with a serious face. This was the video material secretly sent back to them by their undercover NCPD middle and high-level people. Several principals from several continents were basically at the meeting, all because of Yifei. "I have already organized all the data analysis and video recordings of this file and sent them to you." Ling Xiaohan, the person in charge of Contao in the Americas, said with a serious face. "Chairman Su, I think this matter may be fraudulent. It is impossible for someone to be able to double the speed of the 5-stage Xinwiston overspeed device newly developed by our company. This is simply nonsense." Lu Ning, the head of Europe, said. "Chairman Su, I also agree with his idea. Maybe it's Araba Group or military technology who have created some hidden type of speeding device." The person in charge of Australia said half of them didn't believe it. Although their Contao started more than 20 years later than military technology and wasteboards, with the full support of the country and the efforts of many scientific and technological personnel, they have achieved harmony. The status of military technology and Araban company is equal. If it is said that any company in military science and technology or Huangban has unilaterally developed prosthetic equipment that is even more terrifying than the Fifth Order Seinweisten at this stage, the Fifth Company War has already begun. Moreover, their spies in military technology and wasteboards are not vegetarians, and quite a few of them have reached middle and high-level positions. Even if Kong Tao could infiltrate some people and become spies because of his special board in military technology, those people must be low-level figures, and there is nothing to be afraid of. If you want me to say, let our people find this person. Who are you asking to catch this guy who can outrun our latest speeding device? For a moment, there was a scene in Kong Tao's high-level conference room that he hadn't seen for a long time. To describe it in popular words, vegetable market, winky face. Of course, it is not unreasonable for the conference room to be so chaotic. The data analysis and video analysis sent back by Ling Xiaohan are really outrageous. Today's fourth update. The author of The Little Rider is here to ask for some Flower monthly tickets and comment tickets. Advertisement. Chapter 31. Enough. How long are you going to argue? Su Shiming's majestic voice interrupted the doubts of all the people in charge present. Everyone present remembers that in 2050, under the leadership of Su Shiming, the company quickly modernized and got rid of debts, and was renamed Contao. This was the year Kanto launched their new generation A22B Super Smart pistol on the market. Thanks to the government's public support, the company invested heavily in high-tech research facilities and rapidly expanded the smart weapon market. In just 20 years, the former competitors Nakoda and Tektronica, a high-tech military enterprise, have been far behind. This old man who led Kong Tao to the top of the world, even if the power in his hands was basically dispersed, no person in charge would dare to challenge him. It's the same as Arama Saburo who handed Araba Laishian and Arama Hanako the Araba company. Some people are always the soul of a company or organization. After the meeting room fell silent, everyone looked at Su Shiming. Their panic is also because of Yi Fei. After all, they all know the risks and disadvantages of installing prosthetic bodies. You must know that although the prosthetic body is extremely powerful, even the most basic first-order Cyinvestian can make a street kid like David into a respectable mercenary in Night City at an extremely fast speed. Although it is undeniable that David's talent and certain uniqueness, but even so, because of the use of too many prosthetic bodies, he will inevitably be on the verge of cyberpsychosis. And Yi Fei, even if he has a super strong prosthetic body that Kong Tao doesn't know about, but even so, the prosthetic body on Yi Fei is still extremely important equipment for Kong Tao. Once this new type of equipment can be obtained first, with Kong Tao's strength and Huagua's support, they will soon be able to use this technology to become the real overlord of the world. If Yi Fei can get this kind of data with his human body alone, then this person is equivalent to Tang Monk who went to the West to learn Buddhist scriptures. With a little bit of his DNA data, he can unlock the mysteries of the human body. Advertisement, even possible, longevity. Thinking of this, how could these responsible people not be crazy? We have no other choice in this matter. The only choice is to find this person, and it is best to bring him back to Daxia. Su Shiming, sitting on the main seat, announced the final solution to this matter with a deep voice. As long as he can be won over, Huagua will rise. Su Shiming said here that his mind is full of the time when he just joined the army and when he was in danger and was ordered to lead the company to reform and establish Kong Tao. Speaking of this, all the people in charge in the conference room had their eyes burning, and every one of the people in charge sitting here had this dream in their arms. Ling Xiaohan. Chairman Su, just say it straight. Ling Xiaohan immediately responded when Su Shiming called her name. In theory, Ling Xiaohan's level is similar to Su Shiming's, but Ling Xiaohan still respects this old man. After all, there would be no Kong Tao without him. I found this Yi Fei. I learned from the information that he is also of Huxia descent. Although he didn't grow up here, I think you can start from this aspect. Remember not to irritate the target and make him feel disgusted towards Kong Tao. That's the end of the meeting. Su Shiming said that he paused for a moment, and then cut off the contact with the people in charge of other continents. If possible, try first to see if you can get DNA from Yi Fei. Advertisement. Chairman Su, I understand what you mean, but it's hard to find this candidate. Ling Xiaohan already understood what Su Shiming meant when he heard this. But who should he choose? I have a granddaughter studying with you. Su Shiming's voice reached Ling Xiaohan's ears unhurriedly. But, Chairman, I don't think Xinyue will let go of this matter. After all, she has already hurt 5 or 6 boys in school who wanted to strike up a conversation with her. Ling Xiaohan naturally knew that Su Shiming's granddaughter was studying in America, and he arranged this matter. But it was because he knew Su Xinyue that he thought that Su Xinyue would not agree to approach Yi Fei because of these things. Hearing what Ling Xiaohan said, Su Shiming immediately blew his beard and stared. That little girl calls every day to find someone who is stronger than her and smarter than her. How many men in the world have such conditions? Thinking of her granddaughter, Su Shiming gave her a headache, and strictly speaking, Su Xinyue had nothing to do with Kong Tao other than being Su Shiming's granddaughter. Although the plan is to let Su Xinyue join Kong Tao from the bottom up next year, but if this matter gets out, the impact will be great. After all, although the news of Yi Fei is only circulated among the top executives of major companies, it is still too sensitive among Kong Tao-related households. Su Shiming's letting his granddaughter approach Yi Fei seems to have a strong personal meaning in it. If Su Shiming's opponents caught him, he might be the founder of Kong Tao. There's nothing I can do about it. I can't think of another candidate. Su Shiming also said with a very headache. Who's talking about me? In a well-known college in America, a beautiful girl sneezed and frowned. Today's 5th update. I don't know if readers are interested in this kind of development. It can be regarded as an attempt, or ask for some flower monthly ticket comment tickets as usual. Advertisement. Chapter 32. A week has passed. Yi Fei and the others have become well known during this time. Ever since they first singled out the Maelstrom Gang's lair, Yi Fei has been well known by the major middlemen in Night City. Although they didn't directly destroy the Whirlpool Gang, Yi Fei took over the Whirlpool Gang's lair and caused the Whirlpool Gang to be in chaos for a few days. If it wasn't for a person from Brick, the Maelstrom gang would probably be in chaos for a few more days. After finishing the ticket for the Whirlpool gang, Yifei already had contact information with middlemen in various regions. As for how they got Yifei's contact information, of course they went to ask the priest for it. Although there are business frictions between middlemen, the mercenaries they know will share. After all, sometimes it is very painful to entrust, but no one can take it. This week, Yifei and the others were not idle, but were active in various areas of Night City, taking on some relatively large orders. For example, Regina Jones, I don't know where she found that Yifei has the ability to kill cyber psychopaths, so she can contact Yifei. Yifei captured 2 cyber psychopaths alive for Regina Jones in this week alone. Well, it was directly knocked out and sent to her. Yifei didn't hide these things. After all, the more abilities you demonstrated in Night City, the more commissions the intermediary would ask you to do. But today Yifei did not accept the commission. He has more important things to do. Yifei spends a little time every day perfecting the game in hand. And today, Yifei finally perfected the game. Although he has super brain power, his main direction of attack is not here, so it took a week to finish. Yifei, what kind of game do you think we're going to play if we don't accept the good mercenary commission? Our reputation these days has almost resounded throughout Night City. Jack said on the phone with some confusion. In his opinion, the scenery he has gained in the past few days is far better than the scenery he has gained in the past 10 years. Advertisement, and Yifei actually went to an unknown game company when countless middlemen were rushing to find them as commissions. Jack, why don't you just take a day off? I'm just going to discuss some business. Wouldn't you like to make an appointment with Misty today? Yifei was a little speechless. He felt that Jack had already lost his head because of the hype, but he was not angry. After all, it was Jack's dream to become a legend of Night City. There are indeed quite a few intermediaries looking for them these days, but Yifei doesn't want to accept those sesame-sized commissions except for the fat jobs introduced by those famous intermediaries. Not to mention money and a waste of time. Okay, you're right. I haven't met Misty a few times in the past few days. Jack thought for a while and felt that what Yifei said was also reasonable. These days, sometimes they have to accept 2 orders in a day, which is indeed a little tiring. Okay, hang up. I've already arrived at the game company. After Yifei finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Looking at the dilapidated apartment in front of him, he opened the information panel and glanced at the address sent by Judy and compared it. It was indeed correct. This is the company? Yifei, you are not being tricked, are you? V, who came with Yifei, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. It seemed a little different from the things with the word company in her impression. Lucy said today that she would stay at home, so only V and Yifei came out together. You don't think that a company is as big as a board, do you, V? Yifei is a little speechless. It seems that the only companies that can be called companies in Night City are super large companies such as Arbin, Military Technology, and Kongtao. It seems that there is also Yez Company, which is the largest contractor in Night City. Public procurers who build and renovate roads, bridges, tunnels, subways, light rail, power stations, network relay stations, water facilities, and sewer systems are almost all their responsibility. The company is also known for its philanthropic activities, such as grants for underprivileged children and scholarships for gifted young people. At the same time, Yesher Group has also invested heavily in research related to ecology and new energy. Then why not? For those who don't even have an office, I'll call them studios at most. Advertisement V glanced at the dilapidated apartment again and said, "Stop talking so much. Don't we know if we go up and have a look now?" As Yifei said, he dragged V upstairs. The messy corridors are full of rubbish, and there is a mattress in some spacious places, which should belong to a homeless person. Let me see. Room 403. Yifei glanced at the door number that had been covered by dirt, and knocked on the door after confirming it. Knock, 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 who? Don't you know we're busy? A slightly angry voice came from inside, and then Yifei saw a man with an afro open the door. Who are you two? We don't have anything here. The man looked at Yifei and V with some vigilance. Although he didn't know what the purpose of these 2 cleanly dressed people was, even a child in Night City couldn't be trusted. It's you, the brat at the boxing gym. Me? I'm the savior of your studio. Yifei smiled, and then said something that made Nancy Phillips puzzled. F***KU. Go downstairs and turn right and walk 800 meters to a hospital. Where can you go to generate electricity? Philip directly extended a middle finger to express his disdain. Today's first update. Ask the readers for some flower monthly tickets. Advertisement. Chapter 33. Taking down the studio. Hearing Philip's words, V, who was standing beside Yifei, couldn't help laughing. Ha ha. Yifei seems like you want to give investment to others, but he thinks you are crazy. Yifei's face was full of black lines when he heard V's words, and he didn't expect that the guy in front of him wouldn't even let him finish his sentence. What? Investment? Boss, come in and sit down. Hearing V's words, it took less than half a second for Nancy Philippe to change from an impatient expression to a dog-licking expression. Why didn't he doubt it? Because he saw Yifei's clothes with the Oasis logo on the collar. No one who can go to that store to buy clothes is a poor owner. Just now he was angry because he was interrupted from writing the program. After he came out, Yifei also said that he was their savior, which made Philip directly get angry and scold Yifei. Now hearing V say the word investment, Philip, who was short of funds, returned to his sanity in an instant. Your face changes quite quickly. Seeing Philip transformed from a grumpy old man into a little licking dog, Yifei felt better, but he still slapped his lips. After all, he came here this time to discuss business. Since it was to discuss business, he couldn't give so many good looks. Otherwise, how would he strive for the greatest benefit? Isn't this just a rush? After speaking, Philip took Yifei and V to the only clean place in the apartment, beside a coffee table. Boss, I just heard this beautiful lady say that you want to invest. Philip asked cautiously. He was really desperate now. Quit from a powerful game company, brought his own savings, and wrote a super dream game with a few like-minded friends. But the difficulty of developing the game and the consumption of funds far exceeded their imagination, and they had already spent 30,000 euros in just 3 months. Advertisement. It is worthy to be a semi-finished product. Although this semi-finished product can be sold well, as game designers with ideals, they don't want to do this. They had a big quarrel within the team because of this, and now everyone else has gone out, leaving Philip still in a hurry to make the game. Well, I accidentally played your Super Dream game, and I think it's very promising. As Yifei spoke, he took out the Xiaoming game replica chip he got from Judy. Philip was stunned for a moment, and then his face darkened. You must know that although he had advertised for investment on some websites, they had only given out the semi-finished game chip to one person. Sir, since you got this game, you must have played it. Although Philip was angry that Judy gave their semi-finished game to others, there was nothing he could do. Their studio's biggest bargaining chip is gone now. If the other party wants to make money, they must sell it directly to a big game company outside. There is no need to come to them to discuss investment or something. Stop. Before you say anything, I suggest you use the chip in my hand to have a look. Yifei interrupted Philip. He came here this time to incorporate this team studio. Although he has the idea of starting a game company, it doesn't mean that he has time to create things that are not available in the cyberpunk world. Excellent game. Philip frowned when he heard Yifei's words, but he put on Xiaoming and started playing the game Yifei made according to Yifei's words. Half an hour after Philip's body trembled, he withdrew from the game. Sir, how did you do it? We just wanted to start building the skills of the game characters. Philip Barabara said a lot excitedly, and then the whole person seemed to be discouraged. Although this game is the same as the one in his imagination, it appeared in someone else's hands. Advertisement. Since you have completely perfected this game, why are you looking for me? Philip is now like a toy that has been spoiled by a child, and he has lost the passion to introduce their game to Yifei just now. I understand how hard it is for you to make this game, and I can feel that you love this industry, and I'm right. Hearing Yifei's words, Philip looked up at Yifei. How about it? Follow me. I'm responsible for providing you with ideas for making games, as well as funds and salary shares. You just need to make the game well. Yifei directly threw out his big move, throwing money at people, and he knew that the people in front of him had no way out except to follow him. After all, knowing so many middlemen, it is still very simple for them to check Philip's details. Philip's current funds are running out, and even a quarrel broke out in the studio yesterday. Yifei knows these details clearly. This is the terrifying intelligence network of the middlemen in Night City at the bottom. Okay, but you need to pay the development fee of our game in the early stage. Philip gritted his teeth. He also knew that he had no other way to go. After all, his money was spent now. Is it possible to refuse Yi Fei and watch the other party take the game to the market and make a lot of money while they sit and drink the northwest wind? As for suing Yi Fei, no kidding, they only have a semi-finished game in their hands. Yi Fei's game is already an excellent finished game. Go and tell the judge that you developed it first and see if they agree. Okay, tell me the number. I will give you the salary of the first few months. Yi Fei said with a smile. Second update. The humble author asks for flowers online, asks for monthly tickets, asks for comment tickets, advertisement at Chapter 34. In the end, after Yi Fei paid Philip 45,000 euros, he has already incorporated this potential game studio. Of course, at this stage, Yi Fei's financial resources cannot afford an office building in the city. It needs further listing and then withdrawing funds to have capital to buy or lease offices. Yi Fei, if you invest so much money now, aren't you afraid that you won't be able to get back the money later? V said worriedly while driving the Mizutani Hayabusa he bought 2 days ago. Although they received a lot of commissions this week, the income of 45,000 euros was almost enough to empty Yi Fei's wallet. After all, Yi Fei has covered the food expenses for V and Lucy for the past few days. If Regina hadn't done a good job in catching 2 cyber psychopaths alive, Regina would have given Yi Fei 8,000 euros. Today's acquisition of the studio, maybe Yi Fei has to ask V for money. I'm really optimistic about the prospects of the game, V. Just look at it. As long as it goes public, we will have more money, and besides, we can accept more commissions. But these days I will rely on you to live. Hearing Yi Fei's words, V gave him a blank look, because Yi Fei was responsible for their food, and Yi Fei bought the apartment in full, so it is only natural for V to support him. Okay, look at you. Come and give me a smile. Just after V finished speaking provocatively, the 2 cars directly in front of them began to exchange fire, and there was still a car in the middle that could not move. Actually, Mom, I'm wondering if I should take a break from school to find a job or something. David shook his feet with some annoyance and said, What the hell are you talking about? Gloria looked at David in surprise and said loudly, Oh, Mom, you should know that we really can't afford the maintenance costs of the system, right? And I'm like an outlier in school. These things, Mom, you don't know. And we poor people don't have any money in school. Will not be taken seriously. No matter how good my grades are, they won't take a second look, and to be honest, I don't want to be like them. David said with a trace of fatigue on his face. To be honest, if he didn't understand his mother, he would not have wanted to go to Huangbin Academy. Advertisement. The rich boys and buddies in it are all people who don't like him. In their eyes, a poor man's going to the Huangbin Academy is like tarnishing them. After a few seconds of silence, Gloria said tremblingly, Then, what do you think I'm working so hard for? I work day and night just so that you have a chance to stand out. But now you say you don't want to go to school anymore. Mom, what you said. David turned his head and glanced at Gloria, who was about to say something, but stopped because Gloria, who had never cried in front of him, had tears in her eyes. You are so smart and talented, so I have worked so hard to get you the best education, and now you don't want to study. What do you want me to do? How could Gloria not know what David said? It was because she knew these things that she wanted David to study at Arbin Academy and enter the company in the future to get rid of the current situation. Phew, I see. I'm sorry, Mom. I shouldn't have said that. So don't cry anymore. I'll go to school. David said helplessly. I know how you were treated in school and how those people treated you. I have experienced those things before, but I gave up and became what I am now. That's why I want you to prove that our abilities are no worse than theirs. I want you to give full play to your talents, become an elite, and then climb to the top of the Baron Tower and become a master. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Before Gloria finished speaking, there were sudden gunshots from both sides. K him. The members of the animal gang in the car shouted frantically. TCH. The cars of these company dogs are all bulletproof. They can't be pierced. The driver glanced at the car that had been shot with dozens of bullets, but had no damage, and said angrily, Haha, luckily I brought this. Advertisement. The little boy of the animal gang, who leaned out of the car with half his body, bent down and took out a bazooka from the car. Let them taste the power of our animal gang. Boom. Phew, boom. A bazooka exploded behind the company car, flipping the entire vehicle over. Yahoo! X2, the driver of the animal gang, avoided the overturned company car and drove away. Mom, feel the brakes. Brake, David yelled in horror. I'm braking. The same goes for Gloria. Mom. As soon as David finished yelling, they collided with the company car. Boom. For a moment, the company car that was hit again exploded in flames, and Gloria's car was blown upside down. David is trapped in the car, while Gloria is thrown out. Damn, these bastards of the animal gang have to open fire on this road. Yifei looked at the scene of the car accident in front of him. A little familiar, but he couldn't say it was familiar there. No way. We can only wait for NCPD to deal with it now. V shook his head. They had encountered this kind of thing countless times in the first week of their stay in Night City, and V was already somewhat accustomed to it. The third update today. Thank you, brothers, for the Flower monthly tickets. There are 2 more chapters to be updated later. Advertisement. Chapter 35. Mom. Are you okay, Mom? David looked at Gloria, who was not far away from him in the car, and shouted. Gloria seemed to hear David's call, and her body moved a little, but she didn't move after just trying. Yifei, who was not far from the scene of the car accident, heard the voice. I am super, David. Yifei glanced at the scene of the car accident with strange eyes, and then activated the supervision that had been awakened in the past 2 days. Saw Gloria at the scene of the car accident. V, wait here first, I'll go take a look. Yifei walked forward after saying a word. Trauma team on scene. A floating vehicle with trauma team written on it landed in the open area of the crash scene. Great, it's the trauma team, saved. David felt hopeful when he saw the trauma team land. A trauma team member then used a machine to scan David and Gloria before saying something that made David despair. This person is not our client. Nor is this woman. We want to ensure the safety of our customers, and we leave those people to the council's body van and the NCPD. The head of the trauma team ordered. Receive. David felt bad when he heard this. Wait. What are you doing? Do you want us to wait here to die? Hey. Seeing that the trauma team's floating vehicle had flown away, David fell into complete despair. Advertisement, stop barking. At this time, Yifei walked up to David, and then tore off the car door with one hand, untied David, and dragged David out. After being put down by Yifei, David ran straight to Gloria's side. Just as he was about to shake his hands, he heard Yifei's words. If you don't want her to die now, I advise you not to touch her. Yifei's supervision can clearly see that a rib in Gloria's chest has been inserted into her lungs. If David shakes Gloria at this time, maybe it will speed up Gloria, a condition in which the body bleeds. After listening to Yifei's words, David didn't dare to touch Gloria with his hands. He looked around anxiously. He was stopped by a company car in front of him, and the road behind was leading to Huangban Academy. We'll take care of this stuff. Then he saw Yifei behind him. I beg you, save my mother. Regardless of his injuries, David knelt down in front of Yifei. Tisk, it's been more than 100 years since the Qing dynasty died, and you're still kneeling here. Yifei said something that David couldn't understand at all. Then he walked to the front and kicked the company car blocked in the middle of the road into the lake below. At this time, V had already driven the car to the scene of the accident. Then Yifei carefully carried Gloria into their car, looked at David, who was still kneeling on the spot stupidly, and said, How long are you going to kneel there? Get in the car. Only then did David recover from the shock of seeing Yifei kick the company car away. Okay. David looked at the handsome Mizutani Falcon in front of him and got into the car in a daze. Yifei, this is not like what you do. When did you become so enthusiastic? V looked at Yifei with some teasing and said, Although Yifei is usually very kind to his own people, he always treats other people in Night City with a cold look. Like this kind of car accident, they met no less than 5 times this week. Every time, Yifei waited for people from NCPD or City Hall to clean up the mess before leaving. I actually took the initiative to help today, didn't I? Advertisement. Thinking of this, V glanced at Gloria, who was lying on the back seat. Although this woman is not bad, it is not enough for Yifei to help out for this. It's just a matter of raising your hands. Let's send them to the hospital first. Here you go. Use this pneumatic injector. Yifei said indifferently, then took out a pneumatic syringe with a blue casing and threw it into David's arms. David injected Gloria with the pneumatic syringe he had learned how to use at Arabata Academy. Ahem. After using the pneumatic injector, Gloria coughed twice, then opened her eyes in a daze and saw David. David, where are we? Mom, we are in the car now, and a kind gentleman is pulling us to the hospital. When David saw Gloria wake up, he was a little excited, and then he looked at Yifei, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat very gratefully, and said, "Just call me Yifei, and the beauty next to me is called V." Yifei said lazily, basking in the sun with the window open. Yifei. In a daze, Gloria felt a little familiar when she heard the name, as if she had heard someone say it. Then Yifei didn't say much, and sent David and the others to the nearest hospital. The facilities here are much better than the hospital David went to. At least the doctors here are still wearing white coats, unlike the doctors over there who are dressed like butchers. Of course, the money was also advanced by Yifei. Brother Yi, I really don't know how to thank you. After seeing Gloria being pushed into the operating room, David breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked gratefully at Yifei, who was standing beside him drinking a drink. To be honest, in their situation, if they don't have the money to buy members of the trauma team, if they encounter that kind of thing, they want to wait for the NCPD to come. I'm afraid it's not until they are burned to ashes, or their car explodes to death. So Yifei is their savior. The fourth update today. Advertisement. Chapter 36. Yifei looked at David's immature face, and honestly, if he didn't know this character, Yifei wouldn't bother. You don't need to thank me. It's not free for me to help you. Hearing Yifei's words, David raised his head and replied seriously, I know, but I still want to thank you. Of course, David knew that all of this was definitely not free. After all, the relationship between people in Night City was never pure. But even so, David is still very grateful to Yifei. After all, who would take the risk to save someone in that situation? It's just that after seeing Yifei's rescue process, David fell into the idea of longing for power. Whether it was pulling open a jammed car door with one hand, or kicking a 2- or 3-ton car into the air with one foot, David's nerves were deeply impacted by these. Brother Yi, I want to ask you, are you the Yifei who is famous among mercenaries recently? David asked cautiously. From the time he got in the car and heard V calling Yifei's name, David remembered that one of the super dreams that the doctor asked him to sell was very popular. And the protagonists in these super dreams are all Yifei. From that perspective, Yifei can easily deal with those gangsters or the company dogs who want to support them later. They are all crushing. That's right. It's the recent collaboration between Yifei and Judy. Yifei always went back to the Ritz bar to let Judy record Chow Ming after finishing the commission. Because of this, Yifei also has a lot of income, and even Judy is very happy for Yifei to find her recently. After all, Yifei can bring Judy a lot of income every time he visits Judy. The pleasure brought by Yifei's perspective, whether it's those gangsters who are not happy on the street, or some people who work in the company popular among employees. After all, in Chow Ming, they can all feel the terrible power of Yifei, just like they themselves have that kind of power. Advertisement, of course, in Night City, apart from Judy, only Jimmy Kurosaki has the ability to make this kind of black super dream. It's just that Yifei won't let that Jimmy enter his super dream and mess around casually. Who knows what he will do? Although Jimmy Kurosaki has also approached him many times in the past few days, saying that he can help Yifei make a more popular black super dream. At first Yifei was polite to him, but she always declined. But after being interrupted by Jimmy Kurosaki for the 10th time, Yifei got angry and directly blocked the other party. After all, he was interrupted during his night run with Lucy. How could Yifei not be angry? Well, the mercenary in Night City is still called Yifei, and there should be no one else but me. Hearing Yifei's confirmed words, David was excited. Brother Yi, I'm a big fan of your Chow Ming. Your perspective is so powerful that you can feel your power even in Chow Ming. After all, this is one of the few ways David can find entertainment, and David also sold Yifei's super dream in the academy. Although 2/3 of the proceeds from the sale had to be given to the prosthetic doctor, this really made David a small fortune. At least he can afford the cost of washing the wardrobe at home, which can be regarded as a little burden for Gloria. It's okay. Although being flattered by David made Yifei a little bit flattered, he still said with a bit of aloofness on his face. The appearance of Yifei made David believe that Yifei is a master. He had read some books decades ago since he was a child, It is recorded in the Huagua on the other side of the ocean that there were many martial arts masters before the global prosthetic body. But if you want to practice martial arts, you need to go through years of exercise and a lot of practice. Prosthetics can surpass these masters' decades of hard training in one day, so Huagua Kung Fu has declined. Advertisement and Yi Fei's recent co-released Mutuo with Zhu Di really made David feel like a martial arts master. Half an hour later, a doctor in a white coat walked out of the operating room. "Which gentleman is David Martinez?" "Here, here," David replied, holding up his hand. "Well, Mr. David, Ms. Gloria's operation was successful, and she only needs to be observed in the hospital for 2 days before she can be discharged." In the cyberpunk world, various medical systems are already perfect and advanced. In the anime, many people speculated that Gloria was already dead when she was sent to the hospital. It was just that the doctor wanted to ask David for more information. He lied that Gloria could still be saved because of too much money. Now Gloria was rescued by Yi Fei in time, and a high-quality pneumatic syringe was used, and she was sent to a hospital with complete medical facilities, so that Gloria is now safe and sound. It's just that we found that Ms. Gloria's physical condition is actually fatigued for a long time, which is very bad for patients, so we suggest that Ms. Gloria can take more rest. The doctor's words made David fall into deep thought again. "Hello, Mr. David. These are Ms. Gloria's personal items." A nurse with prosthetic hands took Gloria's clothes and handed them to David in a box. After all this was done, the doctors and nurses left, leaving only V, Yi Fei and David, who stayed where they were. After a long silence, David looked up at Yi Fei beside him and said, "Brother Yi, can I be a mercenary with you?" Yi Fei waited for a long time, just waiting for David's words. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the leisure to stay here for so long. Chapter 5, Asking for Flowers, Monthly Tickets, Comment Tickets, Advertisement. Chapter 37. David, I want you to think before you say anything like that. Although he knew that Gloria's clothes contained a first-order Sion Waystein, Yi Fei didn't say so. After all, he didn't want David or V to suspect him. Yi Fei's words made David, whose eyes were full of hope, fall into deep thought. Yes, why can I work with Yi Fei, a mercenary and super dream star who is now famous in Night City? This is my contact information. Call me later if you have something to do. Of course, it's best if you have the money back. After speaking, Yi Fei signaled to V that it was time to leave, leaving David, who was deep in thought, to stay where he was in a daze. V in the car looked at Yi Fei and asked with some doubts, "Yi Fei, what you did today is a bit strange. Does that brat have something that you can admire?" Others don't know Yi Fei. How can V not know? Although Yi Fei treats his partners very well and never cares about the money, but at the same time Yi Fei is also a person who does not see the rabbit and does not throw the eagle. Even when he went to talk to Philip about the studio today, Yi Fei squeezed the benefits he could get to the extreme. Of course, this will not affect Philip's work for him. Since Yi Fei went to rescue the man named David Martinez and went to the hospital for surgery, and Yi Fei paid for the medical expenses, V couldn't see what benefit Yi Fei could get from it. It can be said that it is all about generating electricity for love, and a student can't see where it can create value for Yi Fei. V, I have a hunch that this David is likely to become a very good thug in our team, and this is my reason. The reason Yi Fei gave was very far-fetched, but he couldn't tell V that he had watched anime in his previous life, and he knew David was a potential stock, so he went to save him. I'm afraid it wasn't, because V turned the car around and went back to the hospital to ask the doctor to check if there is something wrong with Yi Fei's brain. Forget it. I won't ask if you don't want to say it. But you seem to have a good relationship with Lucy recently? V asked with a meaningful smile. V's words immediately cheered Yi Fei up to 200,000 points. He knew that the only thing he could do now with this kind of problem was to get along with it. Advertisement otherwise, his dog's life might be lost. No, I'm just going to run at night with Lucy. What can I do? Yi Fei said calmly. At this time, Yi Fei showed a strong ability to manage emotions and adjust micro-expressions. After all, now V is frantically scanning his face with her prosthetic eye. Although he has written a program these days to install a program that automatically counters people who scan him, but he's been ignoring the barrage of warnings that pop up from the system right now. I think so. How could Lucy see a man younger than her? V scanned for a few minutes, but didn't find any clues, so he continued driving. Seeing V's appearance, Yifei also heaved a sigh of relief. After all, he doesn't want to give up anyone now, and the only way to live a new life is to be happy. But in the current situation, if he dares to admit that he talked and laughed with Lucy during the night run and went to eat supper, based on his understanding of V, I am afraid that V will bring him and Lucy together if it is not tonight. Salute and throw out of the apartment together. Well, what's going on? Why doesn't Gloria answer the phone? Man looked impatiently at the contact interface in front of him where no one answered after making 5 or 6 calls. Dorio saw Man's impatient face and knew why he was so irritable. After all, Gloria called them yesterday and told them that she had a military-style Cynvestian prosthesis in her hand. This made Man call Gloria 20,000 euros on the spot, which was simply a bargaining chip for his prosthetic transformation to a higher level. Besides, Man, when are you going to kill those bastards for me? Advertisement Man makes a call that he doesn't even want to take now. F asterisk asterisk K, F asterisk asterisk K, F asterisk asterisk K me. Is there something wrong with you? Didn't you see how loud those guys' names are these days? Man was very upset because he found out that the person Toby Jace asked them to kill that day was the hot mercenary team in Night City. F asterisk asterisk KU. I paid you. If you can't do it, you can return the money to me. I will find someone else. Toby Jaic shouted angrily. Now he can't control Yifei's reputation at all. In his opinion, Yifei must have used the money from selling the mutated green-haired lizard to pretend to be expensive. The prosthetic body has risen in a short period of time. The fame Yifei and the others got should belong to him. Toby Jaic. Get out of your way. F asterisk 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 G, 5,000 euros for us to do this kind of work? Get out. Trash. After Man heard what Toby Jaic said, he directly transferred the 5,000 ohms back, and then directly hung up the call of this little middleman who didn't know whether he was dead or alive. He can also be regarded as a relatively top-notch mercenary in Night City, but Yifei's reputation is really a bit loud these days. For Toby Jace's 5,000 euros, it is obvious that Yifei's hard steel unwise. Man, what did you just say to Toby Jace? Dorio sat beside Man and said with some doubts. It's nothing. This stupid Toby actually wants us to do that, Yifei, and the dog will not do this shit for only 5,000 euros. To be honest, there were also commissions for fighting between mercenaries, but mercenaries of the level of Yifei's team would have to pay at least 40,000 euros to do so. Otherwise, who will die? What's more, the current Toby Jace has long since left the middleman profession, and Man's order from him is at best a personal order. Returning the money to Toby Jaic is not a bad idea. If you change to other mercenaries, the money will be blackmailed directly. In the first chapter of today, I just woke up and saw the VIP points rewarded by the Great Sage. There will be more updates. Advertisement. Chapter 38. Even if you don't want to do this commission, you shouldn't be so angry. Dorio looked at Man with some doubts. To be honest, she felt that Man's temper became more and more irritable at some point. I don't know if it's an illusion. F asterisk asterisk K. It would be strange if I didn't say anything to be underestimated by a middleman like this. Man said angrily. In fact, his anger is not mainly because of Toby Jace, but that the intermediaries he used to cooperate with him will now intentionally or unintentionally distribute some of the commissions that would have been entrusted to him to the recently famous Yifei. Yifei's recent commissions are basically completed perfectly, whether it is to steal from the company dog, to assassinate, or to save people, they can be perfectly completed. This makes those middlemen like to assign entrustment to Yifei. After all, their customers are naturally more satisfied and will give more money if they complete their tasks perfectly. No, if Gloria can't be reached tonight, I'm going to go find her. After adding up all the reasons, Man became more and more eager for Sion Waystein in Gloria's hands. Dorio, who was sitting next to Man, didn't say much when she heard this. As the person with the best relationship with Man, she naturally knew how much pressure Man was under. There is no way out of the way of mercenaries except to go up. The final consequences of each mission are basically borne by mercenaries. Those people don't have the guts to deal with those top intermediaries with huge power and financial resources. David's house. David went home and sorted out some of Gloria's belongings, and finally found Sion Waystein among Gloria's clothes. Combined with the loss of military prosthetic bodies heard several times on the radio today, David's breathing became more and more short. After taking a photo of Sean Weston, David sent the photo to the prosthetic doctor he knew. Advertisement got a quick reply. "Where did you kid get the military version of Cyberware?" Seeing the doctor's reply, David suddenly became very excited. Because today's medical expenses are paid by Yi Fei, so now David is not as desperate as in the anime. When he found Sion Weinstein, his first reaction was not to think about how much money this thing has. Instead, he wondered if he would have the capital to join Yi Fei's mercenary team if he installed this thing on his body. David rang out at noon today. Yi Fei's every move, the sense of security brought by the absolute power, and the gap between when he was desperate and could only watch and wait to die made David's pursuit of power and Yi Fei's. This kind of power made David's incomparable longing from longing. "Doctor, can you help me if I say I want to put this thing on me?" After David sent the message, the doctor saw it and immediately called David. "Have you gone crazy, kid? This is not something you can afford." The prosthetic doctor is telling the truth now. After all, even the original owner of the prosthetic body is a colonel with military technology, the kind who has experienced corporate wars. This kind of prosthetic body that a person's will can't bear is not something David, a student who is still in school, can bear. Although it is not necessarily all because of Sion Weinstein, but Sion Weston has a large part of the reason why he became cyberpsychopathic. UB********D. Today, because of the pirated chip you gave me, I scrapped the teaching system of the college. I didn't settle this account with you. David now just wants to put this prosthetic body on his body to gain strength. Others can't handle so much anymore. Tisk. Okay. Then you bring that thing to me, and I'll put it on for you. After the prosthetic doctor finished speaking, he hung up the phone. David stared at Sion Weinstein in his clothes with burning eyes. Advertisement ding. David glanced at the caller. Katsuo Tanaka? What is this guy doing on the phone? David didn't think much about calming down before answering the phone. "What do you want to do?" David said in a cold tone. Although those people at school said they looked down on him, they still recognized his ability after all. Only Katsuo Tanaka didn't care about those at all. He has been ridiculing David all the time, and even often drags David to the garbage station of the college for bullying. The reason is also very outrageous, saying that he wants to try the latest kung fu chip he installed. "David, you don't have to be so cold. After all, we are still classmates. I heard that you and your mother had a car accident. Although I know you need sympathy for this, I really can't sympathize. Why? After all, your mother is a person who committed crimes so that her son could afford to go to Huangban College. Ah, what a great mother. But it's a pity that God finally punished her for her crimes. I think she should be waiting to die in the hospital now. After all, I don't think a family like yours can afford the hospital's medical expenses. Even if she is still dying now, maybe she will die tomorrow. These are her punishments for breaking the law and committing crimes to make money. So people like you can only rot in the slums and become a gangster, and then one day you will die as humble as your mother." Katsuo Tanaka hung up the phone without waiting for David to reply after mocking him. "Katsuo Tanaka." David's eyes were full of anger. After the car accident that almost lost his mother today, David put the matter of protecting his mother at the top of his heart. As a result, Katsuo Tanaka sneered at him like this, and even made insulting remarks to Gloria. He was holding Sion Weston's hand more and more vigorously, and now he only had one thought in his mind. Become stronger. Must become stronger. Today's second update. Thank you for the VIP points rewarded by the big boss, and the flowers and comment tickets sent by the readers are also very grateful. Advertisement. Chapter 39. The plot begins. Woohoo. This girl doesn't rub her body. The prosthetic doctor lying on the operating chair is looking at his newly arrived black chow mein. Visitors arrive. Seeing these 4 typing prosthetic doctors, he took off the chow mein equipment he was carrying and saw David standing at the door panting. Huh? Is this the Sion Weston that all the mercenaries in the city are looking for? It's really a good baby. Glancing at the prosthetic body in David's hand, he confirmed once again that it was the military prosthetic body Cyberware that the whole city had been looking for these 2 days. But I've also told you that this thing is really dangerous. I advise you to sell it to me. How about if I can pay you 10,000 euros? The prosthetic doctor looked greedily at the Sean Wistan in David's hand, and he only told half the truth. Although this thing is dangerous, for those mercenaries who are on the verge of death every day, this thing is like their second life. Let alone 10,000 euros, even 20,000 euros, there are mercenaries willing to buy them. I said, I want to install it on my body. David stared at the prosthetic doctor with a very dangerous look in his eyes and said, he is like a wolf who wants to put this prosthetic body on right now, and then beat Katsuo Tanaka severely. TCH, you brat who doesn't know the heights of the heavens and the earth. The prosthetic doctor said something a little uncomfortable, but he still agreed to help David install the prosthesis. After all, he has known David for quite a long time, and the Xiaoming that David sold recently also made him a lot of money. 10 o'clock in the morning, a certain classroom at Arabata Academy, David walked into the classroom slowly. David Martins, I'm sorry you've been marked late. The cold voice of the projection robot that was in class sounded, which caught the attention of Katsuo Tanaka, who was in class. Hey, isn't this David, our 3-good student? We're already halfway through class. You're just, rely on me. Advertisement. Katsuo Tanaka spoke in a mocking tone and was kicked off the chair by David. Are you crazy? This is a school. No matter which classroom is monitored. Katsuo Tanaka said while suppressing his anger, but this time he was interrupted by David's fist again. If you are still talking nonsense, I will find it very boring. If you have the guts, you can stand up and tell me what you said yesterday. David's words fell into Katsuo Tanaka's ears very coldly. For some reason, after hearing this sentence, he felt a little fear in his heart, which made him feel a little ashamed. Then he turned over and stood up, looking at David in front of him. He launched an attack. Da-da-da-da. Katsuo Tanaka's fist had an afterimage effect for a while, and then he sent out a real attack and hit David in the face. Inferior, you can only be beaten down by me again. Katsuo Tanaka thought in his heart, but suddenly he found that David in front of him disappeared, and then a fist was hitting his face. Boom. David's full blow and a little use of the acceleration kinetic energy provided by Sion Waystein hit Katsuo Tanaka to the wall with one punch. Ugh. You, what kind of strange prosthetic body is that? My nose was broken. You are finished. My dad is the school manager. I must let you get out of Arbin Academy. Katsuo Tanaka touched his crooked nose, pointed at David with horror and anger, and said, seeing this usually arrogant guy look like a wimp now, David suddenly lost interest in continuing to attack him. When someone looks down on you, you want to beat him, and when you beat him, you will feel that person is just like that. It's up to you. I don't want to stay in this crappy school anymore. David said calmly. Katsuo Tanaka is done with revenge now. His next goal is to join Yi Fei in their mercenary squad. You gang of scumbags who cut their kidneys, anyone dares to kidnap. Advertisement. Jack looked at the scavenger lying motionless on the ground with disdain and cursed. While cursing and kicking, he wouldn't look down on Jack even if he was a beggar in this city, except for these scavengers. Most of these scavengers are low-level, murderous scum who are used to attacking unsuspecting passers-by or hooligans, harvest their cybernetic bodies and organs, and sell them on the black market. In their eyes, human life is just a bunch of cobbled-together commodities that can be exchanged for money in the black market. And the scavengers don't have any philosophy or purpose. They are just selfish and profit-seeking. The organization is also very loose and only integrated through a single sales channel. They didn't have a fixed base. They were scattered all over Night City looking for prey to attack. There is no fixed hierarchy, usually a small group of like-minded people led by the most ruthless and cunning leader among them. If possible, they don't even recommend cutting off their companions' body parts and selling them. It's almost Jack. If you really don't like it, they will be shot down. Yi Fei placed the target of this commission on the edge of the balcony and then retreated into the room. This time, the target was a rich girl with a familiar name, Yi Fei. Sandella Dorset. Well, it's the first mission in the game. Has the plot started yet? Yi Fei murmured. To be honest, he still wants to develop a little longer. After all, he is not sure whether he can withstand a nuclear bomb. Yi Fei, are you worried about something? V standing beside, Yi Fei saw Yi Fei's abnormality and asked softly. Nothing, just thought of something. Yi Fei shook his head. There is no way that only he knows these things. and it is useless to say it directly even if V believes him. It's better to develop well now, so that you can get a share of the future when the deadboard is dry. Today's third update. Thank you very much for the VIP points rewarded by Zero and the flowers sent by the brothers. There will be 3 more chapters to be updated in the evening. Advertisement. Chapter 40. Ding. Yifei received a phone call that he expected. Hey David, did you call me for something? Yifei said knowingly. He knew that David must have installed Sean Wistan on his body, and now David must be looking for him to join him. Brother Yi, can I meet you now? David, who was walking outside Arbin Academy, asked a little nervously. Okay, you can come to the Wild Wolf Bar to find me. After Yifei finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Yifei and the others only had an order for San Della Dorset today, and the original plan was to go to Jack's mother's bar for a drink after finishing. David was extremely excited when he heard Yifei agreeing to see him, and then he glanced at the Arbin Academy behind him with some mixed emotions. This place that carried all the dreams of his mother Gloria for him completely cut off contact with him. He has no nostalgia for this academy, only shame for Gloria. But since he chose to have S*X with Yifei, he has no turning back. It's not that he completely lost his mind when he beat Katsuo Tanaka in public, but he did it because he wanted to completely cut off his way back to school. Yifei, you just answered a call. Who is it? Asked Jack. An interesting kid. Maybe he will surprise us. Yifei smiled and took a sip of beer. Yifei, don't you mean the one you saved yesterday? V looked at Yifei with some surprise and said. She didn't forget the one named David yesterday. After all, he owed Yifei 3,000 euros. Advertisement, it's just that David yesterday was just a student. No matter how the time changes overnight, he can't become a level mercenary, right? Oh, Yifei, why are you still interested? Tell me about what happened yesterday. Hearing what V said, Jack also became interested. After getting along with him this week, Jack also knows that Yifei is a person who does not see the rabbit and does not stalk the eagle. Since Yifei can lend a helping hand, then there must be something special about that person. A little thing. Yifei didn't get impatient either and told everything about what happened yesterday. After finishing speaking, Lucy and Jack looked as confused as V yesterday. I said, Yifei, you just want to save people and you won't even pay for the medical bills. It seems that you still don't know much about the sinister people in Night City. When Jack was about to start a long speech, a teenager in a yellow shirt sat across from him, and then he picked up the unopened beer on the table and drank it. Ahem. Sure enough, I'm still not used to this kind of thing. David coughed after taking a sip of beer. Hey, you be asterisk 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 D. It's very rude to drink in someone else's booth without any reason. Do you know that? Jack said angrily as soon as he realized it. Jack, don't you want to see him? Why are you so angry that he's here? Yifei said calmly. Jack didn't realize it until he heard Yifei's words. David seemed to appear in front of them suddenly. Hee, it seems that you have installed some scary things on yourself. Yifei looked at David in front of him with a smile and said. David didn't say much. He turned around and took off his coat to reveal Sion Waystein on his back. How about it? This is a military-grade prosthetic body Sion Waystein. Brother Yi, can I join your mercenary group? David looked at Yifei confidently and said, in his opinion, being able to use a military-grade prosthetic body is a relatively unique existence, right? The thing on your body shouldn't be the prosthetic body of the cyber psychopath a few days ago? Advertisement. Yes, it's that guy's prosthetic body. David nodded. He had just figured it out that this should be the prosthetic body that Gloria took along when she went to clean up the cyber-psychotic scene the day before yesterday. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain where the prosthetic body came from. Oh, then you can show me one. Seeing David's confident look, Yifei immediately thought of hitting him. It is good. After David heard Yifei's words, he activated the Sean Weston directly, and then prepared to take the bottle of beer from Yifei's hand. Swish. Just when David's hand was about to touch the bottle of beer, Yifei also started to move in a world where activation was like time pause in his eyes. Moreover, that speed seems to be faster than him. During the acceleration time, David was chasing Yifei, trying to get the beer in his hand, but no matter how fast he was, Yifei could catch up with him at a faster speed. Accelerating the end of the world, Yifei and David appeared outside the deck. Compared with Yifei's relaxed face, David's sweaty face is very obvious. David, although I don't want to pour cold water on you at this time, if you want to target Yifei, I advise you to give up this idea. Jack also knows the effect of Sean Weston. After all, he has known Victor for so long and chatted with him. Knowing that the effect of this military prosthesis is to speed up the user, but it is still too naive to compare this kind of thing with Yifei. The first morning Yifei came to Night City, he fought against the terrorist mobile squad. Which one of those guys didn't have Sion Wistan? None of the 5 or 6 members of the NCPD terrorist mobile team were able to stop Yifei that day, let alone the current David. Besides, which of those guys didn't install Sion Wistan? However, you're pretty good. You can actually use Sion Wistan. But your small body is already at its limit this time, isn't it? Jack shook his head understandingly. Today's 4th chapter, and the remaining 2 chapters, the humble author is asking for flowers, monthly tickets, and comment tickets online. Advertisement. Chapter 41. No, I've used this thing before. David said with sweat profusely that although Sean Wistan could indeed accelerate him, he didn't know why he always felt dizzy after every acceleration. Jack was a little surprised by David's words. Of course, Jack also knew about the cyber-psychopath who had participated in the war 2 days ago, but he was also concerned about Sion Wistan, even if he didn't pretend to be this thing. Selling it to Victor can also make a small profit, but he didn't have too many thoughts when he saw David wearing Sion Wistan. After all, he was also Yifei's fancy. But after your kid used this prosthetic body, why didn't you inject yourself with immunosuppressive fluid? Jack suddenly remembered that something was wrong. Immunosuppressant fluid? What is that? David asked confusedly. Yifei, the person you're looking for is too crazy. It's a madman who dares to install this level of prosthetic body without even knowing about immunosuppressant fluid. Hearing David's response, Jack also looked at Yifei speechlessly and said, "Pull you down. Let's go. I'll take you to see the prosthetic doctor." Yifei gave Jack a blank look and then told David that he didn't really trust the prosthetic doctor he saw in the anime. With a reliable doctor like Victor, why would he go to that crazy-looking prosthetic doctor? Inside Victor's clinic, Yifei, where did the kid you bring get Sion Wistan? Victor glanced at David and said to Yifei with a strange expression on his face. It's hard to say. Victor, you can show him, just as he said. He has used Sion Wistan a few times. Yifei said, "Okay, kid, let me take a look for you." Advertisement. Seeing that Yifei didn't want to say anything, Victor didn't ask any more questions and checked with David. Well, it's nothing serious. Yifei seems to have a much better tolerance for prosthetic bodies than ordinary people. After checking, Victor found that David's nervous system was more active than normal, and this was the case of using Sion Wistan. Generally speaking, after using the prosthetic body, the body will experience a certain degree of nervous malaise, but David's nervous system can still remain more active than normal. What this brings to David is that he is more able to tolerate the consumption of the prosthesis on the human body than ordinary people. Even so, he probably needs immunosuppressants. Yifei said. He also knew that David could use the prosthetic body more times than ordinary people, but it was not unlimited. That is, 2 or 3 times that of ordinary people. That's right. If this young man uses Cyinvestin a few times, he will die soon. Boy, I will prescribe you a little immunosuppressant. Give yourself an injection if you feel dizzy, and it's best not to use more than 6 times a day with Cyinvestin. Victor said, and took out a few small needles from his cabinet. I'll just give you as much as you want. Hee. Yifei, we are quite familiar with each other. I will only charge you 500 euros for these inhibitors. Yifei believed Victor's words, although compared with the game, treating V like his own child was still a bit worse. But judging from the quality and workmanship of the prosthetic bodies installed by Yifei and the others and Victor, at least Victor regards Yifei and the others as his own. Without saying anything, Yifei directly transferred 500 euros to Victor. Brother Yi, this money, why do you say so much? I have work for you this afternoon, and I will deduct it from your salary at that time. Seeing what David was going to say again, Yifei waved his hand. Since David was brought to Victor by them, they have already regarded him as one of their own. I will definitely not let you down. Advertisement. Hearing David's promise, Yifei smiled. Afternoon outside a stronghold of the Japanese Street Tiger Claw Gang. You have to go in and insert this chip into their computer this time. I have already sent you their internal structure diagram. Go in this time, just like going back to your own home. Don't startle the snake. Lucy will help you hack into the security system. Yifei patted David on the shoulder and said, then pointed to Lucy, who was fiddled with the computer in the back seat with a cold face. Lucy just looked up at David, then lowered her head and continued to invade the security system of the Tiger Claw gang. In the past few days, Lucy and Yifei have practiced hacking the system more than once, which has made Lucy's hacking skills progress rapidly. If it is described by the expertise in the game, Lucy should be a hacker with an intelligence of 16. Okay, don't worry, Brother Yi. After finishing his speech, David received the structural picture from Yifei and set off. Yifei, how long do you think it will take for this kid to come out? Jack sat in the car and said, a little bored. A few minutes. Hey, I guess he will scare the snake. How can I say, 500 euros to bet or not? To be honest, Jack didn't like this kind of entrustment anymore, and the reward was only 3,000 euros. Most of the commissions they received this week were paid tens of thousands of euros. Yifei would not have accepted such a small commission if he hadn't wanted to train David. Bet on the hammer. Do you want me to tell Misty? Yifei didn't bother to pay attention to these things. The situation was changing rapidly, and no one could guarantee whether the car would overturn. While Yifei and the others were still talking, David had successfully bypassed the younger brother of the Tiger Claw gang outside the stronghold and entered the building. Today's 5th update. Thank you, readers, for the flower comment tickets. Very awesome. There will be an update later. Advertisement. Chapter 42. David, there's a Tiger Claw guy right in front of you with a shotgun in his hand. Go and break his neck, or you won't be able to get into their office. In front of Yifei's eyes are the pictures of all the cameras in the building of the Tiger Claw gang. With Yifei's eyesight and brain power, he can observe the movements of all the members of the Tiger Claw gang. Here, Brother Yi, can I bypass this person and go directly to their office? Hearing that Yifei asked him to break the neck of the strong man 3 meters in front of him, David asked very nervously. Also, hearing Yifei's reply, David breathed a sigh of relief, and then Yifei said lightly, you come out. Go home and be your good student. This road is not suitable for you. That's right. No matter what kind of person you are on the road of mercenaries, killing people is unavoidable. Sometimes you can't even have compassion. Otherwise, the person who begged you for mercy 1 second might take the gun in his hand and give you a headshot. No need. Brother Yi, I'll break this guy's neck. David had no way out now. He went to beat up Katsuo Tanaka in the morning, and he beat him under the supervision of the academy. Now I guess I have already been expelled from Huangbin Academy. If I can't hang out with Yifei, I guess he will be a street gangster in his life. Gritting his teeth, he quietly lurked behind this strong man from the Tiger Claw gang, even though he had made up his mind to break this guy's neck. But how does he have that kind of strength? David, I will temporarily shut down this guy's system. He will have no resistance within 10 seconds, and then I will hand it over to you. Lucy's voice reached David's ears, and then David found that the big man in front of him had fallen to the ground motionless. What are you still doing? 2 seconds have passed. Advertisement. When Yifei's voice came out, David finally realized that he grabbed the strong man's head with both hands, and then twisted it hard. Click. There was a crisp sound of bones, and the strong man in front of him, who was still breathing when he fell down, had stopped breathing and heartbeat. David felt sick for a while. To be honest, even if he lived in Night City, he must have seen dead people even if he had never killed anyone. Moreover, although David had been a killer countless times in Jimmy Kurosaki's Black Super Dream, he personally killing still made him feel completely disgusted. A feeling of wanting to vomit came up in his throat, but David swallowed it in the end. Take the access card on his body, go into the office, choose the largest computer, and plug in the chip. Yifei's voice came again. Then David picked up the yellow access control card on the big man and ran to the door of the office, went in, and inserted the chip into the computer. Well, good. You can come out as soon as the progress bar on the screen is full. Hearing this, David sat down directly on the chair next to him, still digesting the nausea caused by the murder just now. Inside the car, Yifei, isn't it a bit embarrassing for David to ask him to kill someone for the first time? Jack said with a troubled face. Even if he was a mercenary, he was doing some petty theft at the beginning, and killing people was already what he did after 4 months as a mercenary. Jack, it's not that I want to force him. Even if the entrustment we have received now is replaced by another mercenary team, it will not be so easy to sneak in. Yifei's face was very serious. If we don't force him here, do we have to consider that there is a mercenary in the team who is afraid of killing when we receive such commissions in the future? Advertisement, Yifei doesn't want to have to cover the whole situation by himself every time. Could it be that he had to work with Jack and the others all the time before he evolved Superman's super hearing to monitor the world? Each member of an excellent mercenary team should be on his own. If not, Yifei would not choose to form a team with Jack and Lucy. Just do all the work by yourself, and then spend the money on them. Sooner or later, the job they receive will definitely cause them to split into 2 groups. Yifei's current ability is not yet able to make overall plans for all aspects. It can only be correct to exercise Jack's abilities as much as possible. You're right, I didn't think about it properly, Hermano. Lo siento, brother, sorry. After listening to Yifei's words, Jack realized that although they had received relatively large commissions this week, every time they dared to do it unscrupulously, it was because Yifei was in front of them as a shield. That's why Jack had the illusion that the members of his team were all top-level mercenaries, and the commissions they received were basically harmless. Isn't this top-level mercenary? It's nothing. I just hope that V and Lucy, you two should also realize this. Although I can protect you, I may not be able to protect you by your side anytime and anywhere. Yifei doesn't suggest that if he had achieved in such a short period of time the glory and achievements that he hadn't achieved in the past 20 years, he would also be in the sky like Jack. I see. Both V and Lucy replied at the same time. To be honest, the two of them have been very well protected by Yifei these days. Whether V was almost attacked by someone who had fallen to the ground and pretended to be dead in a certain commission, or Lucy, because of I didn't pay attention and was almost found to be anti-black. One of these 2 times, Yifei killed the attacker with his super fast speed, and the other time, when the system discovered that there was hacker activity, Yifei directly burned the hacker's brain. Otherwise, both of them will be more or less injured to varying degrees. Under such an environment, both V and Lucy became a little slack. There was no way Yifei's sense of security was really good. Today's update is also the last update. Please ask for flowers, monthly tickets, and comment tickets. Advertisement at Chapter 43. Brother Yi, the download is complete. How should I go now? David's voice reached Yifei's ears, and Yifei turned on the surveillance system of the Tiger Claw gang. Damn it. Bad luck, Jack. V. Copy, guys. Tiger Claw helped those guys find dead people. After looking at the surveillance camera, Yifei cursed. After all, within 2 minutes of speaking, 2 members of the Tiger Claw gang did not follow their patrol rules and went upstairs. Picking up the G-58 classic smart submachine gun in his hand, Yifei got out of the car. It can only be said that the weapons made by Kong Tao are really delicious. The way of automatically tracking the enemy without aiming makes Yifei a little can't stop. After hearing Yifei's words, Jack and V picked up their weapons and got out of the car. Lucy, you don't need to worry so much now. Just burn any member of the Tiger Claw gang you can see. No problem. At Yifei's command, Lucy starts hooking up to the camera and starts burning any Tiger Claw she can see. XN for a while, the younger brothers of the Tiger Claw gang in the facility caught fire one by one without warning. Oh, Karsang mother. Kill K, help. I'm on fire. F***K. A hacker has hacked into our surveillance system. Hurry up and get rid of it. The leader of the Tiger Claw gang in this stronghold quickly reacted when he saw this situation. This spontaneous combustion for no reason can be said to be a problem with the prosthetic body failure. But if a group of people start to spontaneously combust one by one, there must be a hacker. The younger brother of the Tiger Claw gang, who was not on fire, heard the elder brother's words and knocked out all the surveillance probes in their facility. Soon, everyone was safe and sound except for those Tiger Claw boys who had been set on fire by Lucy. Yifei, all the surveillance cameras in their building have been shut down. I can't continue hacking now. Hearing what Lucy said, Yifei nodded and said, It's okay. You wait in the car now and leave the rest to us. As Yifei said that, they killed all the way in. Under the attack of the G-58 classic smart submachine gun that Yifei bought at a high price, Those Tiger Claw Gang members who dared to show their heads were beaten to death. Advertisement. I'll go. Yi Fei, your marksmanship is not bad. Did you spend a lot to buy this thing? You must know that although Kong Tao's weapons are easy to use, there is only one disadvantage. That is, they are expensive. And what Yi Fei bought was the enhanced version with better quality and faster fire rate, referred to as military-grade purple. Aiming well by yourself is not as fun as shooting casually without using your brain. When Yi Fei was playing FPS games in his previous life, he was always killed by Brother Swazi. Now that he is in the world of Cyberpunk, he still lets him aim? I haven't cheated in my previous life, but I came here to lock up Shari in this life. Ahem, what's wrong with exchanging shooting experience with the members of the Tiger Claw Gang? Damn, I'm going to make one for fun later on. Jack saw that Yi Fei could hit those Tiger Claw Gang members who only showed a little bit of their body parts with random shots, which made him hungry. Inside the building, three people came outside, and one of them was holding Kong Tao's smart submachine gun. The brothers outside couldn't stand it anymore. A boy with Shamit's rooster head ran up to the head of the stronghold and said, "Hachi, don't we also have the Shinjin of Araban? What are you eating?" Hearing what the elder brother said, the younger brother was obviously aggrieved. After all, what they bought was only a few €100 of ordinary goods, which were not at the same level as the military-grade G58 in Yi Fei's hands. As long as their smart guns are not exposed too much, they can't be locked at all. On the other hand, Yi Fei's G58 can be locked by just showing a little part. How the hell do you fight? Boss, the weapon in that guy's hand is obviously a better military version. The brothers opened the scoop on that thing as soon as they showed their heads, and there is no way to fight it. The younger brother said a little aggrieved. Baga, we are the warriors of the Tiger Claw Gang. Just a few bastards. Boom. No sooner had the boss finished speaking than Yi Fei blasted a grenade through their walls. Advertisement. Yi Fei, those guys outside are taken away by your treasure. Can you leave the rest to me? Jack looked at Yi Fei, who was firing vigorously in front of him, and said a little speechlessly, "Did you just say you want to train them? As a result, now that I feel good about myself, I don't want to leave anyone for them, right? Oh, I'm sorry. Then you and V can deal with these guys. I'll go inside and bring that kid David out." Yi Fei put away the G58 and walked up the stairs. "Boy, come out for me. Chop suey. I'm going to chop you into 8 pieces." The two younger brothers from the Tiger Claw Gang outside the office looked very annoyed at David sitting in the office. It's a pity that they don't have access control cards and the guns in their hands can't penetrate the door, so they can only be helpless and furious outside. They didn't know that the brothers outside had all been killed by Yi Fei, and even their boss probably had to meet their Amaterasu soon. Yi Fei moved directly behind the two of them, and before they could react, Yi Fei grabbed each of them with one hand, making their heads come into close contact. Of course, Yi Fei used a little bit of strength. The heads of the two people split open immediately. Well, split in every sense. "Enough, David. How long are you going to stay in there?" Yi Fei was also a little speechless to David, who was staying in the office. "At least you have Sion Weinstein. Just open the door and run out." And Yi Fei's actions scared David, who was in the office at once. Although he had just killed a person, David had never seen such a bloody scene. Vomit. All of a sudden, he vomited on the floor of the office. Today's first update. Please ask the readers for some flowers and comment tickets. Advertisement. Chapter 44. Oh, come down immediately after you vomit. Yi Fei shook his head and glanced at David. The young man was still too young. If David could hear what Yi Fei said, he would definitely want to yell, "Brother, if you kill these guys, kill them. You don't need to make them all over the floor, okay?" Who can have no reaction? Yi Fei walked downstairs. Only the leader of the Tiger Claw Gang stronghold was left on the scene. "Yi Fei, you said that these guys are weird enough." They yelled quite loudly when they asked the younger brother to die. "When he came to me, he kowtowed to me and begged for mercy." Jack pointed to the trembling leader kneeling on the ground and said with disdain, "You must know that many gang leaders in Night City need to show loyalty, but they must have the quality of daring to work hard." The guy in front of him yelled loudly when he asked his younger brother to resist, but when it came to him, he became greedy for life and afraid of death. Even if the little boss who knelt on the ground begged and begged could understand what Jack said, he didn't dare to refute. After all, Only he and Yi Fei were left here. It wouldn't be shameful to beg for mercy with Yi Fei and the others. Anyway, those younger brothers died. It didn't take more than 5 minutes for Jack and V to kill those younger brothers just now, but more than a dozen people were killed by Jack and V as if they were playing a game. It's just a small character. You can kill them directly. These neon people have no backbone. If you have bigger fists than him, he will naturally kneel down to you. Yi Fei is also full of disdain. Although he is not an angry youth, he still can't see these small days. Otherwise, he wouldn't move the axis and directly pick the stronghold of the Tiger Claw Gang. No. I'm not a small character. My father is Miyagawa Iris. I can give you money. A lot of money. Please let me go. Hearing Yi Fei's words, Miyagawa Hideo's face turned a little pale. His father was a core member of the Miyagawa Iris Tiger Claw Gang. How could he die in such a small place? Advertisement: if his father hadn't said that he would train him to gradually take over the affairs of the Tiger Claw Gang. If he had been sent here 2 days ago, he wouldn't have given up those luxury cars and villas to stay here with these low-class boys. I'll go, Miyagawa Iris. That pervert from the Tiger Claw Gang. Jack couldn't help but exclaim when he heard the name. Jack, do you know what this Miyagawa Iris is made of? Yi Fei asked. Although he liked to play Cyberpunk games in his previous life, he didn't dig into the relationship between the characters in it. Miyagawa Iris should be one of the few people he killed in the Henteing building when he was playing games in his previous life. I know, one of the big bosses of the Tiger Claw Gang. His status is about the same as that of a priest in Night City. Yi Fei, maybe we can make a fortune right now. Jack said slyly. That's right. I'm rich. As long as you let me go, I'll give you 100,000. No, 150,000. Hideo Miyagawa immediately responded when he heard that Jack had the idea of asking him to pay for his life. In his opinion, no matter how much money you have, no matter how high your status is, if you die, you are nothing. As long as he is alive, his father's status as much money as you want. TSK. I didn't expect you to be so rich with such a frustrating look. Well, let me see how much you want to pay for your life. Remember, you only have one chance. Yi Fei did not agree to Miyagawa Hideo's request for 150,000 yuan to buy his life, but instead let him choose how much to spend to buy his life. This is a very smart choice. After all, 150,000 is definitely not his limit. Yi Fei wants to see how much money this guy can shell out. Hideo Miyagawa was stunned when he heard Yi Fei's words. He originally thought that he could directly knock out these damn mercenaries by paying a huge sum of 150,000 yuan. Life. F***ku. The life I said is worth 1 million. Do you think I can get it out? Miyagawa Hideo didn't know how many times he greeted Yi Fei and his family. You must know that 150,000 is already half of the cash he owns now. Generally speaking, if he has earned this money, even if he leaves Night City and travels around the world, there are plenty of places to go. I'll show you so much if it's okay. Advertisement. Hideo Miyagawa gritted her teeth and transferred 300,000 euros to Yi Fei, which was already all the money he had here. No matter how much he had, he could only ask for it from Miyagawa Iris, but he wouldn't naively think that Yi Fei would give him a chance to contact his father. Hey, you have so much eyebrows and big eyes to hide so much, but forget it. For the sake of your generosity, I will spare you. Yi Fei frowned when he saw the 300,000 in the transfer. He didn't expect this guy to be able to carry 300,000 in the bank he carried with him. I'm afraid I didn't even have the money for a taxi. Thank you. Hearing Yi Fei's words, Miyagawa Hideo finally breathed a sigh of relief and bowed and thanked Yi Fei again and again, as if Yi Fei had done him a great favor. Let's go. This boss spent a lot of money. Yi Fei gave Jack and V a wink, and Jack and V also nodded and put away their guns and left. Just in time for David, who had recovered, to come down the stairs and took him with him along the way. TSK. We've made a lot of money this time. But Yi Fei, wouldn't you be afraid that he would retaliate against us if you let him go like this? After returning to the car, Jack started the car and asked Yi Fei. I said let him go today, but didn't say let him go tomorrow. Yi Fei frowned slightly, looked at Jack, and said, Then you are too troublesome. Why not kill him here? I downloaded 100 million small viruses in his program. Well, by this time tomorrow, he will be overloaded by his own program and die. Alas, The son of the poor Tiger Claw gang boss is going to die from a small advertisement. Yi Fei's words made Jack and David shudder a little, and at the same time they felt a little sympathetic to this young master. Today's second update. Thanks to the VIP points rewarded by the Big Brother Demon King CWK, there are 3 more chapters to be updated. Advertisement. Chapter 45. Sensing David and Jack's strange eyes, Yi Fei looked back at them. Why are you two looking at me like that? Nothing. It's okay, no problem. Hearing Yi Fei's question, David and Jack said that the big guy couldn't afford to provoke them, and both looked out the window. I said, Yi Fei, I'll let you steal some data. What do you mean by directly porting someone else's stronghold? Okada Kazuko looked at Yi Fei with a flat face in front of him very speechlessly, as if what he just took away was just a scavenger's nest, not a stronghold of the Tiger Claw gang. Higezi, I don't want to do that either. The young man in our team who just joined was discovered. Otherwise, the Tiger Claw gang's stronghold must be fine. Yi Fei said with a rascal look. Seeing Yi Fei's indifferent look, Okada and Keiko were suddenly so angry that his teeth ached. Why did Yi Fei have nothing to do when she was working for other intermediaries? But she made such a big mess when she came here. Forget it. I will pay you your reward now. Thanks. Remember to find me next time you have a job, Obasan. Yi Fei walked out after finishing speaking. Only Okada Wakako with black lines all over his face was left in place. Ding, Moses, I'm Okada Wakako, who is it? Okada Wakako connected the phone. Okada, I know it's the mercenaries you're looking for. Tell me who they are. If you dare to mess with our Tiger Claw, help me make him hungry. On the other end of the phone, a bald man shouted angrily. Advertisement, he had just received a call from his son, saying that their stronghold had been taken over by a few mercenaries, and they had blackmailed him 300,000 euros. Hearing these news, Miyagawa Iris was immediately so angry that he was about to suffer from high blood pressure. No mercenary from the Tiger Claw gang had dared to offend them like this in Night City for many years. Most of the strongholds were destroyed because of the direct battles of the big gangs. But the situation where 3 or 4 mercenaries directly took over the situation like today never happened. This is tantamount to telling those outsiders that the Tiger Claw gang is just a paper tiger, and even mercenaries can take away their strongholds. Suddenly, not only Miyagawa Iris, but another big brother in the gang, Xiaopu Weishin, was also angry endlessly. The 2 big bosses of the Tiger Claw gang decided to drive out Yi Fei and this group of mercenaries. Otherwise, the face of their Tiger Claw gang would basically become a pool of mud. After searching around, Miyagawa Iris found out that the initiator of this commission was Okada Wakako, so he called Okada Wakako for an explanation. Look at what you said. I dare not entrust mercenaries to destroy your stronghold. It has nothing to do with me. Just hang up like this. Okada and Akako hung up the phone after finishing speaking. To be honest, although she was also very angry with Yi Fei and the others for destroying the Tiger Claw gang's stronghold, these had nothing to do with her, but Miyagawa Iris was able to locate the commission from her. Looks like there's a mouse around me. Okada Wakako looked outside her office, narrowing her eyes slightly. Ritz bar ugh. David, stand up and play. Don't sit there like a gourd. Jack stood in the middle of the dance floor and danced with the hot girl next to him and shouted. David, on the other hand, sat in the booth a little cramped, not knowing where the cover was placed for a while. I can only drink beer that I don't like one mouthful at a time. And Yi Fei has already gone to Judy's studio to record today's Xiaoming. Yi Fei, did you go to the Xiaoming game studio yesterday? Judy looked at Yi Fei, who had just finished recording Mutewo, and asked. Advertisement. Yeah, I perfected that Mutewo game and bought that studio for a little money. Yi Fei did not deny it. After all, such things must not be hidden. Yi Fei, you did this a little too fast, didn't you? You just made a complete body of that semi-finished Mutewo game for them. It's okay, I know a little about programming. Hearing Yi Fei's very pretending words, Judy was also speechless. Could this be something that can be done with just a little bit of programming? Even if the semi-finished Xiaoming game is made by her, a talented Xiaoming technical expert, it will definitely not work in 2 or 3 months. It just takes someone else's help to figure it out. Fortunately, Yi Fei came up with such a thing in a week. That's right. This morning, the Beyond Game Studio, which was renamed by Yi Fei, has already begun to sell the Xiaoming game Apex they created to the outside world. As an expert in Xiaoming, Judy naturally bought a copy. After playing it, she found that this game was the one that Yifei tried a week ago. After making a phone call and confirming with Philip, the chief designer of Beyond Game Studio, Judy knew that Yifei actually produced the complete version of the semi-finished Mute game. You hit it deep enough? Why don't you dash and come over and show me how to edit this super dream? Seeing Yifei pretend, Judy took out a Chow Ming, which was more difficult to edit, and put it on the table and said, "Okay, let me take a look, but it may not be as good as your cut." After Yifei finished speaking, she stood beside Judy and started editing the super dream. A few minutes later, under Judy's astonished eyes, Yifei completed the difficult-to-edit Chow Ming. Damn, if you come to cut Mutuo, you will definitely be hotter than Jimmy Kurosaki. Looking at the perfectly edited Chow Ming in front of her, Judy couldn't help sighing. How can there be a person with such outrageous talent? Third change, ask for flowers, ask for monthly tickets, ask for comment tickets, advertisement. Chapter 46. There is nothing wrong with Judy's thinking. After all, although Yifei's mercenary career is not yet the top, it must be the most famous mercenary rookie these days. And from the fact that he can perfect a Mute game in a few days, it seems that Yifei's talent in making Mute is much stronger than her. It's okay, then I'll come back next time when I have good material. Yifei patted Judy on the shoulder and walked out of the studio. Yifei realized something was wrong when he reached the door. Just now he patted Judy on the shoulder, and Judy didn't point her Liz at his head. Never mind. Too lazy to think so much. Yifei went to find Jack and V. "Hey, brat, where did the Sinvestein on your body come from? I'm asking you something." As soon as Yifei walked to their booth, he saw a strong man much bigger than Jack shouting at David. F***KU. Which onion are you? It's none of your business where other people's prosthetic bodies come from. Hearing Jack's words, man turned his head and glanced at him, then frowned and recognized Jack. "Jack Wells, this matter should have nothing to do with you. Are you sure you want to meddle in your own business?" Man didn't know that David joined Yifei's team. After all, David just joined today, so it's normal that the news didn't spread. So in his opinion, Jack's current behavior is completely looking for trouble. "I recognize you, man, right? You can be regarded as a relatively powerful figure among our mercenaries. It's a pity, bullying a kid who has just started, and now it seems that you are like this." Jack has been a mercenary for several months, so he naturally recognizes man. "In short, this matter is between me and this kid. Although you have become famous recently, I don't recommend fighting with you." Man looked at the pointing crowd around him and didn't want to compromise easily. He looked for Gloria for a day, but the other party didn't answer her calls, so he brought his own people to the Ritz bar for fun. Advertisement in the end, he saw a young boy showing his prosthetic body to the girls in the bar. Man recognized at a glance that it was Sion Weinstein, whom he had been thinking about day and night for the past 2 days. This thing is not a big commodity. Usually only 1 or 2 come out a year. I just paid for one the day before yesterday, and I saw it here today. It is obvious that this should be the Sion Weinstein in Gloria's hand. But man couldn't figure out why this thing was on a kid. This led to the present scene. "Don't be so angry. Can you sit down and talk slowly?" Yifei walked over to Jack with a calm expression and said casually, "F***K. You really think I dare not touch you?" Seeing Yifei's extremely plain look, man immediately became angry, and he could be considered a top-notch in the mercenary circle. Although Yifei and the others are very famous now, but they are trying to embarrass themselves like this? Immediately, he took out his weapon, and Dorio and Rebecca, who were standing beside man, also pointed their guns at Yifei. "What are you doing? What are you doing? You guys have to fight out." Although the security guard at the bar didn't want to take care of this matter, but if he thought about it, if he didn't do it, the boss might want to pick his skin off. "Whatever you fight, sit down and have a good talk, Brian. I can take care of things here and you go." When Yifei finished speaking, man and the others realized that Yifei had taken away all the guns in their hands, and Yifei put those guns on the bartender's side after speaking. And the security guard hurriedly left when he heard Yifei's words. Now, after all, Yifei is an old regular at the Ritz bar, and he is also very close to Judy. "Hey, give me back my gun. You be *******D. Seeing her precious gun being taken away by Yifei, Rebecca shouted in dissatisfaction. "Man, why don't we sit down and talk to them slowly? Dorio said with an ugly face beside Man at this time. Advertisement: if Yi Fei had the ability to grab their guns directly, he also had the ability to kill them all in an instant. But now that Yi Fei has said that he wants to sit down and talk slowly, there may be some misunderstanding in the middle. Man's face changed again and again, and finally decided to reason with Yi Fei under the pressure of Yi Fei's absolute strength. I just wanted to ask that kid, where did the sign Vestian on your body come from? Man looked eagerly at Sion Waystein on David's back and said. David got a little hairy from Man's look and immediately put on his clothes. I found this prosthetic body from my mother's clothes, so it should have nothing to do with you. David explained. Wait, Mom, is your mom's name Gloria Martinez? You know my mother? Of course, she and I still have a cooperative relationship. The day before yesterday, she contacted me and said that there was a Sion Waystein to sell to me. I paid 20,000 euros, but he hasn't answered my call since contacting yesterday. Man frowned and said he originally thought that Gloria was simply tricking him, but he didn't expect that this prosthetic body was installed on her son. I don't know about that. David was telling the truth, because Yi Fei saved David and Gloria and paid for the medical expenses in advance, so David never checked Gloria's account at all, so he didn't find out that his mother's account was too much 20,000 euros. Even if that's the case, how could you, a brat, put such a dangerous thing on your body? Your little body will go crazy after using it once or twice, right? Pilar, who was sitting on the side, pointed to David and said, I've used it 4 or 5 times today. After finishing speaking, David rushed out and snatched the cigarette from Pilar's hand and sat back. Now it's the 6th time. Oh, Man is really crazy. Pilar was not only frightened every time, but also looked at Man and laughed. Today's 4th update. Ask for flowers and monthly tickets. Advertisement. Chapter 47. Yi Fei, who is popular with women. Man ignored Pilar's words, but looked at David and said, I don't care what happened to Gloria. Anyway, I already paid for that prosthetic body, or I'll pay you to dismantle it, or I'll kill you and take it down. How about I go to the street and kill a violent terrorist mobile team and dismantle a Sion Waystein for you? Yi Fei said at this time. Just kidding. Sion Waystein is not an ordinary prosthetic body. This thing is directly connected to the human nerves. If you can't get a prosthetic body of the same level or better, it will cause some permanent damage to that person if you remove it. Aren't you joking? Do you want to have a good talk after all? Man has nothing to do at this time. The pursuit of power is his belief. Even in the anime where he already felt that he was going to suffer from cyberpsychosis, Man was still unwilling to reduce the number of prosthetic bodies, and even wanted to install more powerful one's prosthetic body. It's very simple. David will return the money to you. That's it. If you don't want to, I have no other plan. David is now his subordinate, and he will not release the meat he eats. Well, I don't want more from you. Just forget about 20,000 euros. Seeing Yi Fei's attitude, Man knew that he would definitely not be able to get the prosthetic body, but there was no way he could not be as strong as Yi Fei. To put it bluntly, it's not bad for Yi Fei to ask David to pay him back the money. Otherwise, he doesn't need to care so much at all. Turn on, David. Didn't you just give you 30,000 euros just now? Yi Fei patted the reluctant David next to him and said, I just blackmailed from Hideo Miyagawa. Ahem, the 300,000 to come. Yi Fei also gave David 30,000 euros, and he, Lucy, V, and Jack shared the rest of the money equally. After receiving the 20,000 euros transferred back from David, Man's complexion improved a bit. Although he didn't get Sion Waystein, he didn't lose money anyway. Come on, shall we have a drink? Yi Fei raised a bottle of beer on the table at this time and said, his face was no longer cold but gentle. Man, we usually work in Santo Domingo. Man reintroduced himself. Advertisement. I heard. My name is Yi Fei. I just came to Night City not long ago. After Yi Fei finished speaking, he drank the wine in his hand in one gulp. Although his tone of voice was a bit rushed just now, he still admired Man in his heart. The performance in the anime is also very reliable, and he will consciously protect his teammates. If he didn't end up with cyberpsychosis, he might become one of the legends of Night City. Hello, handsome guy. Is your name Yi Fei? My name is Rebecca. Yi Fei had just finished drinking a bottle of beer when a little girl sat beside him and poked Yi Fei's ribs with her elbow. Nice to meet you, Rebecca. Your gun is with the bartender. He'll give it to you when you leave. Yifei thought that Rebecca wanted to get his gun back, but he still underestimated the girl in Night City. Who said it was a gun? How about it? Shall we go out and have fun? Puff. Yifei was dumbfounded when he heard this, and immediately spit out the wine from his mouth. Ahaha. Rebecca, you are not like this usually. Seeing that Yifei was so frightened that he spit out the wine, Pila laughed, and then looked at Lucy, who had been looking at Yifei. Pila had noticed this beauty when she came here just now. She was much prettier than all the women he had ever seen, and immediately wanted to strike up a conversation. Shut up and take you. Rebecca blushed and scolded Pila. When she saw Yifei just now, she was a little surprised. After all, she wanted to find a handsome prosthetic, and Night City men are no different from finding a needle in a haystack. It's just that Man and Yifei still have conflicts, so they can only regard Yifei as an enemy first. Now that the problem is solved, it must be a conversation if you want to strike up a conversation. Ahem. Next time. I'm a little tired from work today. Yifei said. Advertisement. Okay. Then this is my contact information. Remember to contact me when you are free. When Rebecca heard Yifei's refusal and did not suggest, she directly sent her phone number to Yifei. Yifei, you are really popular with women. Jack sat on the side and said sourly. First, both V and Lucy are interested in Yifei. Although they didn't say it, it is still obvious. There is also Judy, who has never given a man's contact information, and now the little girl. Rebecca has a very good attitude towards Yifei. Although all he likes are women with good figures, it is quite enviable for a petite and cute girl like Rebecca to take the initiative to strike up a conversation. Beauty, what's your name? My name is Pilar, and I'm from Man's team. Would you like to have a drink? Pilar said to Lucy across the table at this time. Hearing Pilar's words, Lucy glanced at him, and then a blue light appeared in his eyes. Bark. Wow. Pilar was shocked by the electric current all of a sudden. Lucy was a little upset when she saw Rebecca strike up a conversation with Yifei, but now this perverted guy came to strike up a conversation with Lucy. Lucy directly took the other party as a punching bag, hacked into his system, and released a little electricity. Ha. Pilla, you guys, you dare to strike up a conversation with anyone, so you are deflated now. Dorio laughed out loud when she saw Pila like this. Didn't you see that Lucy's eyes never left Yifei? This is obviously either Yifei's girlfriend or likes Yifei. And a little bit of comparison, Pila and Yifei would choose Yifei for anyone. The same is true for V next to Lucy. Although he seems to be drinking, his eyes are actually staring at Yifei and never leave. F***K Dorio, what are you gloating about? Pila directly gave Dorio a middle finger. He didn't expect that this cold beauty would have such a temper. Today's last update. Thank you readers for the Flower monthly tickets. Advertisement. Chapter 48. Would you like a drink for the beauty? Seeing that he failed to strike up a conversation with Lucy, Pila set his sights on V. It can't be that everyone in Yifei's team has such a bad temper, right? Roll. V's tone was very flat, but unquestionable, and of course her eyes never set on Pila's body. No, beauty, we just want to have a drink with you so as not to. Before Pila finished speaking, V directly took out the M76E Omaha that Yifei bought for her. Although this gun is not the epic pistol made in the game, it is also a pistol that Yifei paid a high price for. Bought from a member of the 6th Street Gang. If you don't want your head to explode, I suggest you go drink with those dancing girls. Although V was smiling when he said this, his eyes were extremely cold. Pila didn't dare to bet on whether V would dare to blow his head off, and immediately nodded in agreement. Ha. Pila, your habit of casually flirting with beautiful women is still the same, you. Man, who was drinking next to him, also laughed out loud when he saw this scene. Pila, an old pervert, likes to strike up a conversation with a prettier girl. He always said some very cold, dirty jokes, and now seeing him deflated can make man fly with joy. TCH, it's because those beauties didn't notice my bright spot. Pilar still put his middle finger in front of man, and said with a bit of a dead mouth. 2 hours later. Okay, that's all for today. It's time to go home and sleep. Yifei stretched and said, Oh, why? Let's go have another drink. Rebecca, who was having a good time chatting with Yifei, became unhappy when she heard Yifei say that she was going home. When she was chatting with Yifei, Yifei could pick up the words no matter what she said. This greatly increased Rebecca's affection for Yifei, and she almost went home with Yifei tonight. Next time, I'm a little sleepy after getting 2 commissions in a row today. Advertisement. Yifei patted Rebecca's shoulder and said gently, "Okay, then you have to remember to call me. Make sure to call me." Seeing that Yifei still had to go home, Rebecca said with some reluctance, Pilar, let's go to the next place for a refill together." Jack got along with Pilar for some reason, and at this moment, he was hooking shoulders with him like 2 old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. "Okay, Jack. Hey, Rebecca, you go back by yourself first. Jack and I are going to drink at the next point." After Pilar finished speaking, he walked out of the Ritz bar with Jack shoulder to shoulder. "David, I'll go see Gloria tomorrow too. I haven't seen her for a while, but you're lucky enough to meet Yifei," Man said, smoking a cigarette. "Ahem. Yes, meeting Brother Yi is indeed the luckiest thing for me." David also explained to Man in the past 2 hours why Gloria didn't contact Man and how she got on Yifei's lap. "Okay, see you tomorrow. Just send me the address when the time comes." Man waved his hand and took Dorio out of the bar. On the way home, Yifei was sitting in the back row, looking at V and Lucy in front. He felt something was wrong from the moment he got in the car. Originally, Yifei was going to sit in the co-pilot habitually, but as soon as he opened the door, Lucy said a faint thank you and got in the car. And V was even more extreme. After getting in the car, he started the car without waiting for Yifei. If Yifei didn't run so fast and opened the car door and got in, maybe he would have to walk home now. After getting in the car, Yifei wanted to say something to ease the atmosphere, but Lucy and V chatted happily in front of them. It's as if Yifei is a transparent person. "Yifei, that. V. Yifei, the 2 of us are chatting. Please don't disturb us." Advertisement. Lucy, you shouldn't be interested in topics between girls, are you? Yifei. This weird atmosphere was maintained all the way home. Still, V went to take a shower first, leaving Lucy and Yifei in the living room. Good evening, residents of Night City, today's Dead Man's Lottery. Although the host on TV was talking passionately, Yifei had no interest in watching TV at all. Lucy was sitting at the other end of the sofa with her computer in her arms, typing codes silently. "Lucy," Yifei called out tentatively. Lucy ignored it and continued typing codes on the computer keyboard. Yifei sat beside Lucy and held Lucy's hand. "What's the matter with you and V? I feel that something is wrong after you came out of the bar." Yifei has actually guessed why Lucy and V are angry now, but he still has to ask knowingly. Nonsense, at this time. If you say that you understand it well, wouldn't it be worse to die? After Lucy's hand was held by Yifei, her whole body trembled, followed by silence. In fact, she didn't understand why, but she saw that Rebecca basically spent 2 hours chatting with Yifei in the bar and then drinking. Seeing Yifei and Rebecca talking and laughing happily, Lucy felt a little uncomfortable. But I can't tell what kind of strange feeling it is. Lucy has never had this strange feeling since she was born. I felt a little itchy in my heart, but I didn't know what to say, and my mind was in a mess. I don't know either. Yifei's gentle face and extremely gentle tone immediately made Lucy a little confused. Today's first update. Thank you, readers, for the monthly pass flowers. Advertisement. Chapter 49. Silence for a while. Lucy looked at Yifei again and said softly, "Yifei, do you want to go for a night run?" "Of course can." Yifei smiled heartily. Clatter in the bathroom. V is still taking a shower. "Huh? Why is the shampoo delivered by the robot in green packaging today?" "Forget it, it can be used." V glanced at the shampoo in the green package in the bathroom and was a little curious, but he continued to take a shower without saying anything. She wants to teach Yifei a lesson tonight. In a square park not far from Yifei's home, Lucy said she wanted to run at night, but she actually took Yifei for a walk. "Obviously, I had the experience of running and exercising at night with Yifei a few days ago, but today I have no intention of running at night at all. Just walking aimlessly in the park with Yifei." "Lucy, you've been looking sullen from the very beginning. Is it something I did wrong?" Yifei still said very considerately. Of course, he has now naturally held Lucy's little hand. "I'm not unhappy. I just feel that something is wrong with me." "Something's wrong? Can you tell me?" Seeing Lucy's bewildered face, Yifei couldn't bear it, but finally held back. After all, if this kind of problem can't be solved now, wouldn't he want to give up his important people? This is something he can't bear. His wish is to give these girls a home. At this time, Yifei suddenly sensed that there was danger in the rear. Advertisement at an extremely fast speed. Yifei turned his head and saw several men in black suits appearing behind him with guns. Araband ninja? Yifei raised his brows. He hasn't gone to the Huang Band to steal the chip yet. Why is the Huang Band getting into his trouble now? And Lucy next to Yifei's face lost all color in an instant. She ran out of a deserted hacker base. Didn't these people come to arrest her? 2. There are important people in our company who want to meet with you. Can you come with us? An Araton ninja with obvious signs of transformation all over his body walked up to Yifei and said. The two modified eyes were filled with red light, and they looked Yifei up and down. It was obvious that he was scanning Yifei. Ms. Abernathy, we have scanned the target's body and confirmed that there are no traces of prosthetic body transformation. Aragata Ninja just stood in front of Yifei and reported the situation to Abernathy, who was talking to him. Very good. Bring him back. It's best not to hurt him. If it doesn't work, use coercive means. Abernathy on the other end of the phone ordered. In order to mobilize this team of barbarian ninjas, she has used the highest authority as the leader of the intelligence department. If she can't bring back Yifei, she may be severely hit by her competitors. You ugly bastards changed to this bee and still want to arrest people. Yifei has now hacked into the system of the Aragaban ninja in front of him and burned his brain without talking too much nonsense with him. The Araton ninja in front of him could only let out a scream, and then his head burst into sparks and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the remaining Araban ninjas hiding in the dark took out their prosthetic mantis knives and rushed towards Yifei. Lucy, you hide by the side first. I will take a walk with you later. After Yifei finished speaking, he ran to the two Arban ninjas who appeared. He wanted to see if the Arban ninjas in this world were as brave as in the game, and they dared to interrupt her date with Lucy, which annoyed Yifei very much. F***ku. You dare to disturb Lao Tzu's good business? Wait until you see hell. Advertisement. When Lucy left, Yifei gave these wild ninjas a dangerous look. The ghost knows how good the atmosphere was just now. It was all disturbed by these damn guys. Swish. Yifei's figure disappeared directly in place. Araton Ninja quickly activated his prosthetic eyes to try to find Yifei's location. And the current Yifei has been baptized by the sun for a week, and it is already stronger than the Yifei a week ago. Now, if Yifei wants to be photographed by any surveillance system in the world, even if it is a military-grade surveillance system. While the two Airborne ninjas were still searching for Yifei, Yifei had quietly appeared behind one of the Airborne ninjas. Crack. Yifei also grabbed the guy's two arms without hesitation. Yifei didn't care about the mantis knife in the arm of this Aragaban ninja at all, since it couldn't cut his skin at all anyway. Then he put a foot on the back of the Airborne ninja, and with a sudden force, the Airborne ninja was separated from his arm. After rubbing on the ground for 2 meters, the face of the Aragaban ninja showed a hideous mechanical face, and the brain under the mechanical shell could be vaguely seen. And the place where his 2 arms were broken didn't even flow out of blood, just there was some black oil flowing. Hey, good guys, don't you even know how to bleed? Yifei exclaimed immediately when he saw this scene. Although he had known for a long time that these barbarian ninjas had been transformed to a high degree, he did not expect them to be transformed into this. Another Armon ninja saw this scene and didn't hesitate at all. The group of ninjas said they were ninjas, but in fact they were dead servants trained by Saburo Arida. Cut to Yifei. Ding. The imagined image of the sharp blade piercing the flesh did not appear, and Yifei took the full blow of the Arida ninja without evading it. At this time, such a Baron ninja started to swing the mantis knife crazily at Yifei. But Yifei just stood still and let him chop it well. Have you done it well? This level is not even considered tickling. Yifei yawned and looked at the barbarian ninja playfully. To be honest, he couldn't even feel the attack of these guys. The second update. There will be a third update later. Please ask for some flower comment tickets. Advertisement. Chapter 50. Ugh. Seemingly sensing the contempt in Yifei's words, the barbarian ninja couldn't help roaring angrily. Boom. A sniper shot sounded 300 meters away. Yifei turned his head and took the powerful kinetic energy bullet that had been charged for 5 seconds with one hand. Nanny. Impossible. The Aragata ninja, who has always been inhumane, couldn't help being surprised. The tsunami cat in his hand is an advanced military-style sniper rifle. He wouldn't be surprised if Yi Fei dodged the bullet, but would continue to shoot Yi Fei. But now Yi Fei directly took the sniper bullet that he had stored energy for 5 seconds. To put it in exaggeration, even if the heavy hammer took the bullet head-on, it would not feel good. And Yi Fei not only caught it, but also caught it with one hand, just like catching a sandbag thrown by a child. Boom. There was a loud noise in the office of the head of Arabanta's intelligence department. This is impossible. Abernathy was shocked when he saw the video sent back from the Arada ninja prosthetic eye. It would be fine if Yi Fei's speed and strength far surpassed the prosthetic body. The cat and the bullet charged by the sniper rifle are not a concept at all. They have calculated with internal data that this kind of military-grade Maoyu sniper rifle can penetrate the best 5-centimeter alloy steel plate that they made themselves. Yi Fei caught the bullet like this, not just a simple matter of strength, but his physical strength has also reached a terrifying level. To put it bluntly, if Yi Fei wants to break into the Arbin Tower now, they must have Arbin's latest military-grade machine guns in their hands. Let's not talk about whether they can get so many weapons of that level from Huangban's huge order. Even if they get it, they may not necessarily pose a threat to Yi Fei. Hurry up and retreat. The target has completely exceeded expectations and needs to be reported to Saburo Arama. Abernathy now realizes what a terrible guy she has offended. Her usual thought is to look down on mercenaries, but now she can't guarantee that if Yi Fei knows that it is the wild ninja she ordered. Maybe I will be hung at the door of the Baron Tower the next day. The Baron ninja, who was more than 300 meters away from Yi Fei, heard Abernathy's order and hurriedly put away his sniper rifle and prepared to run away. Advertisement, where are you going? When Yi Fei's voice came, the Aragaban ninja was taken aback for a moment, then directly stretched out his prosthetic hand cannon with his backhand, wanting to shoot Yi Fei. Then Yi Fei chopped off his arm with a knife. I don't care who you are. If you dare to provoke me, you will die. After Yi Fei finished speaking, he directly punched the head of the Araban ninja. Then Yi Fei fell into thinking. Who sent Arada ninja? Abandoned Lixian? Or Arada Hanako? Or Michiko Arada, whom I have never seen before? He obviously hadn't shown his face to Arbin. Why did the other party stare at him? Forget it. Since Huangban dares to attack first and turn around, I must let them know what it means to turn the world upside down. Yi Fei didn't bother to think too much about it, but what was certain was that Saburo Arida, the core figures of Arida, probably didn't know his existence. Otherwise, today should not be as simple as these 3 barbarian ninjas. It may have to be Adam Heavy Hammer himself. It's just that he is not afraid of Adam's hammer at all now. Yi Fei. When Yi Fei appeared in front of Lucy, Lucy hugged Yi Fei when she saw that Yi Fei was safe and sound. Then he began to check whether there was any wound on Yi Fei's body. What are you doing, Lucy? Those Araban ninjas are no match for me. Yi Fei looked at the nervous Lucy with some dumbfounding and said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have kept it from you. I'm sorry. Lucy held Yi Fei with tears in her eyes and kept saying sorry. She thought it was because of herself that Araban sent the appalling dead warriors, Arada ninjas, to capture Yi Fei and her. Advertisement. What are you sorry for? Because of those Arada ninjas? Yi Fei also couldn't figure it out for a while. After all, the target of those barbarian ninjas was himself. So maybe Yi Fei might have caused Lucy to be discovered? Lucy pursed her lips and then pulled Yi Fei to a corner of the park. Turning his back to Yi Fei, he raised his hair, revealing the deep network interface on the back of his head. I used to be an orphan brought out by Arada from the orphanage. Sitting on a bench in the park, Lucy leaned on Yi Fei's shoulder and put his arm around him, telling stories about her past. After a few minutes, Lucy finished talking about her past, leaning on Yi Fei's shoulder without saying a word. If it were Lucy a week ago, she would have left Yi Fei now. After all, she knew that no one was willing to fight against Araba Group. This is equivalent to giving yourself a death notice. After all, in this world where companies are bigger than countries, the Araba Group is one of the largest companies in the world, and it is even more irrational than fighting against their country. But now Lucy has some small expectations in her heart, hoping that there will be someone who can fight against Arida for her. The sense of security and reliability that Yi Fei gave her made her want to become greedy and yearn for the days around Yi Fei. So what? Yifei's hand gently stroked Lucy's face and said, "Even if it's Huangban Company, I can't compare with you in my heart. You are the woman I like." Yifei's words were like a bomb exploded in Lucy's heart. Tears could not stop flowing from Lucy's eyes again. To be honest, Lucy was as erratic as a duckweed during the years of wandering outside. Even if she had the wish to go to the moon, it was just a wish. Now that she heard Yifei's words, Lucy couldn't help it. "Do you have something to rely on yourself?" Yifei. Then Lucy held Yifei's face in both hands, looked at Yifei with blurred eyes, and then gave him her fiery kiss. Chapter 3, updated today, is still daily and readers asking for monthly tickets and flowers. Advertisement.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.